Hello and welcome. I'm Thomas Webenfalk, a developer from Sweden, and thank you for enrolling this course. I'm actually a little bit of extra proud on this one because I created a lot of courses during the years now, but this one is the first ever course I created because I love React and I wanted to create courses. So this is the third iteration, the third version, meaning that I've improved it a lot and listened to you guys on what stuff you want in the course. So I think it's actually really good. There's always room for improvements, of course, but this one, I really enjoy this one and it was fun making it also. So hopefully you'll find a lot of basic stuff and intermediate stuff and maybe some advanced stuff to learn in this course. And I think we have to get started. So let's do that. Let's take a look at the application that we're building in this course. And it's a nice little movie application that is based on the movie database API. So you'll have to create an account at the movie database, but we'll do that in the next video. So I thought I could show you the application so that you have a little feeling about what we're going to build in this course. And this one is always going to show the most popular movie here. We have this hero image, so we're going to create this one. And we also have some text, and we have a header up here also. Then we can search for movies, for example, Star Wars, and we'll see all the movies here. So that's how the basic functionality of this application is. And if we click on a movie, you can see that we get all data from that movie. So that's nice. We're going to show the actors and also some information about the movie itself. We can see the revenue, the budget, and the running time, for example. And here, you may think that you can also click on the actors. And yeah, of course, we could do that, but I have to limit this tutorial somewhere. So this course is not going to go there, but it's a great foundation if you want to build upon this application. So you can add in the functionality of showing information about the different actors and stuff like that. We also have this little breadcrumb menu up here, so we can go back to the home page. And in this version of the course, this is version 3, I'm going to show you how to create the styles also. I'm going to be fairly quick when I show the styles because I still want to have the main focus on React itself. So that's something that's new in this version 3 of this course. And of course, everything is going to be responsive. So we're going to create that one also. As you can see here, the grid, for example, with the movies, it changes depending on the viewport size. So that's nice. So it's a fully working application. And to be honest, I'm quite proud of this design. I created the design myself because I'm both a developer and a designer. So that's why I love doing design stuff also. And I think it looks pretty neat, actually. I've updated it slightly since the previous versions to look a little bit more modern. But I think it's mostly, yeah, I changed some colors, for example, on the button and stuff like that. All right, so that's the application. In the next video, I'm going to talk about the movie database API and how you can register to get your own free API key that I'm going to use in this course. Okay, so let's talk about the movie database API. That's the API that we're going to use in this course. And the movie database has a great API for fetching a lot of movies, TV shows, and stuff like that. We are going to focus on the movies, so that's what we're going to do here. And you can sign up for a free account at the movie database. So just go to themoviedb.org and click Join TMDB. And then you can fill out your username and password and email and create an account. And when you have created an account, you probably get an email where you have to verify yourself before you can log in. But when you have created your account, make sure that you go back to the MovieDB and click on Login. And then you enter your username and password just as a regular site that you log into. All right, and then you're presented with this dashboard kind of thing. I think it's a dashboard. And the only thing you have to do is go up here to your profile and click on this round button up here. And then you have the settings here. So choose settings. And then at the left menu here, you can see that you have something that's called API. So click on API. I guess I probably have to blur this once out because I don't want to show you my own API key. This is the one that we're using, API key version 3 auth. So this is the one that we're going to use. So make sure to save this somewhere for now because we are going to add it to our application in a little while. So you make sure that you have easy access to this one as we're going to paste this into our application in a little while when we have bootstrapped our application with something that's called Create React App. And I'm going to talk more about that in a little while. Before we start creating our application, I just want to talk a little bit about React and what it is. So if you go to the React.js.org, you can read more about React, and this is a great starting point if you just started out with React. They have different documentation, they have tutorials and a blog and stuff like that, and you can read everything that you need to know to get started with React. So I tried to make this course kind of beginner-friendly, but React is kind of at least intermediate in its own nature, so it's hard to make it really, really beginner-friendly. It also depends a lot on how you learn stuff. I love to learn stuff in this project-oriented way, where I just build some project and learn along the way. So I only create courses on how I want to learn stuff myself. But it's very individual, so some may think that it's not beginner-friendly at all, and some may think that it is. That's why I also recommend to check out reactjs.org to read about the very, very basic stuff, at least in React. So what is React? Yeah, React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces, as they tell you here. I think actually that this sentence is a little bit misleading because you're using React for so much more than to just build a user interface. For example, I build a lot of stuff. I build small games. I build a Pac-Man game, for example, and I build all the logic in React also. So it's not only the view layer. So it can be a little bit misleading here, I think. Just thinking about that you create the components for the view, but that's not the case. You can use React for so much more if you want to do that. And in this application, we're building everything in React. So we have all the API calls and everything. It's done from React. So that's how we're going to use it in this course. And React uses the declarative paradigm. I don't even know if I pronounced that correctly, but hopefully you know what I mean. So React is declarative, but for example, jQuery is imperative. And when something is declarative, you explain, in this case, the user interface, how it will look. You don't have to tell it exactly how you want to achieve that look. You just tell it that we want our UI to look in a certain way, and then React takes care of the rest. For example, in jQuery, we have to grab the DOM elements, and we have to modify the DOM elements, and we have to create them row by row, and then attach the element to the DOM itself. So there can be a lot of code involved in doing something simple, actually. But in React, for example, we have, as they say here, it's component-based. So we create a component, and then we just tell React to use that component, and it will render out that to the DOM for us. And this will be more clear as we go along in the course and create our own components and create the application itself. So don't worry if you don't understand everything right now. So it's declarative, it's component-based, and learn once, write anywhere. Yeah, as they tell you here, they don't care about the rest of the technology stack, so that's great. You can use a lot of stuff in combination with React. So what is a React component? Yeah, we can take a look here. For example, here they create, this is a class, and this is kind of, I like to call it the old way. The classes still exist. I don't use them anymore. And in this course, we're going to focus on creating functional components. And I'm going to tell you more about that later. And in the end of the tutorial, when we have finished the application, I'm also going to show you how to convert some of the components, the stateful components, to class components. Just in case you need to know how to create class components also, because the reality is, if you start working for a company or a client, there may probably be some components that are still class components because there's a lot of applications made in React that's made before we had state in functional components. So that's why you had to have a class before to have state in them. And we're going to talk about that later also. So this is a component they create with a class, and they call it a hello message. And as you can see here, they're using something that's very much alike regular HTML. They have this tag here with a hello message, and this name is a so-called prop they're sending in. And we're going to talk more about props also later, so don't worry about that. But this is actually not HTML. It's something that's called JSX, and that's something that we're also going to learn in this course. So we create the component here. So we tell it to use this component, and React will take care of the rest and create this div with our text hello, and in this case it's going to be the name that we send in with the prop. So the name is going to be Taylor. It's going to type out hello Taylor, as you can see here. So this is very, very neat with React. We can reuse these components in our application. So that's short on what React is. And as I told you, we're going to learn a lot more stuff in the course itself when we create the application. And hopefully at the end of the course, you'll have more understanding of React and how awesome it is, because I really love React. I'm really passionate about using React. And actually, this course is also something that I'm very passionate about, because this is my first ever course I created, and this is the third version, meaning that I have listened to people that have enrolled this course before and changed stuff and added stuff to make it more optimal and more perfect, and hopefully you'll enjoy this course. For this course, I provided you with a zip file that you should download before you start the course, and this zip file contains a few folders here, as you can see. And it may look maybe a little bit different when I end the recording of this course, because I haven't really recorded it yet, but I think it will look this way. But if it looks a little bit different, it's okay. Hopefully you can read the folder names and understand what they're for. So I'm going to provide you with a folder that's called Files to be copied to the project folder. These are files that we're going to use for the course. So I have created a file for us that sets up the API, so we don't have to write our own functions for fetching the data. So I'm going to show you that when we fetch data from the API. I have a config file and a helpers file, and I'm going to talk more about those later also. And then I have a few images that we also need for the course. So that's why I have this folder that we're going to copy over to our project when we have created it. And the public folder, the index.html file, I have this here because I'm using a Google font for this one. So I've already provided that one in the index.html, so we don't have to do that ourselves. So that's the one that we have to copy later, and I'm going to show you that when that time comes. And you're also going to have two options. If you don't want to create everything from scratch when I set up the application, you can just ignore that and start from a project without the styles. And this is if you want to create the styles also. I structured this course so you should be able to fairly easy just skip the parts where I create the styling for the components. Some people of you don't want to create the CSS and the styling, so that's why I made it in this way. So this is the one you should use if you want to create the styles. Otherwise, you use the one that's called with styles. That one will provide you with all the styling, so you don't have to type in the styles and you can skip those videos. So if you want to start from one of those projects, you navigate inside of that one, and in your terminal, you type npm install, and that's going to install all the dependencies for you. And then every time you start up the application, you can type in npm start. And that's also something that I'm going to show you, so don't worry about that. Then you have a folder with the finished app if you want to check out the result. But please be aware here, you have to put your own API key in a file that's hidden here now. It's called .env. Inside of that one, you have to paste in your own API key, otherwise it won't work. And that goes for the stepped solutions also. I have provided you with stepped solutions that corresponds to each video. And if you want to run an example from a particular stepped solution, you also have to paste in your API key in the .env file. And I'm also going to talk more about the .env file. But this is the starter files. So you have to think about if you want to create the styling in this course, and you also have to think about now if you want to set everything up from scratch, or if you don't want to do that, you can just start from one of these folders here. Navigate inside of them, type npm install, or if you're using yarn, you should be able to use that one also. And then npm start or yarn start to start up the application. All right, let's move on. In the next video, I'm just shortly going to talk about the tooling that I'm using for this course. Just a short little video about what tooling I'm using for this course. I think you already should know this tooling and have it installed to be able to fully take advantage of this course. Otherwise, it can be a little bit hard. If you, for example, haven't used npm that I'm going to use to install dependencies, I suggest that you learn about that first, because this is a beginner/intermediate course in React. It's not a beginner course in coding. You should know some JavaScript and especially ES6 syntax. We're going to use a lot of ES6 syntax in this course. So it should be a good idea to shape up your knowledge in JavaScript before starting to learn React. But that's only my opinion. But of course, you should do it your own way. If you want to learn React before vanilla JavaScript, It's totally up to you. I shouldn't tell anyone on how they want to take on their coding journey. All right, so I'm using npm, and that means that I have to have Node installed. We're not using Node.js per se, but Node.js includes the npm package manager. So that's why we have to install that one. So if you don't have that installed, make sure to grab the latest version and install it. Then I use Visual Studio Code as my IDE. So that's what I'm using in this course. And then I'm going to use Create React App and Bootstrap our React application really fast and easy. So that's what we're going to do. And I'm actually going to do that in the next video. So let's get started with our application. I'm happy to see that you're going to create this project from scratch. And we're going to use Create React App to bootstrap our application. So let's get started. If we look at the homepage for Create React App, you can find it at create-react-app.dev. And then they have something here in the menu that's called Get Started. And the only thing that we have to do is remember this row here, npx create-react-app. And then you have the name of your application that you want to create. And npx is something that's provided with npm in the latest versions. So you don't have to globally install Create React App to use it. This will make sure that we grab the latest version. So I always use npx instead of first globally installing Create React App. So this is really great because then I know that I'm using the latest version and you don't have to install it globally. But if you want to do that, you can of course install Create React App globally first. But this is the command that I'm going to use. So make sure that you navigate inside of your terminal. I'm using a terminal that's called Hyper. I get a lot of questions about that, what terminal I'm using. I actually don't remember the name of the theme, but I styled it a little bit to my likings. So that's sweet. So Hyper is a great terminal if you want to have a customized terminal. You also have a built-in terminal in Visual Studio Code, of course. So let's get started. Make sure that you navigate inside of a folder where you want to create your application. And then we type in npx. And then create-react-app. And then we have the name of our application. And I'm going to name it React-RMDB. And RMDB stands for React Movie Database. So that's the best I could come up with. You can use whatever name you want. And then we can hit enter and then wait for it. It will install everything for us. So it will take a little while. All right, hopefully that installed correctly for you. And Create React App has now hopefully bootstrapped our application. You could set up this yourself and not use Create React App, but Create React App is actually used in many production applications. And it's actually used right now for a client that I work with. And it's a fairly large application, so you can do a lot of stuff with Create React App. And it's using Babel and Webpack in the background to set up the React environment for you. So that's what you could do yourself if you don't want to use Create React App. But I'm not going to show that in this course because I think it's a little bit advanced for a beginner course. And actually, we're going to be fine with Create React App. That's all that we need. So we're also going to make sure that it works. So make sure that you navigate inside of the project folder. So I'm going to clear this and then type in cd react-rmdb or whatever you named it. And then we're inside of that folder. And then we can type npm start. And it should start up our environment. This is the finished one that's here now, so it's going to be replaced by this application here. So it's working, and we have successfully bootstrapped our application, and that's sweet. In the next video, we're going to install a few dependencies that we're going to use for this project. We have bootstrapped our application, and now we're going to install some dependencies that we're going to use for this project. And the first one is going to be something that's called React Router. And React Router is the standard in a React application for handling routes. Because this is a single page application and we need something to handle our routing because we are going to have different pages. And the one that we're going to use is called React Router. There is another library that's called Reach Router, and I'm actually using that one in version 2 of this course. But the team that created Reach Router and React Router is the same team. So they're going to kind of merge them together into React Router version 6. And this one is still in beta mode, but I've talked to them and I think that I should have this one in this course because it will soon be out and the API won't likely change because we're not going to use the most advanced stuff in this router library, so we will be fine. And we have some instructions down here. I'm at github.com/React training/React-router/releases. And down below here, we can see that we have some instructions on how to install it. So I'm going to bring up my terminal. I'm going to do something like this. And we could, of course, just copy this one and paste it in. But in my courses, I wanted to learn as much as possible. And it's always a great idea to not copy-paste too much and type stuff in, because that will make you remember stuff much easier. So that's what we're going to do now. So I'm going to type in npm I, or if you're using yarn, you can of course use that instead. I'm going to use npm for this whole course. And I'm typing in I instead of typing out the complete word install. That's a shorthand for install. So npm I. And then we need to install something that's called history also. That's another library that's used in combination with React Router. And we can install them in one go. If I type history here, then I have a blank space, and then I can type in the other library that I want to install. And in this case, it's going to be React-router-DOM. And then we have an @ sign and next. And this will grab the beta version of React Router. So press enter and wait for it. Hopefully that installed for you correctly. So I'm going to clear my console again, and we're going to move on to something that's called Style Components. Style Components is a super great library to use in combination with React. With Style Components, we can create our CSS in isolated and scoped components. So that's really, really great. And we have a lot of features that we have, for example, in Sass. We can do nesting and stuff like that, and we can send in props and change our styling dynamically. And I'm going to talk more about style components as we go along in this course, because we are going to create the styling if you choose that path, that I really think you should if you want to have some CSS practice. But it's up to you. I provided you with different alternatives for this course. So we're going to install style components, and you can read more about it at style-components.com. So go back to the terminal, and we type in npm I styled-components. And we press enter. All right, that went smoothly. So I cleared the console yet again, and we move on to the last dependency that we need. And that is something that's called PropTypes. PropTypes is a great tool in React where you can type check your props that you send into your components. So as they say here, it's runtime type checking for React props and similar objects. So that's great. Today, a lot of people use Typescript instead, then you don't need to use PropTypes. And I actually use Typescript a lot myself. I started to like it actually. But in our case, we're not using Typescript right now. I'm going to show you that at the end of this course in a special module that I created where we refactor everything to use Typescript instead. But for now, we're not using Typescript, so that's why we're going to use PropTypes. And I'm going to talk more about this later in the course. And I've placed it kind of at the end of the course because I don't want too much stuff going on when we learn React. So that's why. So I'm going to talk about it at the end of the course. And when you create a component that has some props, you should use PropTypes to do type checking on your props. But I'm not going to do that first. I'm going to add it in later in the course so we don't get distracted of too much stuff going on. All right. So go back to the terminal, type in npm I prop-types and press enter. So that's it. That's our dependencies. And of course, I didn't mention it at the start of this video. You should, of course, be in the folder that we created, the application that we bootstrapped with Create React App. It's very important. You have to navigate inside of that folder. Otherwise, it won't work because we're installing the dependencies in that project folder. All right. In the next video, we're going to copy some files from the starter file, zip file, to this project that we're going to need to make this work. If we look inside of our project folder, React-RMDB, we can see that we have some different folders and files here. And for example, if we look in the public folder, we can see that we have some image files and the index.html file. And this is the folder that the dev environment is going to build for us. So the public folder is the finished files that we're using for running the application. So that's everything inside of there. And the source folder, the SRC folder, is going to be the folder where we create all our stuff for the application. So you can see we have some CSS file. And we have an app file, an index file, and an index CSS file. We also have a test file. We're not going to do any tests in this course, so this one we're not going to use. And we have a service worker. We're not going to use this one either. And we have the setup test that we're not going to use. If we take a look inside of our zip file, the starter files that you should have downloaded for this course, and we take a look inside of the first folder here, one files to be copied to project folder. All right, so that's the files that are going to be copied to the project. So make sure that you mark them here, copy them, move back to your folder, your project folder, and paste them in. And then you're going to choose to replace the old folders. This one is in Swedish here, so you probably don't understand it if you're not from Sweden. But what it says here is to replace it. So I'm going to click that button. And then it's going to ask me if I want to merge the source folder or if I want to replace it. So if it asks you to merge it or replace it, always choose replace. All right, so we successfully copied the files, and if we take a look inside of the public folder here, we're going to have exactly the same files. The only difference is that I've added in a Google import of a font that's called Able or Able. I don't really know if I pronounce it correctly. It sounds better to pronounce it Able, so I think that's the correct one. That's the only thing I've changed here, and that's in the index.html file. The other files remain the same. So that's the public folder, and if we look inside of the src folder, you can see that it's lesser files now, and that's because I removed all the files that has something to do with tests or the service worker and all the CSS files that we don't need, because we're going to use style components. And I also added in some files and a folder. We have the images folder, and this one, of course, contains the images that we're going to use for this course. And then I have a file that's called api.js, and inside of this file, there's some functions that are going to handle the API calls to the movie database API. And in the previous versions, we actually created these ones ourselves in the course, but I think that was just a distraction from React and the React syntax, because this is a course about learning React. And the thing is that this is regular JavaScript inside of this one. It has nothing to do with React per se. So that's why I created this one for you instead and placed them in a file. And of course, I'm going to talk more about these functions when we reach that point in the course. And then I have a config file, and this config file contains everything that has to be set up with the movie database API. And I have a helpers file also, and the helpers file contains a couple of functions that will help us to convert some numbers into money and also to convert our time. And I'm going to talk more about these two files also later in this course. So these are the files. Hopefully this one will work. So if we go back to our terminal, and this one is running now, so just to be sure, I'm going to break it and run npm start just to see that it works. It's always a great idea to see that stuff works when you change something. And then I go to my browser and reload the page, and you can see I'm at localhost 3000 just as before. But now this nice little rotating React logo is removed and it says start here. And that is because I removed that one and I've modified this file so that we can start from here now in this application. So if it says start here, you know that you successfully copied all the files, hopefully, and it should work for you. In the next video, we're going to move on and actually use that API key that you got when you registered for the movie database API. Okay, we got one more thing to do, and then we finished with the setup of our project. And that is that we're going to create a .env file and paste in our API key. So in our application folder at the root, we're going to create a new file. I'm going to call it .env, and Create React App has built-in support for environmental variables. The only thing that you have to do is to name them with React first. So React _ and that's important, otherwise it won't recognize it. And this one is going to be called app_API_key, all capital letters. And then we have an equal sign. And then you can paste in your API key here, and that's everything you have to do. So just paste it in just after the equal sign, and you're good to go. And save the file. This API key is then used in the source folder in my config.js file. You can see that I get it here, process.env.reactapp API key. And this is all managed inside the Create React app. When it starts up our dev environment and creates all the files for us and stuff, it will take care of this. But it's really important to mark it with React underscore before the actual name of the environmental variable. And all this stuff here is something that I created for you, so you don't have to care about this. So I create the different resources from the endpoint on the movie database here, and we're going to use these resources in the course later, and then I'm going to talk about them more. So I have different endpoints for the search, for example, and to get the popular movies. And these ones are for the bonus videos at the end, where I create the login and voting that also provided with the movie database API. You can log in with your account and cast a vote on a movie, or on all movies if you want to do that. Then we have the image base URL. This one is also from the movie database. So these ones are provided from the API. So I just use them according to their instructions. And we have a backdrop size. We can set the size of the backdrop and the poster size on the images. We can set different sizes here. And I mark them here for you if you want to try to change them and see what it does. So we don't have to think more about these as I set them up for you. And there's also a file that's called api.js. And inside of this one, I created the actual code that is going to fetch the data. So we can call these functions later when we fetch the data, and we don't have to type in all of this ourselves. And of course, I'm also going to talk more about these functions later when we fetch the movies. So this one is for fetching all the movies, and this one is for fetching one movie. And then we have this one here that will fetch the credits. And below here, these are all for the bonus material also, so you don't have to care about those in the kind of main part of the course. So we have 3 functions here that is going to fetch data for us. So that's one thing I changed actually in this version of the course. Before this, we created these ones ourselves in the course, but I think it's a little bit advanced for a beginner course. And I also think that it takes the focus on React itself, because this is JavaScript, it's not React-specific code, so that's why. And I want this experience, I want this course to be a fun course also, so you don't get tired and stop the course and won't finish it. So that's why I created these ones for us. All right, so that's the config and the API file. And then I have one more file that's called helpers.js. And this one contains 2 functions that's going to help us to calculate the time and also convert to money, because the numbers that we get from the API has to be converted, both the time and the money. So I'm going to use these ones later in the course also. All right, so create the .env file, create a variable, React underscore app underscore API underscore key, capital letters, equals, and then you paste in your API key. Otherwise, it won't work because you can't access the API. One really important thing to notice here is that this environmental variable won't be safe because it will be visible in the client. So don't think that this one won't show up in the browser. Of course, you have to look for it, but if you're good at looking through code, you will be able to find this API key. So this is not a safe way to provide an API key if you want to hide it from the browser. In our case, it's not that kind of a secret key, so it doesn't matter. And for the sake of the course, it would be too advanced to create a system that will hide this for us completely. So notice this one won't be safe in the client. Before we move on, I want to talk about a really important aspect of React that I think a lot of people actually forget. And that is when we create stuff with React, we are also using something that's called JSX, and it stands for JavaScript XML. And if we look here, I'm at the reactjs.org page now, and they show us here how to create a component, and this is a class component. And as I told you before, we are going to create functional components, so we're not going to create class components for this application, but they are using JSX here, and this is JSX. You may think that this is HTML, but it's actually not, it's JSX. And JSX is something that is really great to use in combination with React, because we can render out our different components like this by using HTML-ish syntax. I think a lot of people actually forget it because I don't know exact the percentage, but I think at least 99% of the applications use JSX in combination with React. Some people don't use it, and that's what I'm going to talk about here, because you can create components without JSX in React. And that is, if we scroll down here, you use something that's called create element on the React object. So React.createElement, we specify if we want some props. And then we specify the child elements for this element. And you can see up here, React.createElement. We have the component that we want to create. We have the props, and also we have the children. And this is the spread syntax in JavaScript ES6. That's why they use 3 dots here to explain this. So this one here is actually the same as this. This one here will transpile down to React.createElement. But it wouldn't be practical to use React.createElement for every component and everything you do in React. You can see that it's not that readable and it will get kind of messy. And I actually think that React wouldn't be that fun to use if you use it this way. So I'm just going to show you how to create an element with React.createElement also. And in the next video, I'm going to talk more about JSX. But now I'm going to show you just a small example on how you can create an element with React.createElement. So let's move back to our terminal and make sure that our dev environment is running. So npm start. Always use npm start when you start up your dev server. And you can see that we have it running here now. Then I go back to Visual Studio Code, and I'm going to be in the app.js file for this one. It's inside the src folder, and this is kind of the heart of our application. We have the index.js that is the start file for the application, and you can see that I import the app component here. These imports are ES6 syntax for import, so we can import a module, and in this case the module is a component and it's called app. So I import that one here, and then it's used here, and this one is JSX. So this is the heart of our application. We have both a library that's called React, and we have React DOM, because React can be used for other stuff than the DOM. For example, you can create native apps with React. But we are going to use the library React DOM, and this one is all set up with Create React App for us. So you can see that from the React DOM that we import here, we call the render method, and we give it the component that we want to render, and we tell it where we want to render it. So from the document.getElementById, we get the root element. So if we look inside of our public and the index.html, you can see that we have a div here that's called root. And it's inside of this div that we're going to render out our complete application. We can close the public folder now and go back to the index.js file. So we're telling React to render our application to a div that's called root. And it's also in something that's called React strict mode. It wasn't that before, but this is a default now with Create React App, and strict mode is actually great. It's going to do a few more checks if you do some stuff that you shouldn't be doing when you code your application. So it's always a good idea to using the strict mode in React. All right, so let's move back to the app.js file. And as you can see here, we have this element here. We have the div that's called app, and I render out start here. And that's the one that we saw before when we started up the application. You don't have to type this in if you don't want, because I want to show you this. This has nothing to do with the application that we're going to build. So I'm going to create the little component now, and then I'm going to remove it, and we can continue on creating our application. I'm going to do it with an arrow function. I like to use arrow function. They don't do it here, but you can change this one if you want to an arrow function. Const app equals, and then we create an arrow here instead like that. I'm used to using arrow functions, so I use them for components also. So const, I'm going to create the component that's called star, and I have an arrow function, and then from React, we import React here. You always have to import React at the top. And then I call create element. I have a parenthesis. I'm going to create a div. And then we're not going to have any props because we haven't talked about props yet. So I set that one to null. And then I'm going to render out the string. This is a little star. Like that. And I'm going to remove the sidebar so we can see the component here. So this is instead of using JSX. And if we want to render this one out, instead of returning this one here, I'm going to return the star. And as this is a function now, I also have to call it like this. Save it. And then I'm going to go back to the application. And you can see this is a little star. So it renders out perfectly. And this is just a small example. And I wanted just for you to notice that you don't need to use JSX. And this is actually the React functionality at its core. So you don't have to use JSX. But we are going to use JSX because it's sweet and it's fun to work with. And I think actually that it would be a small hell creating applications without JSX. At least I think so. So I remove everything I created here and save the file again. Just make sure that it works. Start here, and it works, and that's great. So that's a little bit about React.createElement and using React without JSX. Just a small note on that one. I'm not going to go any deeper into it because I don't think it's actually relevant to use React without JSX. So that's why. Okay, I talked a little about using React without JSX, but I actually don't think that's a great idea. So that's why I also want to talk a little about JSX before we move on with this application. So JSX stands for JavaScript XML, and it's pretty similar to regular HTML. So if we take a look here, you can see that they create an H1 tag here that says hello world, and this looks just like plain HTML. But as they say here, this funny tag syntax is neither a string nor HTML. And I actually don't think if it's a funny tag, as they say here, but all right, you get the idea. Why JSX? We can read here more about why we are using JSX. And the main thing here, I think, is that they don't want to put markup in one file and logic in another file. They want to have them combined in one file, and that may sound scary for some, because a couple of years ago you shouldn't ever mix them together, but in React it works really great. And as they say here, React components contain both markup and logic. So JSX is something that is created to look pretty similar to HTML. There are a few differences, and I wanted to talk about those here, because in this case we create an H1 element and that looks exactly the same, but there are some stuff that differ from regular HTML. And for example, here you can see you can embed JavaScript expressions here for the source here in the image tag. For example, you can use curly brackets and then you embed a JavaScript expression. And that's super great that you can combine them this way. And also, as you look here, tab index, it's camel cased. That differs from HTML. And they say it here also, since JSX is closer to JavaScript than to HTML, React DOM uses camel case property naming convention instead of HTML attribute names. So remember that you have to use camel case in JSX, and there are some few differences. For example, when you set a class on an element, you don't use the class keyword, you use class name camel case. And they also mention it here. And it took a little bit of time for me to get used to this one. And now I actually type in class name when I type out regular HTML. And also it's good to know that JSX is quite safe. It prevents injection attacks and stuff like that. So I think you'll learn a lot about JSX as we go along in this course, because we are going to use practical examples in this course. But the most important part is to remember that JSX is not HTML. And it's also used camel casing when you create an attribute. Before we dive in and create our components with state and props and all these vital things in React, you can sit down, relax, have a drink, have a beer, have a cup of tea or whatever you're drinking, and just listen to me in this video where I'm going to talk a little about props and state in React. The first thing you can do is to imagine that this is a room seen from above, and the gray circle here is a lamp that's not turned on. And the orange one is a lamp that's turned on. Each of these lamps has a light switch that is off and on. So if I click this one here, I can turn this light on and the light switch is going to change to on. And this one, I can turn it off. So both lamps are off and I turn this one on and I turn this one on. And this is made possible because I can use state in React. So I have two states for the lamps. I have one state for the first lamp and one for the second lamp. That is a boolean that is telling if the lamp is on and off. But if we think about this, we actually have a state of the room also, because we need this state also for the light switch to change from off to on, because these are kind of tied together. So you can look at the state in different perspectives. In this case, I will look at the state from the room perspective. So I haven't placed the states in the lamps or in the light switches. I have placed the states in the room itself because we have a room state. And for the room, it's going to be if the lamps and the light switches are on or off. So we have a state for the room itself. And this is what I talk about in the, for example, the React documentation. They tell you that you can lift up the state to a parent component if you want to use that state in multiple child components. Because if we place the state in the lamp itself, for example, we could only access that state in the lamp and to its child components. Of course, we could place the light switches as a child to the lamp, but that wouldn't be the most effective way of doing it, and it would complicate things if you want to reuse your code. So what I've done here instead is that I have this room here, and I place the components in the room, and I'm also going to have the state in the room. So we can use that state both for the lamps and the light switches. And I'm going to show you how I did this now, and also talk a little bit more about state and props. So if we take a look inside of the code here, this is the application that I created for you. You can also open it up from the starter files in this course. I provided it there. So I have the index file, the standard index file that shows the app component. And the app component is actually going to be the room. So I could also name this room because this is actually the room component. And as you can see here in the room component, I'm creating two states. In React, when you create a state with hooks, you use something that's called a useState hook. Before we had hooks, we had to use classes to have state in them. So you couldn't ever create a functional component that had state in them. But now we have hooks, and that means that we can have stateful functional components, and that's sweet. So when we call this useState hook, we can initialize it with an initial value. So in this case, I'm giving it false because I want this lamp to be turned off initially. Then I do something that's called ES6 destructuring here. I'm destructuring out this array that I get back from the useState hook. So we can name our state here to whatever we want. In this case, I name it isLamp1on, and then we have the setter for the state, set isLamp1on. And there's a few things you should know about state in React. And the first one is that you should look at the state as immutable. You should never mutate the state. And that means that you always should use the state setter that you get back to set the state in React. If you're modifying the state directly, for example, try to change this one, this means that your component won't re-render. And that's no good. And it can also cause a lot of trouble in the future for you in the application. But if you use the setter and change the state and don't mutate the state, your component will re-render and update the DOM. And this is how stuff works in React. You update the DOM when your components re-render. And one more thing with functional components is that we can have as many states as we want with the useState hook. In the class components, you can only have one state, so you have to kind of create an object with different properties to hold your state. So this is super sweet. We can divide the states up now depending on how we want to structure the state. So in this case, I created two states. I have one for the lamp 1 and I have one for the lamp 2. So they are doing the exact same thing. The only difference here is when I initialize it, I set this one to true and this will turn lamp 2 on. All right, then I have two functions, and these ones are going to be called when we click the light switch. So I have one for the light switch 1 and one for the light switch 2. You could have one function instead, but I want to make it really, really clear on how stuff works. So that's why I created two of them. So we have one function for the switch 1 and one for the switch 2. And this one will set isLamp1. That's the setter for the state 1 for the lamp 1. And what I do here is that I provide it with an inline function. And when you provide the state setter with a function, it will get called with a previous state. So in this case, I'm going to flip that Boolean value. So when I click the button the first time, this value is going to be true instead because it's false initially. And this one for the button 2 is going to be false because it's true. All right, so these are the functions for the light switches. So if we look at the JSX here, what we return to the DOM, this one is a room component. And if I go up here, you can see that this is a style component that we're also going to talk a lot about in this course. I create a style component. That's a div here. So I set some styling on that one on the room itself. I make it 500 pixel width and 500 pixels in height. And I set a border on it. And the margin 0 and order is going to center it on the screen. So everything is wrapped in this room component. Then I have a component that's a lamp. I'm going to talk about that in a second. And I also have the light switch. So we have the state in this app component. That's the room. So this is where I kind of gather all the states for this little simple application. And this way I can use this state in both the lamp component and the light switch. Because as you can see here for the lamp component, I created something that's called props. Props is something that you can create and that will get sent along into your component that you create. Props is an object, so you can create as many properties on that object as you want. In this case, I created a lamp on prop. So this one will be sent into the lamp component in the prop object.
I also created a prop that's called position, and this is how I can make the lamp appear on the left or on the right in the room. And the lamp on is going to be the state for the lamps. So this one is going to be a Boolean. And that way, this component will know if the lamp is on and off. And I'm going to show you that in a second. And I do the same with the light switch. And for this one, I have the callback, as I showed you up here. I give this one a prop that I call callback. It doesn't have to be called callback. That's a name that I choose. And the switch on, I'm going to give it the lamp state for this one. So you can see that I use the lamp states for both the lamp and the light switches. And this is what I talked about before. If we created a state for the lamp in the lamp itself, we wouldn't be able to access this state for the light switch. Then we have to create the light switch as a child of the lamp. And that's no good, as you probably can see now, because now we can place as many lamps and light switches we want in our room. So it would be much harder to do it if we place the state in the lamp itself. And I also have a position prop for the light switch. So let's go inside of the lamp component that I created here. I also have a wrapper div for this one. That's a style component. So I wrap everything in that div. And the interesting thing with the style components is that they also can have props, because they are also valid React components. So we can use props in our style components to modify our CSS. And that's one of the super strengths with style components, I think. Because as you can see here, this is something that's called a template literal. And in this template literal, we can grab the props that are sent into this component. So in this case, I create $sign and curly brackets, and I can use a JavaScript expression. And I have this inline function here that gets the props. So if we look at the wrapper component down here, you can see that I also send in a prop lamp on and the position. So I'm just sending along these props that I initially sent into the lamp component. So I get them in the lamp component, and then I also send them along to the wrapper component. That's a style component. And by doing this, I can, for example, check here if the props.position equals to the left. Then I'm going to set the left value to 20 pixels. Otherwise, I set it to 380 pixels, and that will place it to the right in the room. So this way I can modify my CSS and make it very, very dynamic. So that's really sweet that you also can use props in the style components. All right, that's how style component and props works. So if we look at the lamp component here, I'm sending in these props here. And what I'm doing here is I'm using ES6 destructuring. So from the object that we get, that you usually call props, I'm destructuring out these values that I send in. If I didn't do the destructuring here, and I just do it like this, you can see that it warns me here now. Then I have to type in props dot and props dot, because the props is an object. So I have to grab those specific properties from that object. But if I destructure it out as I do here, I don't have to type that in every time. So I destructure out the properties here instead. And there's a few things you should know about props, because they differ from state. And the main difference is that the props are passed into the components, and you should never ever change the props in the component that gets the props. The props values are changed from the parent that is sending in the props to the component. So if the props change in the parent, it's also going to re-render this component here. So never ever change the props values in this component. You can change the state in the component with a state setter, and that's how you, for example, can trigger a re-render when you change the state in a component. So that's fine. You should change the state in the component with the setters, but a prop should never be changed in a component that receives the props. When the prop value changes, this component will re-render and it will have the new value in the props. So that's how props works. All right, we can check out the light switch also. I'm doing the same here. I'm destructuring out the props here, and I have this button component, that's a style component, and I modify it with the props here also. So I'm doing the exact same thing here. And you can see here that I send in the callback. That's the function that I have in the app component here. So that's the one I'm sending in with a callback prop into the light switch. And then I have my button, and the button has an on-click handler, and the on-click handler will trigger this callback function. And this makes this component very dynamic, because by using props, you can make your component dynamic and you can use it in different situations. In this case, I can send in whatever callback function I want to be triggered when I click on the button. So that means that I can use this button in different situations. In this case, I also showing the switch on and off, because I'm sending in the prop switch on. So it probably won't be useful to much else than this use case specifically. But if you want, you can use this button for something else than to trigger a lamp to be turned on or off. You can turn something else on and off and have another callback function, and that will work. So that's what you use props for also. You can make your components dynamic and reusable by giving them some props, and by using these props inside of the component, you can adapt your component and change the logic. You can change the JSX and what it should render and stuff like that. So that is really useful to use props for that. All right, so that's short on state and props. I hope this one gave you some insight before we start creating our own. So let's move on. In the next video, I'm going to talk more about style components and what they are.
There's one last thing I want to talk about before we start creating some code for real, and that is style components, because in the next video, we're going to create our global styles for our application, and we're going to do that with style components. So just a short talk about style components and why it's so great. And I think the biggest benefit is, one, that you get scoped CSS, and that means that you can have the same class names for different components. It doesn't matter because it's scoped to that component. And number two is that you can use syntax kind of like Sass. For example, you can nest stuff and you don't need to have polyfills and stuff like that. It will create all that automatically for you. And number three is that you can have props inside of it. And props is something that we're going to talk a lot about in this course because it's an essential part in React. And that means that you can modify the CSS by sending in different props to your styles. You don't need to know exactly now how props work, because we're going to talk about that later in the course. And also you can use just plain regular CSS, and that's super great also. So that is some benefits that style components will provide to you when using it in your application. So we already installed this library, and when you use it, you have to import something that's called style. I think they have an example down here. Yeah, here. Import style from styled components. And styled is an object that holds different properties. For example, in this case, they want to style a button. So these properties corresponds to what they are called in the HTML. So if you want to style a button, if you want to create a style component that is a button, you use styled.button, and then you have a template literal. So this is something that's called a tagged template literal, and that is a function that you call with a template literal. So this is ES6 syntax in JavaScript, and it's super great because if we move up here again, you can see we have this template literal here. You have the starting backtick and you have the end backtick here. And inside of here, we can write our CSS. In this case, they're using style.a because they want to style an A tag. And then they do some stuff here, plain regular CSS. But here is something that's happening that's not plain CSS. And this is because we're using a template literal here. We can use JavaScript expressions inside of this template literal. And when you want to use an expression inside of a template literal, you do that with a $sign and you wrap it inside of curly brackets. And then you can have any JavaScript expression that you want inside of here, and it will interpolate it into the string. And in this case, you can see that they have their props and they have an inline arrow function. And from the props, they grab a prop that's called primary, and they can set this CSS conditionally depending on this primary prop. And we're going to talk more about this later, as I told you, so don't get intimidated if you don't understand this syntax right now. Hopefully, you will understand it fully when this course is over. This is just a short introduction before we create the global styling, and we're going to do that in the next video. It's time to start coding, and we're going to start by creating some global styles. The first thing you have to do is to start up your dev environment, and you do that by navigating inside of the folder of your application, and then you type npm start, and that will start everything up for you, and hopefully it looks something like this. It should say start here. And it's always a good idea to have your console open. I'm on Chrome now, so it looks something like this. And also I can recommend an extension that's called React Developer Tools, and then you will have access to something that's called components here. And if we open that up, we can see our application here. But in this case, we don't have any components yet. So it will just show the app component here. But this is a great tool when you develop stuff in React. So highly recommended, install React Developer Tools. Okay, so let's move back to our application inside of Visual Studio Code or whatever IDE you're using. And inside the SRC folder, we're going to create a new file. that I'm going to call global style, capital G and capital S .js. So this is going to hold all the global styles for our application. And we're going to create our global styles with style components. So that's why we have to import a special thing from the style components that's called create global style. So we start by doing that. Import, curly brackets, create global style, camel case. That means that there's a capital G and a capital S. And we import it from style-components. And this is how you import the module with ES6 syntax. In this case, it's not what's called a default export from this library. So that's why we're grabbing it inside of the curly brackets. We are going to create default exports from our different components. And then we don't need to use the curly brackets. But I'm going to show you that later when we create our first component. Okay, so we have this create global style method that we imported here. We are going to use our global styles inside of our app component later, meaning that we want to import it here and use it down here in the JSX. So that also means that we have to export this style component from this file. So export, and this is a const, also ES6 syntax. It stands for a constant. So that's what we have in JavaScript now. We have lets, we have const, and we have vars. I'm always using const before I know if this one is going to change, and then I change it to a let if it's going to change in the application. But usually consts will do, at least when you do functional programming, as we're mostly going to do in this course. So const means that this one is not going to change. As with everything, there are special cases when it can change. For example, if you create an object with a const, you can change the properties in that object, but you can't change the object itself. All right, enough about that. This one is going to be called global style, and this is a component. And every component that you create in React is going to have a capital letter to begin with. So capital G and capital S in this case. And it's going to equal, and then we call this method that we imported up here, create global style. And in this case, we're not going to have a dot and something here because this is the global style. So we're going to have double backticks, creating our template literal. And then I do like this, and then we can write our CSS inside of this template literal. And the rest here is going to be regular plain CSS. So first I want to set up some CSS variables. So colon root, we do that on the root. And when you create a CSS variable, you do that with double dash, and then you have your variable name. So max width, this is camel cased, as you can see here. I'm going to set the max width to 1280 pixels. And then I have another variable, double dash, white. And then I set my white color, another variable, double dash, light gray. This one is going to be EEE, double dash, med gray or medium gray. And this one is going to be 353535. Double dash, dark gray. And this one is 1C. Double dash, font, super big. That's a funny name. I had forgot that I called it that. All right. You can call it whatever you want. This one is going to be 2.5 rem. And the next one is double dash and font big, 1.5 rem. Double dash font med or medium, 1.2 rem. And the last one is going to be double dash font small, 1 rem. And that's our CSS variables that we're going to use for this application. Then I'm going to set the font for the whole application and also do some resetting here. So I have an asterisk like that. I set the box sizing to border dash box. And then I set the font family to able. And that's the Google font that is imported from the index.html file. And then I have the backup font of sans serif. All right, that's the resetting. Then on the body, I'm going to set a few things also. So I'm going to set the margin to 0. The padding is going to be 0, like that. And then as I told you, with style components, you can nest stuff. So inside of the body,
we can nest the h1 tag like this and set the font size to 2 rem. Font weight is going to be 600. And the color, and I'm going to grab this from my variables that I created up here. And when you grab a variable in CSS, you do that by typing out var, parenthesis, and then the variable name. In this case, it's going to be _white. So that's the h1. Then I'm going to set the h3. The font size is going to be 1.1 rem. And the font weight is going to be 600 on that one also. And then one more thing to do here, and that's the p tag. So font size, 1 rem for the p tag, and the color is also going to be white. So var _white. And then I also do some auto formatting. And sometimes when I do this, create global styling, the auto formatting doesn't work. I don't know why. So I do it manually instead and save the file. Always remember to save your files. It's very easy to forget to save the file and then it doesn't work. So this is everything that we need for our global styles. Now we're going to move inside of the app.js file. And up here where we import React, we can mark it with styles. And then we import global style from /global style. So this means that we're importing this one that we created here, this const that's called global style. We can import it because we export it inside of this file. We don't do a default export, as I'm going to show you when we create components. That's why we use curly brackets and import this as a named import. And we're importing it from the file that's called global style. You don't have to type out .js. It's enough with just typing out global style. It will figure the file extension out itself. All right, so there we have our global style component, but how do we use it in our application? We should place this at the top level of our application. And as we're going to have a component that wraps our complete application, in this case, it's the div that's called app. It has a class name of app. We're going to change this out later when we have the routing set up. But for now, that's a wrapping div. So inside of that one, we can use our global style and we self-close it like this. We don't have any props to send into this one. And we're not setting any class name or stuff like that. So when you use a plain component without class name and props in React, you do it like this. And this is very similar to an HTML tag. So we save the file, go back to our browser. And the only thing we can see now is that the margins and padding have changed here. It's just right at the edges here now, and it wasn't that before. So we know that our global styles are working. And we can actually just comment this one out, save the file, go back to our browser. And you can see that the margin is there now. So that way we know that it's working. And hopefully we didn't do any mistake in the CSS itself, so it should work. Otherwise, we have to adjust that later. All right, in the next video, we're going to start creating the header component for the application. So we're going to create our first real component in this application, and it's going to be the header component. So the first thing we do when we create a new component is to create a file for that component. And you can see that we have our src folder here, and we have an images folder, but we don't have a folder that's going to hold our components. I usually create a folder that's called components. That's what I'm going to do now. Components, all lowercase letters. And inside of this folder, we're going to create all of our components. And the thing is that the structuring of an application is something that's highly subjective. So you can have your own opinions on how you want to structure it. And if you want to structure it in a different way, you can of course do that. But please be aware that this course will have this folder structure, and you have to think about it if you change stuff yourself. If you just want to focus on learning React, I highly recommend that you use this folder structure that I created for the course. I'm also going to have a folder for each component because I want to separate out my styles and have the styles in a separate file and have the component itself in a separate file. I've created this course so you don't have to create the styles if you want. So that's easier for me to handle it that way by separating them out. So therefore, I also think it's nice to have everything related to a component in its own folder.
So we're going to create a new folder inside of the components folder that's called header, capital H. So we're inside a header folder, and this is something in Visual Studio Code. It won't show a complete tree structure here when you just have one folder, but this will change later. But we're inside a header folder, and inside a header folder, I'm going to create a new file that's called index.js. And this is also something that's highly subjective, actually, because I'm going to create my component in the index.js file. So we're going to have one folder for each component, and each folder is going to have an index.js file. And this is great when you import stuff, as I'm going to show you later. But it's not that great if you, for example, have 10 components open up here. They're all going to be named index.js. So that's a downside by doing it like this. But this is a fairly small application, so I don't think it matters. I can actually show you this. If we have a component that's named test component, we import it like this, and from // we have our folder that's called test component, like this. Of course, we don't have this one now. This is just an example. It's exported as a default export. So we import it like test component without the curly brackets. We can name it to whatever we want, but I like to name them just exactly as they are in the files. And we import it from the test component folder. And then if we have a file that's called index.js, we don't have to type out anything more here. It will automatically grab that index.js file. But if we name this file, for example, test component also, we have to specify it like this. We have to type it out 2 times. And I don't like to have to type it in 2 times. So that's why I'm using an index.js file instead, as this is a fairly small application, so we don't get confused up here when we have a lot of components open. So that's my explanation to why I'm using this structure, and that's also why I name my files like this. All right, so delete this one here. We're also going to create placeholder components for the styles, because we're going to use these style components inside of this component itself. So that's what we're going to do, and we do that by creating another file that's called header.styles.js. And this is how I like to name my style component files. So I have the component name, and then I have a dot, and then I mark it with styles, and then I have a dot and the file extension. All right. So from the style components, we import styled like this. Import styled from style components. Components, it should be an S. Then I'm just going to create placeholder components, because I am going to create the styles in the next video. So if you choose to skip the styles, you don't have to do them. Just as before, you always have to export these ones because they are in a separate file, and we are going to import them in the index.js file soon. Export const. I have a component that I like to name wrapper, and it's going to be a styled.div. So this is a div that I'm going to style. And I just have the double ticks, and I end it there because this is just a placeholder now. So we could just copy this one, but as I told you, I want to repeat stuff and type it in many times when you learn things. So we export const. I have another component that is going to be called content, and it equals, from the style, we have another div, double backticks, and end it. Then we export const logo img, and it equals a styled, and this is an image. It's the logo that we're going to style. Double backticks and end it. And then we export const TMDB logo img. Be careful with the capital letters here. This is the movie database logo. So capital TMDB, capital L, and capital I. And from the styled, we're going to style another image like this. So this is the 4 style components that we're going to use for this React component. So save the file, and I'm going to show you in the next video how to create the styles, the actual CSS. But move inside of the index.js, we're going to create our header component now. The first thing you do when you create a React component is to import React capital R from React. And that will make sure that we are using React in this component. Then I have some images for the logo. So if we look inside of the image folder, I have the TMDB logo. This is an SVG, so we just see some code here. And then we also have the React movie logo. And that's also an SVG. So move back to the index.js. We're going to import these ones now. So import RMDB logo. You can name it to whatever you want here, but I choose to name it RMDB logo. You could just name it logo, of course, if you want to do that. But I want to separate them out because we're going to have the TMDB logo also. And we're going to import it from ... That's in the header folder. Then we want to go up one more folder. So ... again. And then we have our images folder. And then we grab the React-movie-logo.svg. In this case, it's really important that you also type out the SVG extension. Otherwise, it won't work when it's an image. So that's the RMDB logo. Then we import the TMDB logo from ... images / TMDB _logo.svg. Like this. And as you can see, this can be a really long file path here, and that's no good in some cases. Of course, you could set up this with Create React App, so you use absolute imports instead. But I choose to not do this in this course as I want this to be kind of beginner friendly. And to be honest, we're not going to have that long file path. So that's why. Okay, so that's our logos. That's our images for the logos. Then we're going to import the styles that we created in header.styles.js because we export them here, as I told you. So we're going to import them in this component. So import curly brackets. We have our wrapper. We have our content. We have our logo IMG. We have our TMDB logo. No, logo IMG. TMDB logo IMG. And we're going to import these ones from ... header.styles. And we end it with a semicolon. I'm going to remove the sidebar here so we can see what we're doing. That's it. We have everything we need to assemble this component for now. So we're going to create a component that's named header. And we're going to use just functional components in our application because now you can have state in your functional components. A couple of years ago, you had to create a class if you want to have some state. But now we have hooks and we can use just functional components. So I like to create my components with an arrow function. So const header equals parenthesis and a fat arrow. And that's an arrow function. You can have a regular function if you want to have that also. And then, of course, you just do it like this instead. Function header. And you have your curly brackets. But I like to have the arrow function. And that's because you can make an implicit return like this. If we're just returning JSX, we can have parentheses and you don't need to type out return. And in our case, we're going to have the wrapper. That's the style component that we created. And inside of the wrapper, we're going to have the content. That's also a style component that we created. And then I'm going to have the logo IMG. And we can set the source on this one because this is an image tag that we styled. So we can use the same attribute. The src is going to equal. And we have imported our RMDB logo. RMDB logo like this. We set an alt. And we can name it RMDB-logo. And then we can self-close it like this. So that's our logo for this application. Then we have the movie database logo. TMDB logo IMG. We have the src. It's going to be the TMDB logo IMG. And we set the alt to TMDB-logo. And we self-close it. Do some auto formatting. And now you can see, okay, I just named it TMDB logo. Of course, that's the style component. We shouldn't use that. So TMDB logo, of course. And now you can see that it complains here because we're not exporting this one. It says it's never used, and that's because we don't export it. You should always export it. And I like to do the export here at the bottom. So export default header. And this is also ES6 syntax for exporting something. So in this case, we don't have a named export. We export it as a default. Some people like to have their export here instead. I don't like that, so that's why I have it at the bottom here. But you can do however you want. And this is our header component for now, but we're not actually using it. If we go back to our application here, you can see that nothing has happened because we have created a component, but we're not actually using it yet. So we have to do something about that. So let's go back to our app.js file. And inside of this div here, the wrapping div, this is also something that you have to know, because in React, you can always just return one component. You have to wrap the components if you have multiple of them in another component or in something that's called a fragment that I'm going to talk about later in this course. So inside of here, we're going to have our header component, but first we have to import it, of course. So what I like to do, I like to mark it with components like this. And then I import header from ./components/header like this. When you want to use a component in React, you have to import it first like this. This is a module that we import. Our component is a module that we import with ES6 syntax like this. Right, and then we can use the component here. For now, we don't have any props for this one. So just as we did with the global style, we can insert the component here down in the JSX. And we have our header. So do some auto formatting and save it. And if we go back to our browser, you can see that we can't really see the images now. And that's because we haven't set the styling for the images now. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. Or if you choose to not create the styles, you probably will see the header up here now if you're using the styles that you copied over to your project folder. But in the next video, we're going to create the styles, and that will make the header show up with the logos. We have created our header component, but we can't really see anything. So we have to create the styles for it also. You can see it, yeah, it looks like crap here. So we have to give this some styling also, so we see the nice little logos and our header. So inside our file that's called header.styles.js, we're going to start by creating the wrapper style component. We're going to set a background on that one, background. And from our variables, we're going to grab the one that's called dark gray, like this. And then I'm going to give it some padding, 0 and 20 pixels, and that will give it some padding on the sides. So save it, go back to our browser, and now you can see that we see our gigantic logos here and our gigantic header. So we have to do something about this one also. So we have our content div. This one is going to be displayed as a flex because I want to place the logos on the left and the right, and we can do that with flex. So first we align items to center, and this will align them vertically. And then we justify the content. And we set it to space between, and this will create space between them and push them to the side. One is going to be pushed to the right, and one is going to be pushed to the left. And I'm also going to set the max width of this one, and that's why I also have a container that's called content, because the wrapper is going to have this background of dark gray, but I don't want the content itself to have the full width. The max width is going to be from our variable --max width, like this. And I'm going to set some padding at the top and bottom of 20 pixels and 0 on the sides. And I set the margin to 0 auto. And this will center the content div itself. Save it, go back and see what we've got so far. You can see that they are pushed to the sides, and that's great. Flexbox is really neat to do stuff like this, but the size isn't correct on the logo, so we have to modify this. So we have our logo IMG. That's the main logo, and that's a style image. We set the width to 200 pixels on this one. Save it. Go back to the application. You can see that we have the correct size here. But we also want to change this size on the logo when we're on smaller devices. So we create a media query at media screen and max-width. I don't really know if you need to actually use screen today. I think it's not necessary, but I'm used to that, so I will do that. I set the max width to 500 pixels. This means that when the screen size is lesser than 500 pixels, this one will kick in. So we set the width to 150 pixels on that one. Save it, go back to our application and see what we got. So I can make this smaller, and you can see that there
The logo gets smaller also, so we know that the media query is working. And this is also something that's super great with style components because you can nest the media queries as I did inside of this component. I think this is very readable to do it like this because you know that this specific media query belongs to this component. All right, so that's the main logo. Then we just have to style the TMDB logo also. So I'm going to set the width to 100 pixels on this one. And then I set a media query on this one also at media screen and max width 500 pixels. So it may seem redundant to have two of them here, but actually, as I told you, I think this is very readable. If you want to change a media query for just that component, you can do that inside of the nested media query here. And I like that a lot. So for this one, I'm going to set the width to 80 pixels and save it. Go back to the application, and there you have it. This is our header. And you can see that it's working on both of the logos when we make the viewport smaller. Sweet, that's the styles for the header. In the next video, we're going to scaffold out our homepage. All right, we're going to start building the homepage for our nice little application. And we're going to have all this stuff here on our homepage. The homepage is going to be what's called a container component. And then we're going to create different components, for example, for the hero image, for the search bar, for the thumbnails, for the grid, and for the load more button. Let's go back to our code editor. And inside the components folder, we create a new file that we call home.js, capital H. And this one, I don't have a folder for this one because this is kind of more a container component. So we don't have any styling in this one. We're going to apply the styling on the individual components instead. All right. So the first thing we always do when we create a component in React is to import React. Import React from React. Then I'm going to create a little comment here and call it config because I'm going to import some stuff from the file that's called config.js. And inside of this file, I've set everything up for you that's needed for the movie database API. And I export them here in an object. So we're going to import a few things from this file in the home component. So go back to the home.js and we import curly brackets. We're going to import the poster underscore size, all capital letters. We're going to import the backdrop underscore size and the image underscore base underscore URL. I'll remove this sidebar here. We're going to import them from /config like this. And be very careful here with the spelling, all capital letters and underscore. All right. Then later we're going to import a lot of components here. So for now, I just mark it like this. We're also going to import a hook. So I marked that one also. And we're also going to import an image. So if we go back and look here in the images folder, I have this image that's called no_image. And this one is a fallback image if we don't get an image back from the movie database API. So we have this funny little smiley balloon here that we'll fall back to if we don't have an image. So go back to the home.js and we import. I'm going to call it no image. And when you do an import like this, you can call it whatever you want. So it doesn't need to be named like this. I'm going to import from /images. And I grab the no_image.jpg. Very important to have the file extension when you're importing images like this. All right. Then I'm going to create the component itself. And as I told you, I like to create it with an arrow function. You can have a regular function if you want to do that. I have a const home. I have a capital H. All React components always have a capital first letter. Very important. Always name your components with a capital first letter. So home, capital H. And then we don't have any props for this one. So I just leave it empty here, the parenthesis. And then I have an arrow function. And I have curly brackets because this one is going to have some logic inside of it. So we have to have a return statement and make an explicit return. So return, and for now, we can just return a div that says homepage like this. All right. Then we can also actually scaffold out our states that we're going to have in this component. And for that one, we're going to need a hook that's called useState. So make sure to import that one up here. You type in a comma and then you have curly brackets, and we import useState from the React library. And the useState hook is the hook that you use in functional components in React to create a state. So when we call the useState hook, we'll get an array back. The first value is going to be the state value itself, and the second value is going to be the setter for the state. And the standard for grabbing and using these values is to use the ES6 syntax for the structuring. So I create a const, I destructure out the state, and the setter for the state, set state. And you can call it whatever you want here, but I want to call this state. You could call it cool like this, but I don't actually think it's that cool. So I'm going to stick with state like this. And then we have an equal sign and we call the useState hook. For now, we leave it empty, but you could provide it with an initial state in here, but we don't do that for now. So as you can see here, I'm calling useState, and this one will give us an array back. So from that array, I destructure out the state and the setter for the state. Otherwise, we could do it like this, but you shouldn't do that. We have a const state, useState, like this, and this state will be an array with the first value, state value here, and then we have the setter for the state as the second value. And then as we didn't destructure this one out here, we just put it in this const that's called state. If we want to grab the state, we have to type it in like this to use the index 0 because that's the first value in the array. And if we want to set the state, we have to grab the setter like this with the second value in the array, that is the index 1. So that's no good, actually. It's much better to do it like this instead. We destructure it out, and we can also name them individually by doing it like this. All right, so this is the way to go. This is the way you should do it. So that's the state that will hold all the movies. Then we're going to have a state for the loading. So loading and set loading equals useState. And this one I'm going to give an initial state. I'm going to set it to false. And this is also great with the useState hook. You can have as many of these ones as you want, so you can split the state up into multiple ones. And you couldn't do that in the class components in React, because before we had the useState hook, we needed to create a class to have state in React. And then we just had one state, and you have to have a state object with all the stuff in it. But now we can separate them out into different states, and that's super great. So I'm going to create the third one that I called error and set error. And this one is going to be used if we receive an error from the API. So we can have this as a flag, and we set this one to false also. All right. So that's the states. We have to do one more thing because we have created this component, and we also have to export it. So export default home like this. See if we can get some auto formatting. No, it looks great anyways. All right. Save the file. But if we go back to our application, you can see that we don't see anything yet. It just says start here. That's because we have created a component, but we're not actually using it. So in the app.js file, up here where we import the header, we're going to import home from /components and home like that. And then we can use that component down here. So we remove start here and use our component, and we self-close it because we're not sending in any props. So we just type out the name in a tag like this, save the file, go back to the application, and you can see that it says homepage. And that's great. We know that it's working. And you may wonder why we have all these warnings here, but they are just warnings because we're not using these values now. So they will disappear later when we use them in the component. So nothing to worry about there. In the next video, I'm just going to do a short talk on the standard hooks that's in the React library, and then we'll move on and actually fetch some data from the movie database API. Okay, before we move on, I just want to make a brief talk about the built-in hooks that's in the React library. We can also create our custom hooks, and we're going to do that in this course also, but we have some hooks that's built in that you're probably going to use most of the time when you create React applications. So I'm on the reactjs.org, and I'm in this chapter here that's called hooks. This is great if you want to know more about hooks, because honestly, hooks can be a little bit hard to grasp in the beginning.
So I highly recommend that you actually read this chapter here if you're completely new to hooks and if you're new to React. This is a great way to start doing some reading before you do any course or create anything with React. It's always a good idea to have some basic theoretical knowledge before you start with something. But of course, it depends on how you like to learn stuff, so I shouldn't tell you how to do it. All right, so they have an introduction to hooks. They have different chapters here. We're actually going to look at this one, number 7, Hooks API Reference. And I'm going to talk about the hooks that's built in the library. So they separate it in basic hooks and additional hooks. And the basic hooks are probably the ones that you're going to use, not maybe 99%, but perhaps 95% of the time. And then you're going to create some own custom hooks and use some special hooks sometimes. So we already talked a little about the use state hook. That's the one that you use for creating state in a functional component in React. So that one we imported in the last video and we initialized it and set it up in the home component. We're also going to use a hook that's called useEffect, and useEffect is a hook that you can use for side effects. So in our case, we're going to grab data from an API, and that's a side effect. So we're going to use the useEffect hook for grabbing that data. And we're going to use the state to keep that data in our application. Then you have a hook that's called useContext. We're not going to use that hook in the main part of this course, but I am going to use the useContext hook in the extra chapter at the end, where I create a movie database login in the application and make it possible for you to cast a vote on the movies. Then I'm going to set up a global state that holds the login information of the user by using the useContext. So that's the basic hooks. And then you have some additional hooks. Use reducer, that's something that's very similar to if you, for example, have used Redux. The use reducer is very similar to that one. And it can be used instead of the use state hook if you want a more, I don't know if it's a more complex state, but yeah, maybe a more complex state than the use state. We won't use it in this course. And the use callback and use memo hooks are hooks that you can use to memorize stuff if you don't want to recreate, for example, a function on each render. They're very handy if you, for example, run into something that's called an infinity loop with the use effect. That's very common actually in React that you can do that, because if you set the state in a use effect, that will trigger a re-render. And if you have a dependency in the use effect, for example, a function that recreates on each render, that will trigger that effect again, and that will set the state again, and it will trigger the effect again. And yeah, you get the point here. It will create an infinity loop. Then you can use the use callback to wrap that function inside the use callback hook, and that won't recreate the function on each render, because by default, if you create just a regular function, React will recreate that function on each render. And the use effect, if you specify that one in something that's called a dependency array that we're going to talk about, then that use effect will trigger again because it will think it's a new function, because that function has been recreated on the next render. So use callback and use memo are hooks you can use to memorize stuff in React, but I think they are a little bit more advanced, so I won't use them in this course. The use ref hook, we're actually going to use that one because I'm going to show you a little trick in this application and a neat little use case to use this one. Use ref is basically a hook you can use to create a mutable value that won't trigger a re-render. You can see it just maybe like a kind of a regular variable that won't trigger a re-render. So we can use this one to create a mutable value, because if we have it in a state, it will always trigger a re-render when we change that value. But if we change the value with the use ref hook, it won't trigger a re-render. Use imperative handle. I've never used this one, so I actually don't know what it's for. Use layout effect. It's very similar to use effect. They only differ in when they trigger. So there's no use case for the use layout effect in this course, so I won't go into detail. And use debug value. I haven't used this one either. These are the built-in hooks in React. But I think the strength about hook is that you actually can create custom hooks, and we're going to do that in this course also. That was a brief introduction to hooks in React. So in the next video, we're going to fetch some data from the movie database API. We're going to use the use effect hook and the use state hook for that. All right, let the fun begin, because now we're actually going to fetch some data from the movie database API. And that's super exciting, because it's always great when you see the magic happens when you have that nice little JSON object with all the data that we fetch from an external source. I like that. I love it.
All right, so we're going to be in the home.js file for this one now. Then later we're going to kind of break this one out and place it in its own custom hook. But for now, we're going to be in the home component and create it inside of here. So we're already importing use state, but we're also going to import use effect because we're going to use this one for fetching the data. Then I have this file here that's called api.js, and inside of this file, I created all the functions for fetching data from the API. And I will also say that this will probably be one of the most advanced videos in this course and also one of the longest. So you can care a little extra about this video because it's kind of advanced stuff in this one. All right, in this file api.js, I have this object here where I export a couple of functions. The 3 first ones are the ones that we actually need to care about. The other ones is for the bonus material for this course, so you don't have to care about that now. So this one is the one that we're going to use now, fetch movies, and this will fetch a lot of movies, multiple movies. Then I have this fetch movie without the S, and this one will fetch an individual movie. And then I have fetch credits, and that's the credits for the movie itself. So these ones are going to be used for the individual movie page. And if we take a quick look at this fetch movies here, you can see that this one has the parameters of search term and page. So we're going to give it the search term and the page that we want to fetch. And I have a ternary operator here. That's ES6 syntax for kind of a shortcut for if and else. So I do a check here. I check if I have a search term, and then I have a question mark. And if this one is true, if I have a search term, it will run this one to the right of the question mark. And if this one is false, I have a colon here. It will run this one to the right of the colon. It's a shorthand for if and else. And I have to do this because we have different resources from the endpoint depending on if we're doing a search or if we're grabbing the most popular movies. So that's why I have this ternary operator here. So if we're in the search, we're going to use this resource from the endpoint here and also attach the search term. And then we also grab the correct page. So we add this as a param to the URL. And then I return on await, and I actually await this 2 times, and that's because I first await the fetch from the endpoint, and then I await when I actually convert it with JSON, because this one is also async, so that's why I have 2 awaits. And as I have an await, I have marked this one with an async, so I'm using the async await syntax for this one. You could also use the good old then, but I think that's not as readable. I actually like this a lot more, so that's why I'm using the async await syntax for this one. All right, and I think that's it for this file. We don't have to care about this because we're going to import this function. So go back to home.js, and just below here, I'm also going to remove the sidebar. I mark it with API, and then I import API from ../API. And this will give us this object where we can access those functions I talked about. All right, so that's the API. Then down in the actual component here, just above the return statement, we can create the new function that we're going to call fetch movies. And as we're fetching from the API and we're going to use await, we have to mark this with async. And then it's going to have 2 parameters. It's going to have the page and the search term. And we can set the default value on the search term to an empty string like this. Then I have an arrow and I have curly brackets. So we create this function here. It's an async function because we're going to fetch from the API and await that data. This one is going to get the page. We can send in what page we want to grab. And then we can also send in the search term. We haven't actually created this one yet because this one is going to be another state when we create the search bar. So we're going to add in more states here later and also have a state for the search term. And if we don't send in a search term, we're going to fall back to an empty string. So we set this one as default. So that's the fetch movies function. We're going to wrap this in a try and catch block. Try and catch. And we can get the error. In this case, I'm not actually going to set the error. I'm just going to have a flag that's setting if it's true or false. But of course, you can have a state where you can store the message from the error also if you want to do that. So in the catch, we're just going to have set error and we set it to true. And here you can see how I use this setter for this state. So we destructure it out here, and to set a new state for that one, we call this one and we give it the value. So I call set error and I give it the value true, and this will change that state to true. Inside our try block, we're first going to set the error to false. because now we're grabbing new data. So we have to make sure that this one isn't set to true because we don't have an error before we have fetched anything. And we're going to set the loading to true because now we're fetching. So we set this flag to true. And this is how we can keep track on when we're actually fetching, and we can show the loading spinner and stuff like that. All right. Then I create a const that I call movies, and this const is going to hold all the movies. So I'm going to await. And from the API that we imported up here, we have that function that I showed you that's called fetch movies with an S, really important. And then we're going to give it the search term and the page. So this will hopefully grab the movies for us, and we can try this out with console log movies. But if we go back to our application, you can see that we don't actually get anything here because we haven't triggered this function, and we have to do that in a use effect. So we have the function now, but we haven't triggered it. Do some auto formatting and go below the function here. And we call the use effect. And the use effect is called with an inline function like this. And then we can do what we want inside of this use effect. So what we want now is to trigger this only on mount, only when we mount this home component on the initial run of this one. So we can do this by specifying a comma here and an empty array. This is what's called a dependency array for the use effect. And we can specify different dependencies on when we want this use effect to trigger. In our case, we just want it for now to trigger when we start up the application and when the home component mounts. So I specify this as an empty array for now. And when we specify it as an empty array, it will just run once. So that's really neat. In this case, we can just call fetch movies. We're going to send in 1 because we want to fetch the first page. We can also mark this one actually with initial render. So we have specified an empty dependency array, meaning that it will only run once on the initial render. And inside the use effect, we call our fetch movies function. And hopefully we will get the console log of all the movies if we save this one and go back to our browser. And yes, you can see here, we have the movie object here. So in this object, we have the page 1, and this is all from the movie database API. So it's nothing that we have set up here. We have a total pages of 500, total results of 10,000. And we have the actual movies in a property that's called results. And this is an array, and we get 20 movies at a time from the API. So that's sweet. We know that we're grabbing data, and we know that it just triggers once. And that's super great. So now when we have the data here, we can actually set our state because we have our state up here and we want to put our movies in the state. So I'm going to call set state. And for this one, I'm going to provide it with an inline function. It's a callback function that's going to be called with the previous state by the state setter. If you provide a state setter with a function, it's going to be called with the previous state. And that's great because we need a previous state when we set the state. And I'm going to show you why in a second. So we have a parameter that I call prev. You can call it whatever you want. In the state, we want to set an object. So we want to return an object. So I have a parenthesis and curly brackets. If we didn't have the parenthesis, it would think that these curly brackets marks the scope of the function itself, and that's no good. We want to return an object, and an object also is marked with curly brackets. So we have this parenthesis before and this parenthesis after, and this will make sure that we return an object. And this parenthesis here is for the setter, of course, so we have 2 parentheses here at the end. So I have this neat little plugin also in Visual Studio Code where you can see I get these different colors of the parentheses. So it's really easy to see the parentheses. I think it's called rainbow brackets, that plugin. So we're going to set the state. We have the movies inside of this const. So I'm going to use the ES6 syntax that's called spread. I use 3 dots and spread the movies. And this is because I'm going to take this object here and spread it out here. That means that we're creating a new object. It's going to take all the properties from these movies and spread them out inside of this object here. When you set the state in React, you should always provide it with a new value. You should never mutate the state in React because if you mutate the state directly, it won't trigger a re-render and there can be a lot of trouble. You should always use a setter like this to modify the state, and you should always provide it with a new value and not mutate the state. Really, really important. Never mutate the state in React.
Okay, so we have the movies, and then if you remember, we have this property here that's called results. So this is holding all the movies. But in our case, we need to decide on how this new state should look, because if we load more movies, we want to append the new movies to the old state, to the old movies, and not wipe them out. So we have to do some check here for that on the results. So we have the results property, colon, and then I'm going to put it on a new row. I'm going to check if the page is greater than 1. Then I have a question mark. This is a Turner operator here again. I'm going to return a new array. I spread out from the previous state, prev, that's the one here. As I told you, this one is getting called with the previous state. So from the previous state, I spread out the old results, 3 dots, prev dot results with an S at the end. All right, so that's the old movies that we already have in the state. Then I have a comma, and I'm going to attach the new movies. So from the new movies, dot, 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 movies, dot, results. And this one is going to append the new movies to this array. So we get an array with the old movies and the new movies, and that's great. Then we have a colon, because if we're not loading more, we can wipe out the old movies and just give it the new movies that we got in this const called movies. So dot, 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 movies, dot, results, like this. Do some auto formatting, and this will hopefully work. We don't know if it works because we haven't created a load more button yet, so we'll see that later in the course. And there's one more thing we have to do, because we're setting the loading to true here, and we have to set it to false when we have grabbed all the movies. So just below the try and catch block here at the end of this function, we're going to set loading to false, like this. Save the file, go back to see that it works, reload it, and yes, it works, and that's super great. But we're console logging it out here. We don't know if it works with the state, so we remove this console log and go down here somewhere just above the return statement, and we can console log out the state instead. Save the file, and we hope for the best. Go back to the browser, and yes, you can see we have the state here. And you may wonder, why is it showing this many times? And that's because if we look in the home component, we have 3 different states here, so it will re-render each time we change one of these states. And some may say and go crazy, oh, we have a lot of re-renders, that's crazy. It will make this application so slow. But yeah, you shouldn't worry about that actually, because React will diff those things and only update things in the DOM that has changed. So it doesn't matter if it re-rendered this many times. And to be honest, React is fast, so even if you had a lot of re-renders, you won't have any performance issue in an application of this scale. Don't worry, it's completely okay that it re-renders all these times, because it won't re-render the complete page. It will only re-render the stuff that has changed. All right, that's how you fetch data from the movie database API with a use effect hook, and then you put it in the state with a use state hook. In the next video, we're going to take all this logic here and create our own custom hook and place that data inside of there. And then we can get rid of this one in the home component, so it will look a lot cleaner. Okay, we're grabbing data from the movie database API with a use effect hook, and we place it in the state with the use state hook. We're going to move all this logic inside of a custom hook instead, because that will make this component a lot cleaner. And it's always great to separate out this logic if we want to reuse it somewhere else in the application. In our case, we don't need to do that. So we do it just because we want to clean up this component and to separate out this logic. So that's why you create custom hooks. Either you do it because you want to reuse some logic somewhere in your application, or you want to clean it out and have that separated out. So inside of the src folder, not in the components folder this time, inside of the src folder, create a new folder that's called hooks. And inside of that folder, create a new file that's called use home fetch camel casing.js. Capital H, capital F. And why do I name it like this? Well, React wants you to name all your custom hooks with use and then your name. That way React knows that this is a custom hook. You could skip to use, but you shouldn't do that. You should always name them with use before the name. Always do it like that. Otherwise, it can give you trouble in the future. So inside of this file, I'm going to create a new function. I'm going to export it also, because we're going to import this one in our home component and use this custom hook. Export const.
use home fetch. And I create a regular arrow function like this. All right, so that's our function. Then we go back to our home component inside of the components folder. And we're going to grab all this logic here, all the states, the fetch movies function, and the use effect. We can keep the console log for now. It's going to give us an error, but that's okay. We're going to fix that soon. Go back to the use home fetch custom hook, paste the logic in here. And it complains now because we haven't imported these ones here. So we could actually just copy them from the home component. But just as before, I want us to type in stuff a lot here because we're learning stuff. So we're going to import from the React library. We're going to need the use state. So import curly brackets, use state, comma, use effect. And we're also going to use a hook that's called use ref later, so we can import that one also. And we import it from React. And you can see that I don't import React in this one because we not need the actual React library. We just need this stuff from that library. So that's why we don't have any JSX or anything here. So that's why we don't need to import React itself. We also need to import the API. And that one we can actually just copy this one from the home. So go back to the home, cut this one out here, the import API, like this. Go back to the use home fetch hook and paste it in here. And this one should be it. All right. Do some auto formatting. And we only have this function now. We're not actually returning something. So we have to return something in our custom hook also. So go down to the bottom of the function. And there we're going to return our states for now. We're going to return more stuff in this one later when we create more stuff. But now we return an object. And we have the state. We have the loading and the error. Like this. And this is also ES6 syntax. As we return this object, this one is automatically going to get the property state because it has the same name. And all of these ones has the same name. So we don't have to specify them explicitly. It will figure this out itself. All right, there's one more thing I want to do inside of this one before we finished for this video. And that is I want to create an initial state. So up here, I create a const initial state. It's always a great idea to have an initial state if you want to reset stuff, and we want to do that later. So I'm going to structure this state just as the one that we got back from the movie database API. So we have the page. It's going to be 0 initially. Then we have the results. That's the property that holds all the movies. I'm going to provide it with an empty array initially. We have the total underscore pages is going to be 0. And the total underscore results, it's going to be 0 also. So this is the initial state. And now we can give this initial state to the use state here where we create a state. So I provide it with the initial state, and this will make sure that it gets this state. All right, so that's our custom hook for now. We go back to the home component, and now we have to use this custom hook. I already created this comment here where we're going to import it. So we import curly brackets, use movie fetch, like this, from ... hooks, and use home fetch. Then inside of our sad little empty home component, we're going to use this one. And yet again, I'm going to use ES6, the structure syntax, to get those properties from the object that we exported here. We export an object with all these values here. So I'm going to destructure them out here. Curly brackets, state, loading, and error, equal sign, and I call my custom hook, use movie fetch. So this will hopefully work. We're console logging out the state. So we save this file, make sure that you also save the hook itself, and go back to the browser, reload it. Yeah, I have some error here. Use movie fetch is not exported. Didn't I export it? Export const. Yeah, it should be use home fetch, of course, not use movie fetch. So I changed this one to use home fetch. Use home fetch like this. Save the file, go back to the browser, and you can see that we have our state here, and that's great. You can see there's a lot of re-renders, and a lot of people will say, oh, crazy, there's too many re-renders. This is a performance issue, but it's actually not. So this is totally fine. But you can see that we have our initial state here first, and it's 0. Everything is zeroed out. And then we get the data here, and we have all the movies inside here. So that's sweet. And I promise you it won't be any performance issue in this application because of these re-renders. So this is how you create a custom hook in React. Always name your custom hooks with use before you have your name. That's really important. You should always name them like this. In the next video, we're going to start creating the components for the homepage, and we're going to start with the hero image. In this video, we're going to create this hero image here in the application. So we're going to grab a background image and all the text here from the movie database API. Or actually, we have already grabbed them, so we're going to use that data inside of the HeroImage component. So let's go back to our code editor, and inside the components folder, create a new folder that we call HeroImage. Capital H, capital I. And inside the HeroImage folder, create a new file that we call index.js, and also a file that we call HeroImage.styles.js. Just as before, I'm just going to scaffold out the styles so we can use them in the component, but I'm going to create the actual styles in the next video instead. So if you already have this file here and choose to not create the styling for this course, you already have this file here and don't need to do this. So in the HeroImage.styles.js, import styled from style components like this. Then I'm going to export a const that I call wrapper, and it's going to equal from styled.div. I'm going to create a div. I have backticks like this. Then I'm going to export const content equals styled.div, exactly the same, and double backticks. Then I'm going to have one that's called export const text equals styled.div. Double backticks, and that's it. That's 3 of them. Save this file and go inside the index.js file. We import React from React. Then we're going to import the styles. So I mark it with styles. Import wrapper, content, and text from ./HeroImageStyles. All right. Then I create the component itself, const HeroImage, capital letters H and I equals. And this one is actually going to receive some props. And a prop is something that you can send into a component so that component can change dynamically depending on the props. A prop should never be changed inside a component that receives the props. So they can only change if something re-renders and they get a new prop. So that's how that works. And the props is sent into component on a prop object like this. So we have the prop. I have an arrow function. And for this one, I'm just going to return JSX. So I can make an implicit return. So I have parentheses. So I can skip the return statement. And then I have my wrapper. And this is a style component. We scaffolded it out just recently. This one can also receive a prop. So when you send in a prop to a component, you do it by naming the prop and then you give it the value. In this case, it's going to be from the prop that this component get, prop. There's going to be a prop that's called image. So we send that along to this style component that's named wrapper. And in the next video, I'm going to show you how we can set the background image in this component by sending in the image URL to the style component that's named wrapper. So that's what I'm doing here. So I'm sending this URL along to the style component on a prop that's called image. Inside this wrapper, we're going to have the content. And inside the content, we're going to have the text like this. And inside the text, we're going to have a regular h1 tag. And in JSX, when you want to use a JavaScript expression, you create curly brackets and then you type in your expression. In our case, we want to show the title. And this hero image is going to receive the title from the prop that's called title like this. And you end it with a curly bracket. You can have any JavaScript expression inside of here that you want. So you can do some calculations and map through stuff and things like that we're going to do later also. I'm going to show you that. Then we have a p tag. And yet again, I have curly brackets. I have the text and end curly brackets. And that one is from the prop.text. Do some auto formatting. And then I export default hero image. And this looks fine actually, but I want to show you a little trick here now that you should use when you create your components. Because now we have to type out prop.image, prop.title, prop.text. So instead you can use ES6 syntax up here and destructure out these props from the prop object. So we have parentheses, and then we have curly brackets. So we're destructuring out this object, and then we have the image, title, and the text. And then we can remove prop here on all of these. So I think you should get used to always doing it like this, because it will look a lot more cleaner with the structure them out up here, so we don't have to type in prop every time. All right, save the component. And just as usual, we can't see anything now if we go back to our application, because we haven't used the component yet. Save it, go back to home. And up here, where I marked it with components, we import HeroImage from ./HeroImage. And now we can use this component. So below here, instead of homepage and this div, we can just return the hero image like this. But we want to send along some props to this one also, because this one needs the title and stuff like that. And we also need to check that we actually have any movies in the state. So we can't actually do it like this, because it will throw an error if we don't have any movies in that array. So what we can do here instead, we return something here inside of the parentheses, because we're going to need multiple rows. So we move this one inside of here instead. And as I told you before, we can only return one parent element in JSX. So we have to wrap this once, because we're going to have more components here later. So we can create something that's called a fragment in React. We could, of course, create a div like this and move this one inside. But sometimes we don't actually want to create a div. We just want to return this without creating a div. And you can do that by creating a fragment. And this is the shorthand for fragments. You just create these angle brackets and an end angle bracket, and this will work. So inside of here, we also want to check if we actually have some result in the state. So just as before, as I did in the hero image itself, you can see here in the JSX, where I have a JavaScript expression, I can do the same in the home. So go back to the home. I have a curly bracket, and now I can use any JavaScript expression that I want. So I want to check if state results, and the hero image is going to be the first movie. It's going to be the most popular movie. So I grab the first element in the array. I check if that one exists. And then I do something that's called a short circuit. So I have double ampersands. And I'm going to move this curly bracket to the end of here, because I want this one to be nested inside of this one. So this means that if this one is true, it will run this code here. If it's false, it will just fall back. And sometimes some argue that you shouldn't do it like this, because it will return the actual value false here, but JSX won't show it. But if you want, you could instead do a ternary operator like this. So if this one is true, we return the hero image, and then we have a colon, otherwise we return null. We can put it on its own row, and this will also work. And we want to give this hero image some props. So we have a prop of image, and that one is going to equal. And this one I have to construct, because the image URL is constructed by the image base URL that we get here, and also the backdrop size. So I have backticks, $, curly brackets. I'm going to grab the image base URL like this. And this one is going to be long, so I'm going to remove the sidebar. So this is a template literal, and you can interpolate expressions like this in a string literal. All right. Then I'm going to add the backdrop size like this. And then I'm going to add, you can see I have $, and curly brackets for all of them here. $, and curly brackets again. From the state.results, I grab the first element again. And then we have something that's called backdrop_path. Be very careful about the spelling here so you get that correctly. It's really, really easy to make a typo here, and then it won't work. This will get us the image URL. And these ones are all set up in this file here that's called config. They are set up as per instructions from the movie database API. You can see the image base URL is this URL here. So that's the one. And then I set the backdrop size. You can change this size if you want and try it here. You can make them smaller and you can set them to the original size. I set them to width 1280 in this case. So that's what I'm grabbing here, and I'm generating this string here by merging them together in this template literal here. All right. Then we have the title, and we get that one from stay.results, the first element, and we have a property that's called original_title, like this. And then we have the text, yet again from state results. From the first element. You could also break this out in its own variable if you don't want to type this in every time. So there's probably a lot of things you can optimize in this application, but as this is a beginner/intermediate course, I don't want to do a lot of stuff like this because it will only take time and it will be confusing with all the other stuff going on. So we have a property here that's called overview. And these are, of course, all from the movie database API. It's nothing that I have created. These are named like this from the movie database API. All right, do some auto formatting. So you can see here, I send in 3 props, image, title, and text. And these are the ones that I destructured out in this component itself. So when you want to give a prop to a component, you do it like this. You name the prop and then you give it the value. And then you can grab those props inside of this component. So save the file, go back to the browser, and you can see that we can't see anything yet. But if I mark it here, you can see that we have the text, but we don't actually have set any styling for this one yet. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. And then we'll hopefully see this nice little hero image in our application. It's time to create the styles for the hero component. So move back inside of the code editor. And the file that's called HeroImage.styles.js that we created in the last video. So we have all these components here. You can just give it some space here. And we're going to start with the wrapper. And to the wrapper, we send in a prop. If you remember this one here, you can see we have this image prop here. So just as we do with a regular component, we can send in props to a style component. And this is something that is super great with style components because this way, we can do some stuff with our CSS. And in our case, we're going to set a background image. The usual way you did that back in the days was that you had to create some inline CSS when you had a dynamic image and you didn't know from the beginning where it came from or what its name was. You had to set it with an inline styling on the element itself in the HTML. But in this case, we can do it much, much cleaner and send in a prop to this component and we set the image here. And also we're going to create, if you look here at the finished application, I don't know if you see it now, but there's a slight little gradient down here also, because I want this text to be able to be seen on any different background. That's why I have a dark little gradient below this text here. So that's what we're also going to create. So in the wrapper component, we have this div that we're styling here with style components. So we have the background. And we're going to set a linear gradient first. Linear gradient, parenthesis. And it's going to go to bottom, RGBA. And I use this because I want to set the alpha value, 0, 0, 0, 0. And these values are auto-generated from somewhere on the internet. I usually do that when I create gradients. It's so easy to just go there and type in your gradient and it will give you the code. So that's why all these values may seem a little bit odd. This one is 39%. And the RGBA is going to be 0, 0, 0, 0 again. And 41%. RGBA 0, 0, 0, and 0.65. That's the alpha value. And I see now that this one shouldn't even need to have 2 of these ones here. I think actually I can remove this one here. We don't need that one. And then we set 100%. And just after the parenthesis, the end parenthesis, you have a comma. And then we specify the URL. And now we can grab that prop that we send in here, and you do that as this is a template literal. Just as before, we use $sign and curly brackets, and we can grab those props. You create an inline function, and this one will get called with the props. And from the props, we grab the image. And if you want to destructure them out, you can do that also here. Then you have a parenthesis, and then you have the object, and then we destructure out the image, and we do it like this. All right? And then we have a comma, and from the variable, we grab dark gray. And hopefully this will work. Do some auto formatting and save it. Go back to the browser, and you can see that we actually have the image here, but we haven't set any other properties, so that's why it will look like this. So let's go back here, and we're going to set the background size 100% and cover. We're going to set the background position to center. The height is going to be 600 pixels. Position is going to be relative, because we're going to absolute position our text, so that's why we have to set this to relative. And I'm also going to have a slight animation on this one. So I set an animation that I'm going to call animate hero image, and it's going to be for 1 second. If we look at the finished here, you can see that it kind of fades up. So that's the animation that I'm going to create. And I do that below here. I nest it inside of here. So at keyframes, and the name is animate hero image. And I go from opacity, it's going to be 0, to opacity, it's going to be 1. Save it, go back and see what we've got. And there you have it. There's some little border up here. I don't know why. Let's see if it sorts itself out when I create other styles. But you can see that it animates in here quite smoothly, so that's great. All right, let's fix the other components. So we have the content. Padding is going to be 20 pixels on that one. We set a max width, and we grab from our variable the max width. And margin is going to be 0 in auto. Save it. Let's check it out. You can see that it's in the center now. That's great. And that one, remove that nasty little border up there also. So that's sweet. Then we have the text. So let's create that one also. I set the set index to 100 just to place it on top. I set the max width to 700 pixels on this text. Position is going to be absolute. From bottom, I'm going to set it to 40 pixels, and margin right is going to be 20 pixels. The min height is going to be 100 pixels. And the color is going to be, from the variables, we have the white. All right, so that's our text. And inside we have the H1 tag. So for that one, I set the font size. And from our variables, we have font super big, camel casing. And then I'm going to have a media query on this one. Media screen and max. Of course, I have to end this with a semicolon. Max width, 720 pixels. And I set the font size to a variable -- font big. So I'm making it slightly smaller. Right, that's the H1. Then we have the P tag. It's going to have a font size. From the variables, we grab font med. That's the medium size. And then we have a media query, media screen, and we set the max width to 720 pixels. And for that one, the font size is going to be variable font small. So this means, of course, that up until 720 pixels, we will use the font small. Otherwise, it will use the font medium. And the same goes here. We use the font big up until 720 pixels. Otherwise, we use the font super big. All right, then we're going to have a media query on the text itself. So media, screen, and max width 720 pixels. And we set the max width to 100%. And there may be room for optimization in the CSS because I haven't put the most focus in the CSS for this course, as this is a course in React. But I wanted to show you how to create the CSS also, so that's why I included it. But there are room for optimization, I'm sure of that. Go back and see what we got, and it seems to be working. Let's see what happens. Yeah, you can see it gets smaller, and that's great. And now it's actually starting to get fun because now we see different stuff happening here. Things are displaying on the screen. And that's what I like with front-end development, to actually see it put together like this. All right, in the next video, we're going to create the logic for the grid component. So we have our hero component, and the next component would be the actual search bar, but I'm going to save that one for later. So we're going to create this grid now instead in this video. So let's start by creating the logic just as usual. And in the next video, we create the styles. Go back to the code editor, and inside the components, create a new folder that's called grid. And inside the grid, create a new file that's called index.js and another file that's called grid.styles.js, and capital G on the grid, of course. And just as before, we're going to be in the grid.styles.js first to create the placeholders for the style components. So import styled from style components. Then we export the const that we call wrapper. And as you can see here, this is great with style components because I named them the same, but it doesn't matter. They will be scoped to that component, so we can have this exact same name. That's super sweet. So the styles won't interfere with each other. So style.div double backticks. And then we export const content, and that equals a styled.div also and double backticks. Save it and go inside of the index.js file. So we import React from React. Hopefully you're starting to learn this now, so this will be in your muscle memory later. Then we have the styles. We import the wrapper and the content from /grid styles. Then we create a component itself, const grid equals, and I'm going to destructure our two props that we're going to send into this one. So header and children. I have an arrow function, and I'm going to do an implicit return. And you may wonder what children is, and that is a default prop that we can use in React. When we nest stuff inside a component, they will be accessible in the children prop. So that's great. I'm going to show you how that works in a second. We're going to have our wrapper. Then we have an h1 tag. And then I have curly brackets because I'm going to grab the header prop and display that here. Then we have the content. And for that one, I create another curly bracket and I grab the children. So that means that whatever I wrap inside of this component when I use it, I can display it here by displaying the children. Then we need to export default grid like this and save it. So this is pretty much it for the grid component. If we go back to the home.js file, we can import it up here. Import grid from /grid. And then just below here, below the hero image, I'm going to use the grid here. And this one is going to get one prop. It's the header equals popular movies. So inside the grid, I'm going to map through all of the movies in the state. So I have curly brackets and state.results. I map. That's also ES6 syntax. We have a movie in this inline function. I can make an implicit return. So I have parentheses. And I use a lot of ES6 syntax here, as you can see. And hopefully you know a bit about it before you start this course, because it will be too long of a course if I explain every little syntax in detail. But I try to explain some stuff for you, and hopefully you learn a lot also from it. But the map method is something you can use instead of a for loop. So you use the map on the array, the results array, and it will map through each item in the array. We haven't created a thumbnail yet. So I'm going to create a div. And I think we have a property that's called title. So I map through every movie, and now I'm just going to show a div in the grid that shows us the movie title. Auto format it, save it, go back to the application, and you can see that we have all the movies here. So it's displaying the title. And you can see that it also warns us now, each child in a list should have a unique key prop. And that's when we map through things, we have to mark it with a key also, otherwise React will complain. React is using this internally to diff stuff and to optimize itself. So we can set a key on this one, and we're going to give it the movie.id. So this is a unique ID that we get from the movie database API. It sometimes returns 2 of the same movie, and this one will actually give a warning then. So it's some bug in the API, I think. Because it should only return 1 of each movie. So if it gives you a warning, it's probably that, because it has probably returned more than 1 of the same movie. So you could actually add something else here. You could add a random number also to the movie ID if you have that problem. So let's go back to the application, and you can see that it doesn't complain now. So now it's happy. We have provided a unique key, and that's super great. And we have the titles. But it looks like crap now because we haven't styled it and we haven't created the thumbnails yet. In the next video, we're going to style the grid itself, and then we're going to create the thumbnails. So we have our grid, but we have to style it also, and that's what we're going to do in this video. Move back to the code editor, and in the file that's called grid.styles.js in the grid folder, we have already created these ones here, so we're just going to fill them up with CSS. And also I can tell you, if you don't have that plugin installed in Visual Studio Code, I have a plugin that's called VS Code-style-components. So that's the one that creates this nice syntax highlighting inside of these style components. So that's a little tip if you haven't installed that one. All right, so let's create the styles for the wrapper first. We're going to set the max width from our variable that's called max width. Then we set the margin to 0 auto. That will center the div, and we give it some padding, 0 and 20 pixels. That's padding on the sides. And then we have the h1 tag. I'm going to set the color from the variable med gray on that one. And then also I'm going to have a media query. So at media screen and max dash width 768 pixels, and this one is going to change the font size from the variable font big. All right, save it, go back to the browser, and you can see that we have these nice margins here, but we haven't actually created a grid yet. So that's what we're going to do next. Inside the content component, we're going to display as a grid. Then we set something that's called grid template columns, grid dash template dash columns. We're going to set this one to repeat. And this is a little trick you can use if you want to create a responsive grid. So we repeat these columns. We set it to autofill, a comma, and then we use the min-max 200 pixels. That's the minimum width that those little thumbnails can have. And then we set it to 1 fragment, so we don't specify an exact pixel width on the max value. And this is CSS grid syntax. And the CSS grid would probably require a complete course on its own. So I'm not going to go there. Grid gap, we're going to set that one to 2 rem. So that will give it some spacing between the rows and the columns. Save it. Go back to the browser, and you can see that we have our grid. So now it's showing us 5 items on each row. If we do like this, you can see that it
it is responsive, and that's super great. That's a neat trick you can use if you have a grid like this. Just with one row in CSS grid, you can make it fully responsive. So that is really, really cool, actually. And it works because we set this one to repeat the columns, and we set it to autofill, and then we set a min and max value. So we're telling it when it's 200 pixels wide, it can't go lower. So then it removes one column instead, and it's going to do that all the way down to the mobile devices. All right, that's the styling for the grid. It was pretty fast, I think. In the next video, we're going to start creating the thumbnails. We have the grid now, but we haven't created the thumbnails for the movies, so that's what we're going to do next. Move back inside of the code editor, and inside the components folder, create a new folder that you call thumb, capital T. And inside of that folder, you create a new file that's called index.js. And then you create another file that's called thumb.styles.js. I hope you're beginning to see the pattern here on how I structure the components. So first we're going to start in the thumb.styles.js just as before. So we import styled from styled components. And for this one, we're only going to have one component. So export const image, capital I. And this one is going to be styled.img because we're styling the image here. All right, save it. And go back to the index.js file for the thumb. So first we import React from React. Then we mark it with styles and import image from /thumb styles. We're going to import some more stuff here later because these thumbnails are going to be clickable. We're going to create that later when we have set up the routing and also started to create our movie page. So for now, we create our thumb component, const thumb equals. I'm going to destructure out an image prop, a movie ID, and clickable. I make an implicit return on this one because I'm only going to return JSX. For this one, I'm going to have a wrapping div like this. And then we're going to use this prop to tell if it's clickable or not. And then we're going to have a turner operator here. But for now, we're just going to return an image. So that's the image that we created here. The source is going to be from the image prop. And we can set an alt of movie thumb on that one. We self-close it. And then down below here, we export default thumb. Save the file. Then we're going to go back to the home component and also import this one. So up here, import thumb from /thumb. All right. And below here, where we map through all of the movies, we're going to use our thumb instead of this div. So remove this one here. And we use the thumb. Then we're going to have a key for this one also, because we always need to have a key when we are mapping through components like this and display them. So the key is going to be just as before, the movie.id. We're going to set it to clickable. That's going to be true. It's always default to true. So you don't have to do this if you want to set it to true. For now, that one isn't working because we didn't utilize it in the component itself, but we're going to fix that later. Then we have the image prop, and we're going to give it the URL to the image. And for this one, we're also going to use that fallback image if we don't have an image for the movie. So we're going to have a turner operator here, movie.poster_path. So we're checking if we have a poster path. If we don't have that, we're going to display the fallback image. But if we have this path, we know that we can grab that image. So we have a question mark. I'm typing it on another row here, but it's a regular turner operator. Then we have the image base URL. And I'm actually going to show you the other way now and not do it like this here. You can do it the old way with plus instead. We have the poster size. And then we have the movie.poster path. Movie.poster_path. Be very careful with the spelling. It's very easy to make a little typo here, and that will break everything. All right, so that is when we have a poster path. Then we have the colon.
And we're going to display the no image if we don't have a poster path. So that's the image. Then we're going to send in the movie ID. And that is because when we click on a thumbnail, we need to have the movie ID for that thumbnail so we know what movie to grab and display on the individual movie page. So movie.id. And then we're going to close the thumb component. So be very careful here. It's a little bit nested and it's very easy to type something wrong here. But this should be right, I think. I really hope so. So I save it, go back to the browser. And as you can see, we have the thumbnail, but it doesn't look right. And that's because I haven't styled them yet. But at least we're displaying something. So in the next video, we're going to style the thumbnails to make it look something like this instead. Really pretty and modern, I hope. Okay, we soon have a grid with nice little thumbnails. We just have to style the thumb component itself. So inside the thumb.styles.js, we already created this one. We're going to style it inside of the image style component. So we're going to set the width to 100%. The max width is going to be 720 pixels. Transition, all 0.3 seconds. And that is because I want some nice transition on hover. Object-fit is going to be cover. Border-radius is going to be 20 pixels. And the cover here will center the image and make it fit nicely into the thumbnail. So that's a really handy little row you can use in CSS for stuff like that. I'm also going to have an animation on this one because I want it to fade up. We can actually look at that in the finished application. You can see here that these thumbnails are also fading up just as the hero image. That's what I want that animation for. So I call it animate thumb, 0.5 seconds. So I'm going to create that animation. So add keyframes and animate thumb. All right, I set the opacity to 0 to, it's going to be opacity 1. So that's the animation. And then I also want to set the hover effect. So hover like this. And I set the opacity to 0.8. Do some auto formatting and save it. Go back to the application. And as you can see, it's looking great. So that's nice. It's working. It's starting to look like something. We can compare it to this one here, and it looks exactly the same without the search bar. So we have a few things left to do. We have to create the spinner also when we're loading, and the search bar, and the button for loading more. In the next video, we're actually going to create the spinner component, so we have that ready when we want to show it when we're fetching more. Okay, we have our hero image and our grid. So we're going to create the spinner in this video. Back inside of the code editor and the components folder. And inside the components folder, create a new folder that we call spinner. And then we create a file that's called index.js and another file that's called spinner.styles.js. It's beginning to be a little bit repetitive here, but as I said so many times before now, it's always great to repeat stuff when you learn it. So even if it's boring, it's better to repeat it because then it will be in your muscle memory later. So that's why I repeat a lot of stuff also in this course. And this one is a little bit special actually because we have the component itself in the index.js file, but the component is really just going to be a style component. So in this index.js file, we're just going to import the style component in this file. So we can create this actually in this video, and then we import it, and then it will be finished. So in the spinner.styles.js file, we import style from style components. We export a const that we name spinner, and it equals a styled.div. Double backticks, and inside the backticks, we write our CSS. We set the border to 5 pixels solid. And we have the variable of light gray. We set the border dash top to 5 pixels solid with a variable dash dash med gray. We set the border dash radius to 50% because this one is going to be a circle, so that's why. The width is going to be 50 pixels and the height is also going to be 50 pixels. We have an animation on this one also. We call it spin, 0.8 seconds. It's going to be a linear animation and it's going to be infinite. And we set the margin to 20 pixels auto. All right, then we create the animation at keyframes. Spin. We go from 0%, transform, we rotate it 0 degree. Here I'm using percent instead, so you can use whatever you want. We didn't do that in the thumb styles. I'm using from to in that one instead. So I like to change stuff a little bit when I create courses like this so that you see that you can create it in many different ways. So here I'm using percent instead. And it should say transform, not transform. Transform and rotate 0 degrees. End it with a semicolon. And then we go to 100%. And the transform is going to be rotate 360 degrees. Do some auto formatting and save it. Then we go back to the index.js file in the spinner folder. And for this one, we just import the spinner that we created as a style component. So from ./spinner.styles. And then we export it. Export default spinner. So that's it for this component. We can actually see if it works also. So go back to the home page. Home.js. We import it first here. Import spinner from ./spinner. All right. And then here just below the grid, we can place the spinner. And also I saw here we don't actually need the use state and the use effect here more, so we can delete those ones also. Save the file, go back to the browser. And as you can see just below here, it's spinning like crazy. And of course, it's only going to be shown when we fetch data from the API. But for now, we're showing it all the time, but we're going to fix that later. So that's how you create a really simple spinner with some CSS and style components in React. In the next video, we're going to start creating the search bar. So we created a grid with our thumbs and we have our hero image and we want to create our search bar next. If we look at the search bar in the finished application, we can see that we have this nice little icon here. I created this myself. First I had an icon from Font Awesome, but then I thought, yeah, maybe shouldn't import the whole Font Awesome library just to have one icon. So that's why I created an SVG image instead. And then it says search movie and then we can type in something to search for in here. So this is how it works. So let's go back to our code. And inside the components folder, create a new folder that's called SearchBar, capital S, capital B. And inside of that folder, you probably guessed it, we create a file that's called index.js and a file that's called searchbar.styles.js. And we do as we always do. We're going to be in the searchbar.styles.js and we're going to scaffold out the style components. Import styled from style components. Then we export a const called wrapper and it's going to equal a styled.div. And we have double backticks and we export not triple backticks, double backticks and a semicolon. Then we export a const that's called content. It's going to equal styled.div, double backticks, and a semicolon. Save it, go back to the index.js in the search bar folder. We import React, comma. We're also going to import a few other stuff here. We're going to need a use state. We're going to need a use effect. And we're also going to need a use ref for this one. and we import it from React. So why do I need these things? Well, the state we're going to use to create what's called a controlled component. And that means that we're going to have our input field, but it's going to be controlled by React. The input field is going to be based on the value in the state. We're going to use the use effect to trigger when this local state changes. And then we're going to update the search term so that it will fetch new movies from the API. And the use ref is going to be used to show you a little trick that we can use if we don't want to do something in the use effect on the initial render. So then we're going to import the image. That's going to be that little icon I showed you. So import search icon, camel casing from // again, images. And we have something that's called search-icon.svg. Don't miss the file extension there. And then we have the styles. So import curly brackets, wrapper, and content from /searchbar.styles. All right, so that's our imports. And then we create a component, const searchbar, capital S, capital B equals, and we're going to destructure out the prop that's going to be set search term camel cased. I create an error, and then for this one, we're going to make an explicit return because we want to have some logic in it. So we have a return statement, parenthesis. Then we have our wrapper. And inside the wrapper, we're going to have our content like this. So the first thing we need is the icon, and it's going to be an image. So image src is going to be the search icon. We can set an alt on that one also, search-icon. We self-close it like this. So just the regular img tag. Then we're going to have an input field, and it's going to be of type text. We're going to have a placeholder. It's going to be search movie. And then we're going to have an onChange handler and a value. But for now, I'm just going to self-close this. I'm going to do some auto formatting and export this component. Export default search bar. And then we're going to import it in the home component just to see that we got something here. So go back to the home. I can close all this. Go back to the home. And just below the hero image, we're going to place that component. But first we need to import it. So import search bar from // search bar, right? Go down below the hero image, just above the grid. We can place our search bar. Save it, go back to the browser. And you can see that we have our input field here, but we haven't styled it yet, of course. So hopefully it's going to look something like this when we're finished. So go back to the code and the search bar in the index.js file. We're going to make this what's called a controlled component. A controlled component in React is a component that React control. So the input value is going to be based on a state that we create. And when that state changes, it also changes the value in the input box. And this is great because then we know that our state is in sync with the actual value in the input field. We create a state up here, const. We can call it state and set state equals use state. And it's going to be an empty string for starters. On our input field, it auto formatted them like this. I want to have them like this instead. We're going to have an onChange handler equals. And for this one, I'm going to create an inline function. You could also create a function up here for that one if you want to do that instead. But I want to show you how to do things differently. So in this case, I create an inline function. We have the event, or you can just type in E, for example. You can name it to whatever you want. Then we set the state with the event.currentTarget.value. And this will give us the value in the input field.
And we need to have this inline function as we are actually invoking this function here with that value. Otherwise, it won't work. So by having this inline function, we can provide this one with a value. So that's why we have this inline function. Otherwise, it will run this function instantly, and that's no good. So if we, for example, had a function that we didn't want to send in some arguments to, that we just want to trigger on change, we can have it like this instead, and that will work. But in this case, we want to send in the argument of the current value. So that's why we have this inline function. All right, so that's the onChange, and then we set the value to the state. And there we have successfully created a control component. We can see if it works. Go back to the browser, type something in, and you can see the value here now is controlled by React. As soon as we set this value to some state value here, we are making this a control component. And every time it changes, it's going to trigger the set state, and it gets the value here. And we place the value from the text input in the state, and then the value is displayed in the text box itself. So it's kind of a closed circle here on how things work. It goes around in this way. Now we have our input field, but we want something to happen also. We want to set the search term that we're going to create in our hook that we created before. So we're actually going to create a new state inside our use home fetch. So up here in the use home fetch hook, we're going to create a const, call it search term, capital T, and set search term. Then it's going to equal use state. And we set it as an empty string initially. Then we also need to export this one. So we export it down here. And we only need a setter for this one. So we can export the set search term like this. Save the file, go back to the home.js. And up here, where we use our use home fetch hook, we can destructure out the set search term, the set search term. All right. And this one is going to be the prop for our search bar. So I'm going to call this prop set search term also. You can call it whatever you want. And then I give it the set search term. So this way we pass this along down to our component, the search bar, so that we can use it in the search bar. So when this one triggers, when we set the search term, it's going to trigger here. So it's actually changing the state in our hook here. That's exactly what we want, because then we can use it in our hook when we fetch stuff. But in this case, we want to have a slight delay when the user types something in before it tries to fetch the data. We can look here in the finished application. You can see when I type something in here, that I have a slight delay. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a good user experience if it just instantly started to fetch data. So that's why I do it this way instead. Otherwise, we could have used this state to actually fetch the data. But in our case, we want a slight delay, and then we set the search term that we're going to use for fetching. So that's why I have dual states for this one. So let's create a use effect in the search bar. Use effect. We have an inline arrow function, just as before. And we have the dependency array, and we're going to fill that out in a second. And I'm going to show you how to create a timeout in React now, and how you can use it in a use effect. So first we create a timer. We use the set timeout that's built in JavaScript. We have an inline function for that one. And then we're going to call the set search term. That's the one that we created, and we're going to give it the state like this. And I'm going to set it to half a second. That's 500 milliseconds. So this one will trigger after 500 milliseconds. If you want some other value, you can, of course, type that in instead. And you can see here now that it instantly complains because we haven't specified this as a dependency. So we specify set search term as a dependency. And it also complains because it needs the state. That's also dependency to this use effect. So these linting rules are actually really good. It tells us stuff so that we actually do this correctly. And we should always specify the dependencies and handle it inside of the use effect if we need to. All right, but there's one more important thing we have to do with the timer, and that is to clear that timer on each render, because otherwise it will just create a lot of timers, and that's no good. And there's a handy little thing with the use effect that we can use for this, because if we return a function in the use effect, so every time before a new render, it will trigger this function. So we can clear our timeout inside of that function. And this will take care of that we clean up this timer, so we don't have a lot of timers that just ticks in the background. And you can imagine you have a lot of stuff that you want to do, maybe to clean up stuff. So you can always do that in a return function with the use effect. This one doesn't trigger until this render has finished, and it's going to render again. So that is sweet. So we can save this one, and we can actually go back to the use home fetch. And up here, we can console log the search term, so we can see that something is happening. So go back to the application again. Yeah, I have a typo somewhere. Maybe I didn't save the home. Save, go back to the browser. Yeah, and now it works. You can see it's really important to save your files because it will break otherwise. Be sure to save all the files. So if I type in test, and you can see here after 500 milliseconds, it will trigger. So that's sweet. We know that that is working, and we can use this to fetch data from the API. But there are one more thing I want to do, and I promised you to show you a little trick with the use ref. And that is because the use effect always trigger on the initial render, and we don't want to trigger a fetch when this component mounts. We only want it to trigger when the user has typed something in. So that's why I'm going to create a const that's called initial up here. And I'm going to use ref, and I set it to true. So when we call the use ref hook, this one will create a mutable value for us that you can compare to something similar as a mutable variable. So we have this initial const, and the actual value is going to be in the initial.current. That property will hold the value true right now. So I set this to true, and inside the use effect, I'm going to check if initial.current, that's going to be the true value right now. If it is true, it should say initial, like this, all right? Then I instantly going to set the initial.current to false, and you can see here, I can mutate this variable directly. I don't have to have a setter for this one, because this one won't trigger a re-render. That's the biggest difference from a state, that when you use ref, it won't trigger a re-render. And then if this one is true, we know that this is the initial render, and then I just return. We don't do anything more inside of the use effect. And we set this to false, so next time this one triggers, this one is going to be false, and it's going to run our logic. So this is how you can create a neat little code snippet here to skip the initial render in the use effect. Save the file. Just make sure that it works. Yeah, and it seems to be working. We've learned how to create a control component in React, and the component controls the input field with the state. So the input field always has the same value as the state, and that's a control component. Our state is synced with the input field. And then we created a timer that will trigger each half a second and call this set search term to set the state there. And the state is going to be the value from the input field. And we also pass this one along from the use home fetch. So that's how you pass data down to your components. That's what props are for. You can pass data down to your component, and we can use it in that component. And that means that we also have this value in our use home fetch hook to use to fetch data later. So I can remove this console log for now, save the file, and this will be it actually for the search bar. In the next video, we're going to style the search bar, and then we're going to create the logic for fetching the data. We have created our search input field, but it doesn't look good, so we have to style it also, and that's what we're going to do now. So in our searchbar.styles file, we're going to create the wrapper first, and I'm going to display it as a flex. I'm going to align the items to center. Not aligned, align. I set the height to 100 pixels. The background is going to be from the variables. We have the dark gray. And I'm going to give it some padding on the sides, 0 and 20 pixels. Do some auto formatting, save it, go back to the browser. And you can see that we have the search bar here. And now we have to style kind of the inner part of the search bar. And we do that in the content. So inside the content, I'm going to set the position to relative because we want to place the icon with an absolute position. The max width is going to be from the variables. We have our max width. The width is going to be 100%. The height is going to be 55 pixels. The background is going to be from the variables med gray. The margin is going to be 0 and auto. And the border dash radius is going to be 40 pixels. And the color from the variables, we have our white. Save it, go back and see what we've got so far. So we have this inner part now of the search bar. So we have to style the icon and the search bar input field itself. So inside the content, we're going to nest some stuff here. We have our icon, that's the IMG. I set the position to absolute. And this is why I used relative up here, otherwise it won't work. So it needs to be relative to the actual content div. It's going to be left 15 pixels, top 14 pixels, and width is going to be 30 pixels. Save it, go back. And now it seems to align correctly, and it also has the correct size. Great. Then we have the input field itself. So down below the IMG, type in input. We set the font size to 28 pixels in this one. Position is going to be absolute. Left is 0. Margin is 8 pixels and 0. Padding is going to be 0, 0, 0 and 60 pixels. The border is 0. The width is going to be 95%. The background is going to be transparent. The height is going to be 40 pixels. And the color is from the variables and it's going to be white. So go back to the browser and you can see that it works now, but we have this nasty little outline. You shouldn't remove the outlines actually, but in this case, I think it's fair to do it because it doesn't look good. So I'm going to remove them. So inside the input, I'm going to nest focus and I'm going to remove the outline. I set it to none and hopefully that will remove it. Yeah, you can see that it's removed now. One thing you can do also if you want is to style this for mobile devices, maybe make it a little bit less in font size and stuff like that. If you want to really fine tune it here, but it seems to be working now. All right, and that's it for the search bar. That's the styles for the search bar. In the next video, we're actually going to hook this up to the API and fetch some data. We've created our search functionality and our search bar, but we can't really search for anything yet. So if we type something in, we just get this console log here. So we're going to implement the actual functionality where we fetch the search data from the API. So let's go back inside of the code editor, and we're going to be in the use home fetch hook. And down here where we say initial render, we're going to change this one to initial and search. Like this, because we're going to use this use effect both for the initial render and the search. And it's actually pretty easy because now we just have this empty dependency array, meaning that we only trigger this use effect once on mount. But we also want to trigger this one each time the user search for something. And up here, we have our search term. And in this one, we're going to store what the user typed in the search bar. And that means that we want to trigger the use effect when the search term changes. So down here in the dependency array, we specify search term, meaning that this use effect will trigger each time the search term changes. And it will also trigger one time on mount. So we can actually use this one for the initial fetching also. Because when we search for something, we always want to fetch the first page, just as we do on the initial mount. So that's fine with fetching the page 1, but we also want to provide the search term. And that's also fine for the initial fetching because the search term is going to be an empty string. So we know that we're fetching the most popular movies because we're not specifying any search term. There's one more thing though that we have to do, and that is to wipe out the old state before we make a new search. Because we want to wipe it out and then make a search, show the loading spinner, and then show the new movies that we grabbed from the search. So we can set state to the initial state here, and that will wipe out the state. And that's really all there is to it. So we save this file, go back to our application, we try to search for something, and you can see that it works. Now this one changes because this one will always grab the first element in the array of movies. And that's fine actually, you can have it like this if you want, but I want to remove this hero image when we're in a search. We can do that also. So go back to our code, and then inside of the home.js, down below here where we show the hero image, we can also specify that we don't want to show this one if we have a search term. So not search term, $ampersand. So now we're checking that we don't have a search term and also that we actually have a first element in the array of movies. But you can see that it warns here now, and that's because we haven't exported this one from our hook. So go back to the hook, and down below here, we can export this one also, search term, like this. Save the hook, go back to the home.js, and up here where we destructure out everything from the hook, we can also destructure out the search term, like this. Save the file, go back to our application, we try to search again, and now you can see that it disappears. This is exactly what I want. If you want to keep the hero image, you don't have to do this. And then it reappears when we don't have anything in the search bar. All right, there's one small thing that I also want to do, and that is in the home.js. And if we look down below here where we have the grid, I'm going to create a ternary operator now because now it says popular movies even when we're in a search. So this one, I'm going to create a curly bracket and also a curly bracket here at the end. And then I check if I have a search term. I have a question mark. And if we have a search term, I create a string. I want it to say search result. And if we're not in a search, it's going to say popular movies. So if we have a search term, it's going to return what's to the right of the question mark, and that's search result. Otherwise, it's going to return popular movies. Save the file, go back to the application. This time I'm going to search for Indiana Jones. And now you can see that the header on the grid changes, so that's great. It says search results. And I remove this, and it says popular movies. So that's our search. We have implemented all the logic for the search bar, and in the next video, we're going to start creating the load more button. Okay, let's start creating our button that will go at the bottom here, and the spinner will not show all the time. It will only show when we're loading stuff. Back in the code, and inside the components, create a new folder that's called button, capital B. And you guessed it, we create a new file that's called index.js. And we create another file that's called button.styles.js. And we're going to be in that file and import styled from style components. And for this one, we're only going to have one style component. So we export const, and it's going to be a wrapper equals a styled.button in this case. And double backticks, auto format it and save it. And then we go back to the index.js file, and we're going to create our button. So we import React from React. Then we have our styles. So we import the wrapper that we created, wrapper from /button.styles. All right. Then we have our component, const button. Then I destructure out two props. One is called text and one is called callback. And I create an error and I make an implicit return on this one. So I'm going to have the wrapper. It's going to be type button. And it's going to have an on-click handler, and it's going to be the callback that we send in as a prop. And then I'm going to display the text inside of the button. So this is a button that we created as a style component and call it wrapper. And it's going to trigger a callback function when the user clicks on the button, and then we show the text. We can send in what text we want to this button if we want to reuse it. Then we export default button, save it. Then we go back inside of the home component, and at the top,
we're going to import button from ./button. And then at the end of our JSX, we're going to show the button. And we have to think about this because we don't want to show the button if we reach the last page of movies. So we have to take that one into consideration. So just below the spinner here, I'm going to use a curly bracket and create a JavaScript expression. We're going to check from the state.page if that one is less than state.total_pages. We know that we're still not on the last page. And I have a double ampersand and make a short circuit here. I'm also going to check so that we're not loading anything. So if not loading, and then I have another pair of ampersands. And I have a parenthesis. I put it on a new row just to make it a little bit more readable. And then I'm going to show my button. So the text is going to be load more. And for now, I'm not giving it the callback. So this is it for now. So this statement will check if the page we're currently on is less than the total pages. And then we know that we still want to show the load more button. And it will also check that we're not loading anything, because when we're loading something, we want to show the spinner instead. And we have the spinner here. So we can actually create another statement here to create a curly bracket and type in loading and double ampersand. And we end it with another curly bracket like this. So this will show the spinner if the loading is set to true. And if it's set to false, it will not display the spinner. But then it will display the button instead. If we go back to the application, we can see the button down below here in the corner, but it doesn't look right. We have to style it also to look like this here. And that's what we're going to do in the next video. We have our ugly little button here down at the corner, so it's time to style it. Go back to the code, and inside the button.styles.js file, and we have the wrapper here. We're going to give it some nice little style here. We start by displaying it as a block, display block. We set the background from our variables. We have the dark gray. We set the width to 25%. The min width is going to be 200 pixels. The height is going to be 60 pixels. The border dash radius is going to be 30 pixels. And the color is from the variables dash dash white. The border is going to be set to 0. The font size is going to be from the variables font big. Margin is going to be 20 pixels and auto. The transition is going to be all 0.3 seconds. I'm lazy here. I could set it just on that property that I want to have a transition, but I set it to all. Outline is going to be none. And the cursor is going to be pointer. Then I want a little hover effect also. So hover, I set the opacity to 0.8. That's why I had this transition here also. I just want to check also the font sizes here. Font big. Maybe we can use this one instead on the styles for the search bar, because I think I have, I have the font size of 28 pixels. We can use the variable instead. Variable font big and see how it looks. Yeah, I think that looks nice actually. We can use that one instead. But let's check out the button. Yeah, you can see that it works. It looks great now. We only have to create the logic for the button now so that we actually can load more movies. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. This is actually the last video for the homepage. So we're going to create the fetching logic for loading more movies. And we're going to start in the use home fetch hook that we have in our hooks folder. And we're going to start by creating a new state. So this is going to work in a way that we have a state with a kind of a flag that we set to true or false. And we set that one to true when we click on the button. And then we're going to trigger a use effect. Because as I said before, I think this is great practice with the use effect hook and also the state hooks. So you could do this in other ways also. But this is a quite neat way of doing it. We have this state
that we set to true or false. And when it changes, we trigger that use effect. And then we can trigger to load more movies. We first create a state, const is loading more, camel casing as always. And then we have the setter, set is loading more. It's going to equal, and we call the use state hook. We set it to false initially. And this one is going to be triggered from the button itself. So we have to export it down here also. So after the set search term, we can export set is loading more. So there you have it. I removed the sidebar so we can see the complete row here. Now we're exporting 6 of those. So that's our state. So we can go back to the home.js file. And here we have our button, but we first need to destructure out the set is loading more. Set is loading more. Do some auto formatting, and it will clean it up for us a little bit. So we destructure out that one also, and that means that we can use it in this component. And one thing that we also didn't do is to actually check if we have an error. So we can do that before the return statement here. If error, we can return a div that says something went wrong, like that. And that will make sure that if we get an error, we won't display everything here. We will display this error message instead. So you can create a more sophisticated stuff here if you want to do that. In our case, I think it's enough for this course. All right, so let's move on to this set is loading more. So we have our button down below here, and we already created a callback prop. So we give it the callback prop, curly brackets, and this one is going to have an inline arrow function because I want to call this one with an argument. So set is loading more. Yeah, I'm going to remove the sidebar. Set is loading more, and we're going to set it to true, like this. So this will change this state when we click the button. And if we check out the application, we won't actually be able to see anything now. You can see that it re-renders when we click the button because it console logs this out. So we know that it's working. And one great thing to know that is that if I click a few more times here, you can see that it don't re-render anymore. And that is because we're giving it the same value. So React won't update the state if it gets the same value. So it's good to know that with React, if you give it the same state value, it won't re-render it. So React is kind of smart. It already knows that it has the same value, so it won't do anything. A quick little pro tip in React. All right. So we know that the button is working, so we move back to the use home fetch hook, and we're going to create another use effect down here below the search use effect. I'm going to mark it with load more. So just as before, I create another use effect, an inline arrow function, and we have the dependency array. And we want this to trigger when the isLoadMore is changing. So isLoading more, like this. And the thing is that we only want this use effect to trigger when we actually is loading more. So if not is loading more, if this one is false, we're just going to return. We don't want to do anything else in this use effect. This one should only do something when we load more movies. And what we want to do now is to call our fetch movies function again. In this time, we want to give it the state.page +1 because we want to load the next page. And we also give it the search term if we're in a search. And now you can see that it warns us here because it wants a few other dependencies. It tells us that we need to specify the search term and the state.page. That's what we're going to do. The search term and the state.page. And now it will be happy at us. And that is because these ones are outside of the use effect. So we should always specify dependencies in the dependency array. And we should handle them inside of the use effect hook. If there's something we don't want to do when something changes, we should account for that inside of this use effect. So we're fetching movies, and then we set is loading more to false. Do some auto formatting and save it. And hopefully this should work. So we have the use effect that triggers when we change the is loading more boolean. If we're not loading more, we will just return. We don't do anything else in this effect. Otherwise, we call the fetch movies function and we give it the next page that we want to fetch. And we also give it the search term.
And then we set its loading more to false again so that we go back to what it was before. And then we can do it all over again if we want to click the load more button again. Save it and go back to the browser and see if this works. We click the load more. And as you can see, it works. And I love when stuff just works. And you can see that our loading spinner is showing up also. It's fast, so we can't hardly see it, but it's there. So it's working. And we can also see in the console log here, we're at page 11 and we have 220 results now. So that's great. We know that load more is working. We can also try it out so that it works when we search for something. And it does. So that's sweet. I'm happy with this. Hope you like it too. You can see also that those images, some of them has some strange proportions. So if you want, you can tweak the CSS to take that into account also. In the next video, we're going to start creating our routes for the application. We're going to start creating the routing for our application. And before we do that, I just want to talk shortly about React Router and especially the version 6 that we're using. It's not officially released when I record this tutorial, so hopefully it's released now when you watch this tutorial, because it is, as they say here, it's around the corner. And I actually talked to this guy, Michael Jackson, here on Twitter, and he said that I should use this version in my course because it's that stable now and it's not going to change that much, and we're not going to use all the advanced functionality in the router itself. So that's why we installed the next version of React Router when we install the dependencies for this application. And there are a few changes in it if you compare it to version 5. And I actually don't want to talk about version 5 because that will soon be deprecated. So I just wanted to mention why I choose to use the version 6 of the React Router, because this is the future version and it has the API that is going to be used for a long time, hopefully in the future. So that's why I use it in this tutorial. I want to make sure that this tutorial uses the latest stuff so that you know that you're up to date on the things that you learn. So that's why. So just a few words here. You can compare, for example, they brag here with the React Router version 5 that the bundle size is 28.4 kilobytes minified, and the version 6 is only going to be 8.5 kilobytes minified. So if you care a lot about size on your packages, this one is drastically smaller than the version 5. And then they also show you some stuff here on how you use the router, but that's what I'm going to show you in the next video. But if you want to read more about this one here, you can go to reacttraining.com/blog/react-router-version6-pre/. And then you can read more about it, or just Google React Router version 6 and you will probably find a lot of information about it if you want to read more about it. So let's get started. We're going to create the routing in the next video. We have finished the homepage and we have our application here, and we have this nice little grid with all the movies, but we can't actually click on them to view a movie, and we can't click on the logo up here. So we have to fix that, and we're going to do that by creating some routes for our application. So the first thing we're going to do is, if we go back to the code, we're going to create 2 more components. So inside the components folder, we're going to create a new file that's called notfound.js, and also another file that's called movie.js. Capital M on movie and capital N and capital F on not found. So we're just going to scaffold these ones out so we have something to route to. If we're in the movie.js file, we import React from React. Then I create a component that I call movie. And it's going to be an arrow function. And I'm just going to return a div that says movie. And then I export default movie, do some auto formatting and save it. Always save your files. All right. Then I copy this one and I go inside of the not found file that we just created. I paste it in and I change this one. I'm going to change them in one go. Not found. Like this, and save it. And there you have it. We have 2 components to play with. And this one, the movie.js, is going to be the individual movie component for showing the movie. So we're going to be working a lot in this component later. This one is going to be as it is. I'm not going to create a fancy not found component. So you can do some stuff on your own in this one if you want to do that.
So we scaffold out 2 components, and then we can move inside the app.js file that you find in the src folder, not in the components folder, so app.js. And the first thing we have to do is to actually import all the components we need from the router library from React Router. We can mark it here with routing if we want to do that. Then we import. We have curly brackets. We're going to import something that's called browser router, capital B, capital R. And this name is a little bit long, so if you want to rename this module, you can do that by typing as and router. So we import it as router. I think I'm going to remove this sidebar also. All right, so that's the first one. We import browser router, but we import it as router, so we can use it with the name router instead. Then we import another component that's called routes, and then we import another component that's called route. Very similar names here, so be careful when you import these ones. And we import them from something that's called React-router. So be very careful here. We're not importing it from just React-router. We're importing it from React-router DOM. So this one is using React Router in the background, but this one is specifically created for using in the DOM. All right, so that's all the imports that we're going to do. So let's create our components down below here. And I'm actually going to change this one to an implicit return. So I delete the return and the curly bracket. And I want to create an arrow function instead. Const app equals. Because it's only with arrow functions you can do an implicit return. And I remove the curly bracket there. Do some auto formatting. To me, it looks a little bit cleaner. And this div is going to be replaced. This wrapper div that has a class name of app is going to be replaced with the router. So we wrap our complete application with the router. So it's really important where you want to put your routes, you should wrap it with the router. And that is the browser router that we imported here, but we renamed it to router. So that's why I use it as router here. Then the header is going to be shown on both the home page and the individual movie page. So the header is going to be left out of the routes. So I leave that one here. And then I use the routes component. And inside of the routes component, we can create our routes. And the first route, we're going to use the component that's called route. So we have 3 different components here from the router library. Router going to wrap our complete application in this case. And then we have routes that's going to wrap our routes, because you can have routes in different components if you want to do that. So let's say that you have a component deep down in your app tree, and then you want to create some routes for just that component. You can wrap them in this routes component, and then you create your routes. So you don't need to have them here in the top of your application. And then you use the route component to actually create your route. And this route component has a prop that's called path. So we can specify the path where we want to show a specific component. And in this case, it's a / because it's the home page. And then we have another prop that's called element. It's going to equal. And here we can give it our component. And we want to give it the home component like this. And then we also have to self-close the route component. That means that we can remove this home component here. So that's the first route. If we want, we can save this to see that it still works. Go back to the application, reload it, and you can see that it works. So that's nice. Then we're going to create another route. So we use the route component again. We set the path, and this one is going to be /. And then we're going to do something special here, because when we're going to fetch an individual movie, we need the movie ID, and we can send along route params for that. And we create a route param for the route by specifying a colon, and then we name it. So movie ID. So this means when we create a link on the thumbnails that we're going to do soon, we can send along the ID for the movie, and that ID, we can grab that in our movie component and grab data from the API. And you can name this to whatever you want, because this is a route param that you decide what you want it to be named. So I want it to be named movie ID. And then we specify the element on this one, and we give it the movie component. And we also close the route component. We haven't actually imported the movie component, so we can do that. Import movie from ./ components
movie. And then we can also import not found from ./components and not found. There you have it. So that's the route for the individual movie. We save it. And we can't actually click on the thumbnails now because we haven't created that one. But what we can do is go up here, create a /, and then we type in some ID. And you can see that it types out movie here now. And that is because it's showing the movie component. So we know that it's working. So that's sweet. And then if we remove this one, we'll show the homepage instead. All right. We're going to create one last route, and that is for our not found component. So we create a route with a path of / and an asterisk. And this will make sure that we show the not found component on any other route that don't exist. And we set the element to the not found component. And we also self-close this route. Save it, go back to the application. We know that it works if we specify an ID like this. It shows the movie component. But what happens if we create another route here like this? Yeah, then it shows the not found. And that's super sweet because then we have a fallback component if the user tries to go somewhere else in our application. So that's the route setup in our app.js file. Then if we move inside of our header component and the index.js file, we're going to create a link on the logo. Up here, we have to import curly brackets, and the component is called link from React-router-DOM. And this is actually quite simple. It works the similar way as the A tag does in HTML. So we have our link component. We specify 2, and in this case, it's going to lead to the homepage. So we have a /. And inside the link component, we just put our logo like this. So we wrap it inside of the link component, and this will make sure that we can link to the homepage. So go back to the browser. For now, we specify an ID. So we're in the movie component, and then we click on this logo, and we go back to the homepage. So really easy to make links with React Router. You can also make them programmatically, but we're not going to do that in this course because it's kind of a little bit more advanced and we don't really need it in this application. But we have to add a link to the thumbnail also so that we know that we can click on a thumbnail and that will lead to a specific movie. So inside the thumb component, the index.js file, we'll do the same thing up here. We import curly brackets link from React-router-DOM. And we have this prop here that's called clickable because we are going to use this thumbnail for the movie poster on each individual page also. And that means that we won't be able to click that one. So we have to have this boolean to check if we should be able to click the thumbnail or not. And the way I solve this is to create a ternary operators. So here, just below the div, we check if clickable is true. It's enough to type in clickable. Then we have the question mark. And I have parentheses. And I'm going to use my link component, and it's going to link to. And in this case, we want to use the movie ID because, as I talked about before, we are going to send along this ID in the route, and we can grab it later in the movie ID param that we create here. So we have backticks. I create a template literal here. So I have /, then I have $, curly brackets, and I'm going to give it the movie ID. And this will give it a link with a / and the movie ID. Close the link component, and then we have our image. And in this case, I'm going to copy this one and paste it in. So this is if the thumbnail should be clickable. Then in the ternary operator, be very careful here. It should be after this parenthesis. I create a colon, and then I create a new pair of parentheses, and I move this image inside of that one. And I also have to end the ternary operator with a curly bracket, and then I do some auto formatting. So what did I do here? Well, I create a ternary operator checking if the clickable is true, and then I show the link component with the image wrapped inside it. And that means that we'll be able to click on this thumbnail. Otherwise, that's what's right of the colon here. I just show the image as it is. I don't wrap it in a link component. so the user won't be able to click it. Save the file, go back to the application, and hopefully we should be able to click our thumbnails. You can see that we have this nice little hand here. That means that we created a link. So if we click this one, you can also see that we have the movie ID up here, and that's the one that we're going to grab in the param in our movie component. So it's working great, and this is actually it for the routing. There's no more routing we need to do in this application. And in the next video, we're going to start creating the movie page. Okay, we're just going to do a little bit of scaffolding in our movie component before we move on. So up here, we're already importing React. We're going to import some stuff from the config also. So import, we're going to need the image underscore base underscore URL, capital letters, and the poster underscore size. And we're going to import it from /config. Then we're going to have our components. We're going to create new ones for this one, but 2 of them we already created. We're going to import the grid from /grid. Then we're also going to need the spinner. So import spinner from /spinner. And then we're going to create the other ones later. We're going to create a hook for this one. And we also need an image. And that's the fallback image, just as before. So import no image from /images and no _image.jpg. And as always, be very careful to actually add the extension here when it's an image. All right, and then we have our movie component. This one is actually not going to have an implicit return. We create curly brackets because we're going to have some logic in this one. So we create a return statement, parenthesis. And then I'm going to create a React fragment like this. And inside for now, we can just have a div that says movie. Do some auto formatting and save it. And I think this should be it. Go back to the browser. Try something out here. Or we could actually just have clicked on one of these. Yeah, and it shows the movie, so that's great. We know that it works. And then we can move on. And we're going to start by fetching the data from the API so that we have something to work with. All right, we're going to create our second custom hook now. I'm not going to create it first in the movie component and then move it to a custom hook, because now we know how we can create a custom hook. So that's why I'm doing it instantly in that one instead. So in the hooks folder, let's create a new file that's called use movie fetch, capital M, capital F, and .js. And as I told you before, it's important to name your hooks with use before the name. This is the actual file name, so it doesn't matter here, but it's important that you name your actual hook with use before. So for this hook, we're going to import curly brackets. We're going to need useState and useEffect from React. Just as before, we don't really need a main React library for this one because we're not doing any JSX and stuff like that. So that's why we're not importing it. We're going to import the API object from /API, and that will give us access to all these nice functions that I've created for us. Then we create the actual hook. So export const use movie fetch equals, and this one is actually going to have a parameter because it's going to be the movie ID. And I'm going to talk more about that in a second. So that's the arrow function. And up here, I create 3 states, the state and setter for that state. I call the useState hook. And I'm going to give it an empty object as default value. Then I create a loading state and set loading useState. I'm going to set this one to true initially because this component is going to start by fetching the data for the movie. So we can set that one to true. And then we're going to have the error and the set error just as before. And this one we set to false. So useState and give it an initial value of false. Right? So that's the state we're going to need for this one. And then we're just going to need one use effect.
for this one because we're only fetching data one time, and that is when the component mounts, and then we're not going to fetch anything more because then we have all the data from the movie that we need. So we have the inline arrow function, and we have the dependency array, and this one is going to change if the movie ID changes. It's actually not going to change now because we just do it initially, as I told you. But as I also told you, we need to specify all the dependencies for our use effect. So that's fine in this case to have it there. It's only going to fetch it one time. And then as the use effect can't have an async function here, we create another function that's async fetch data equals async. And in this case, I place it inside of the use effect, and I'm going to show you why in a second also. So we have an async arrow function, and then we can do our fetching logic inside of this one. And it's going to be quite similar to the other one that we did. So we have a try block, and we're going to catch the error if there is one. And if there is an error, we set error to true, like this. And in our try block, the first thing we do is to set loading to true. And we also set error to false. Just as we did before. And then we can fetch our data, but I have a typo here. It should say error. Yeah, I guess I misspelled it up here, yeah. There you have it. All right. Yeah, this one too. Something like that. Right. So first we're going to grab the movie data from one resource from the endpoint. And then we also have to grab the credits that we get from another resource from the endpoint. So we have const movie equals await. And from the API, I created a function that's called fetch movie without an S at the end. And we're going to give it the movie ID. All right, so that's the movie. Then we also want to fetch the credits. So we create a const that we name credits. We await again from the API dot fetch credits. And we also give it the movie ID. So hopefully we got all the data that we need here in those consts. But we want to do some stuff here, and that is we only want to show the directors only, because if we look at the finished application, and we go back and we click, whoa, yeah, there you have it, encountered 2 children with the same key. And this is what happens sometimes with this API, and I really don't know why. So if you get this warning, you can create your own unique key somehow by maybe have a random number and the movie ID. I don't know. You can do it in many different ways. But for now, it doesn't really matter. So we have the movie here. And as you can see here, we are showing the directors. So we need to get the directors somehow from the API. Because from the API and the credits, we get something back that's called crew. And the crew contains more than the directors. So we have to filter out the directors to just get the director's name. So I mark it with get directors only. And then I create a new const. I call it directors equals, and from the credits, that's the one up here, we have the crew property, and I'm going to filter this one. Filter is a built-in method in JavaScript. We have a member, a crew member. So I'm going to check if the member.job, this is also a property that we get back from the movie database API. I'm going to check if that one is equal to director with a capital D. And that will filter out all the directors and put them in this const. Auto format it. And then we have all the data that we need so that we can set our state. So we call set state. That's the setter for our state. In this case, we don't need to use a previous value. So I'm just returning an object here. I spread out the movie. That's the data that we got back here. So we spread out everything from that one. And then we have a property that's called actors. And I'm going to give it the credits.cast. So from the credits, we have the cast, and we also got the directors from the crew. So that the actors is a property that I create myself that I want to have in my state. And I'm going to have all the cast inside of the actors property. And the last one is going to be the directors.
There can be more than one director, so that's why it's called directors with an S. And as this is ES6 syntax, we just need to type out this. It will create it like this automatically. All right. Then we're going to set loading to false like this. Auto format it, and this should be it for this use effect. Actually, I think for now we need to return something from our hook also. I return an object with a state, loading, and the error. Save it, go back to the movie.js file, and we can see if it works. So down here I marked it with hook. I'm going to import use movie fetch from // and use movie fetch. And then we can try out our hook and see if we get some data back. So at the top of our component, we can destructure out the properties that we exported from the hook. I also want to show you how you can rename something when you destructure it. So we have the state that we destructured, and we have a colon, and I want to call it movie instead. So that's how you rename it. And then we destructure out the loading and the error. And we call our use movie fetch hook. And we also want to give it the movie ID. But we haven't really got the movie ID. So how do we get it? Yeah, and this is from the route that we have up here. As I told you about before, we have the ID up here in the route. So we can get that one from the router. So we have to import something up here. So we import curly brackets. It's a hook that's called use params from React-router-DOM. So with this hook, we can grab that param that we have in the URL. So we do that before we destructure out the state and everything here from our use movie fetch hook to make sure that we have the ID to send into that hook. So const, and then we destructure out the movie ID equals, and we call the use params. That's everything you have to do. And this one is named movie ID because we named it that in the app.js file. We called it movie ID. If we called it something else here, we have to destructure it with that name. But this will give us that ID that we have up in the route here in our application. So hopefully this will work. We try to console log out the movie. And this is actually the state, but I renamed it to movie. So that's why I can console log it out as movie. Save it. So we try it out, click a movie, and nothing shows up. And I think I know why. We go inside the use movie fetch hook. We also need to actually invoke this function here. So we do that at the bottom of our use effect hook. Fetch movie. Yeah, did I name it fetch data? We can rename it to fetch movie instead, like this. And make sure to invoke it at the bottom of the hook. Save it, go back to the application, and now you can see that we have the data here. So we have all the actors, and we also have the directors that we filtered out here, so that's great. All the data that we need is here. I want to show you one more thing here, and that is if we were to remove this fetch movie function outside of the use effect, like this. It tells us here that we need to specify the fetch movie, and that's okay because it's outside the use effect now. So we do that. And then it gives us another warning here. And this is because this function will get recreated on each render. And this use effect will think that it's a new function it gets on each render, and it will create an infinity loop. So that's no good. So if we want to have it placed outside of the use effect, we need to wrap it in something that's called a use callback hook. We can import that one up here. And then we wrap this one in the use callback hook like this. And then at the end of it, we need to have a dependency array. In this case, it's empty. And then it gives us another warning. And then it says that it needs to specify the movie ID because the movie ID is something that's outside of this one here. So we also need to specify this one. We specify the movie ID like this. and now it won't complain. And this one will not get recreated unless the movie ID changes. So this will stop the infinity loop. And we can see that it won't go into an infinity loop here. If you want to do it like this instead, you can do that. In this case, we don't need to call this function from anywhere outside of the use effect. So I'm just going to revert it back and not use the use callback hook. So I'm going to have it inside of my use effect instead, like we had it before. Save it, make sure that it works again, and it does. So that's how you use the use callback hook to stop infinity loops in React. But in this case, we won't need it, so it's better to have this function directly in the use effect hook instead. All right, let's move on and create some nice components for our movie page. All right, we're going to create this nice little breadcrumb navigation up here on each individual movie. So go back inside of the code editor and inside the components folder, create a new folder that's called breadcrumb, capital B, capital C, and you create another file inside of that one that's called index.js. And you create a file that's called breadcrumb.styles.js. A bit repetitive now, but it's good because that means that we're probably learning something here. So inside the breadcrumb.styles file, we're going to scaffold our two style components. But first we import styled from style components. Then we export the const that's called wrapper. And it equals a style.div, double backticks. And then we export the const that's called content. And it equals a styled.div, auto format it and save it. Go back inside of the index.js file in the breadcrumb folder. First we import React from React. We're going to import the link from React-router-DOM because we want to be able to link back to the home page. Then we have our styles, import, wrapper, and content from /breadcrumb.styles. And then we create our component, const breadcrumb equals. Then we're going to destructure out the prop that's called movie title. And we create an arrow function and we can make an implicit return. So we have parentheses. We're going to have the wrapper. And then we have the content. And then we're going to use the link from the React router DOM. It's going to link to. And where do we think it's going to link? Probably guessed it. It's going to be / because we want to link to the home page. This is the first element in the breadcrumb menu. So we're going to have a regular span here. And it's going to say home. So that's the first one. Then after the link, we create another span. And we're going to have a pipe like this. I think it's option 7 on Mac. Yeah, option 7. Or you can have whatever you want inside of there, but I like to have that as a divider. And then we have the last span, and it's going to be the movie title. Do some auto formatting, and then we need to export default this one also. Export default breadcrumb. All right. So this is going to be a 2-level breadcrumb. We only have the home button to click on to go back to the home page, and then we show the movie title. Save the file and then go back to the movie.js file. Up here where we have the component imports, we import breadcrumb from /breadcrumb. All right. And then we can use it down here in our JSX. One thing we can do first is that we can return something here if we're loading. So if loading, return, we're going to return the spinner if we're loading something, which we are going to do initially. And if we have an error, we return a div that says something went wrong. or something else if you want that. So this will make sure that we show the loading spinner initially when we're loading all the data for the movie. And if we have an error, we won't show that JSX down here. I don't know why it says spinner here now. I'm going to delete that. All right, so instead of the movie here, I'm going to remove this one and I'm going to use my breadcrumb. And it has a prop that's called movie title. And for that one, I'm going to give it the movie.original_title. And I close the component like that. Save it and go back to the browser and click a movie. And you can see that we have our breadcrumb here. It looks like crap, but we're going to style it in the next video, so don't worry. And it seems to be working here with the title and everything, and we can click the home button to get back to the home page. That's nice. So in the next video, we're going to give it some styling. All right, time to give this little breadcrumb some styles. And we do that inside of the breadcrumb.styles file. We have two components inside of that one. We have the wrapper and the content. So let's start by styling the wrapper. I'm going to display it as a flex. Align items is going to be center, and justify content is also going to be center. I set the width to 100%. The height is going to be 70 pixels. And the background is going to be from the variable that's called medGray. And the color is going to be also from a variable, but that's the white one. Save it, go back and see what we've got so far. You can see that we have it here, but it looks not good now, so we have to fix this also. And that's the one here, that's the content. So the content, we set that one also to flex, display flex. The width is going to be 100%. The max width on this one is going to be from the variable max width. And the padding is going to be 0 and 20 pixels. Then we have the span element inside our breadcrumb. So we're going to style that one also. So span, we set the font size. What do we have in the global style here in the root? I think it's the font medium. So variable -- font med. And the color is going to be from the variable. It's going to be white. The padding -right is going to be 10 pixels. And then we're also going to have a media query for this one. So at media, screen, and max -width is going to be 768 pixels. And I'm just going to change the font size here. Font size. And I think, yeah, I forgot all of them now. Yeah, font small. That'll do, I think. So from the variable, font small. All right, save it and go back to our application. And there you have it. And it should change in font size. Yeah. So it's working and the link is working. Great. There's some padding there. Yeah, I have it there also. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You can adjust that one if you want to do that. All right, so that's the styles for the breadcrumb. So let's move on and create our MovieInfo component. We're going to create the MovieInfo component. So if we look at an individual movie here, we can look at anyone. It's this component here. It's kind of a hero component. So I think this will be the largest individual component in this application. So we're going to do a little bit of JSX, and also it's going to be a little bit of styling for this one. So we better get started with this. Move back to your code editor, and inside the components folder, create a new folder that we call MovieInfo, capital M, capital I. And then we create a new file, index.js, and then another file inside of that folder that's called MovieInfo.styles.js. And we scaffold out the styles, so import styled from styled components. And for this one, we're actually also going to import some other stuff here. because we need the image base URL and the backdrop size from the config. And I'm going to talk about that when we style this component. But we import them now. So import capital letters, image underscore base underscore URL, and also the backdrop underscore size. And we grab them from ../.. config. All right. Then we scaffold out 3 components here. So export const wrapper equals style div double backticks. Export const content. Hopefully you're beginning to see my pattern on styling in this one. I usually have a wrapper and a content. So this one is also going to be a style div. And then we're going to have a third one that's going to be called export const text. And it's also going to equal a style.div, double backticks. Like so. Save the file, go back to the index.js file in the MovieInfo folder, and we can start building this massive component. No, it's not really that massive. I think it's about 50 rows or something. All right, import React from React. And then we're going to have a component. So we're actually going to use the thumb component for this one. So import thumb from .. /thumb. All right, so that's the component that we need. We also need something from the config. So import the image underscore base underscore URL and also the poster underscore size. From .. // config. Then we have an image, and it's going to be the fallback image as we always use. So import no image from .. // again images no underscore image dot jpg. All right, and then we have our styles. So import curly brackets wrapper content and text from .. / MovieInfo.styles. All right, so that's our imports. Then we're going to create the component itself. So we have a const MovieInfo equals. I'm going to structure out a prop that's called movie. We're going to give it the movie data as a prop, an arrow function, and we can make an implicit return on this one. First, I actually going to export default it. So export default MovieInfo, like so. Then inside of here, we're first going to have a wrapper, and this one is actually going to take in a prop, and that's going to be the backdrop image. So we have a prop that's called backdrop, and from the movie, we have a property that's called backdrop underscore path. And we close the component, and inside the wrapper, we have our content, like so. Then we're going to use our thumb component again. And this is actually great because you can see here how you can reuse components in React. And this is kind of the fundamentals of working with components. You can reuse them in your application. So you should always code with that in mind. If you want to reuse it somewhere, you should make the component flexible so you don't need to create similar components. It's better to use one component that you can modify with props instead. So we have our thumb, and on that one, if you remember, we have an image prop. So we're going to give it the image. And this one, just as before, I'm going to check if it has a movie poster path. I use a Turner operator for this one. I have a question mark. And also note I created curly brackets here because this is a JavaScript expression. And as I like to do it with template literals, I'm going to have double backticks. And I have a $sign. And then I'm going to grab the image base URL. Then I have another $sign and curly brackets. I'm going to grab the poster size. And then lastly, I'm going to have a new $sign and curly brackets. I'm going to grab the movie.poster underscore path. So that is if we have a poster path. Otherwise, we have a colon and we show the no image that we imported. So that's the image prop. Then we have the clickable prop. And in this case, we're going to give it false because we don't want this one to be clickable. we set an alt of movie thumb. And then we can close this component, do some auto formatting, save it, and we can actually go back to our movie.js component and import this one here, where we import the components. Import MovieInfo from ./MovieInfo. And then below here, below the breadcrumb, or we can use our MovieInfo component like this. We give it the prop of movie, and it's going to be the complete movie state. If you want, you can specify it even more in detail if you don't want to give it the complete state. But I think for simplicity's sake, I give it the complete state here to work with. Save the file, go back to our browser, and you can see that we have our image here and we can't click it, and that's great. So just see so it works with some other stuff here. Yeah, it does, so that's great. Move back inside of the index.js file in the MovieInfo folder. So we created our thumb, and just below the thumb, we're going to have our text. So we use the text style component. And inside of that one, we're going to have an h1 tag. And we're going to grab the movie.title for that one. Then we have an h3 tag. And it's going to say plot or something else if you want that. Next, we have a p tag. And we're going to grab the movie.overview. And that's the short text about the movie. And inside of here, I'm actually going to create some regular classes with class name because I want to show you that also. You could create style components also if you want to do that for these that I'm going to create now. But I'm going to create the regular div with a class name of rating-directors. I'm going to have both the rating and the directors in this one. And inside of this one, I'm going to nest another div. And inside that div, I'm going to nest an h3 tag that's going to say rating, like that. And then I have another div with a class name that's going to be score. And then I'm going to grab from the movie.vote_average, and that will give us the score from the API. So that's the rating. Then below this wrapping div, I'm going to create another wrapping div. And this one, I'm going to have a class name of director. And inside of that one, I'm going to have another h3 tag. And it's going to say director. And I'm going to do a little trick here, because if there's more than one director, we want it to say directors. So I create curly brackets, and inside here, don't know why it did like that. Okay. And inside the curly brackets, I can have a JavaScript expression, and I can check if movie.directors.length, if that one is greater than 1, I'm going to add in an S like this. Otherwise, I just return an empty string. So if there's only one, it will say director. Otherwise, it will say directors. Then below that header, we create another pair of curly brackets, because now we have to loop through the directors and display them in our DOM. So from our movie, we have this property that's called directors. We're going to map over that one. And we have a director. And we can make an implicit return in this arrow function. So we have a p tag with a key. It's always important to include a key, as you know, otherwise React will complain. React uses the key internally to diff stuff so it knows what to change in the DOM. Okay, so the key is going to be from the director. We're going to grab something that's called credit_ID. And this will be unique. All right, and inside the p tag, we have another pair of curly brackets, and I'm going to grab the director.name. Auto format it. So that's the directors, and this should hopefully be it. So we can save it, go back to the application, and see what we got. We probably won't see anything because this text is white, I guess. And yeah, if we check here below, you can see that we have the plot. It is in white now, so we can't see it. The rating is 5.1. And we have a director here also, so we know that it's working. We just have to give it some styling to make it look nice.
And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next video. We have finished the logic for our MovieInfo component, so it's time to style this one. Go back inside of the code editor and inside the MovieInfo.styles.js. We start off with a wrapper. And for this one, we set the background. And this one is going to be based on the prop that we send in that is called backdrop. So I'm going to create a turner operator here because if we don't have a backdrop, then we're going to set the background to be just black. And if you remember, when we grab a prop in a style component, we can do that with a $ and curly brackets because this is a template literal. So that's how you create a JavaScript expression. And then I'm going to destructure out from the props. So I have a parenthesis and curly brackets again. So I'm going to destructure out the backdrop like this. And then I create an inline arrow function. And then I'm going to create a turner operator here to check if the backdrop exists. So backdrop, then I have a question mark. And then I do another template literal inside of here. We have the URL. And I have a regular single quote. I don't actually know if we need this one, but I'm going to leave it in just to be sure. And then $, curly brackets. And I grab the image base URL. And then I have again $, and curly brackets. And I grab the backdrop size. And I have a third $, and curly brackets. And I'm going to grab the backdrop. That's the one that we send into this component. So that is if we have a backdrop. Otherwise, to the right of the colon, I'm going to show a black color. And then we have a semicolon to end this with just after the last curly bracket. This can be a little bit nested here and hard to read actually. See if it does something. It auto formatted. It's on one row. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So I'm going to remove this sidebar so you can see this is maybe easier to read. So I check if the backdrop is true. And then to the right of the question mark, I'm going to parse in the image base URL and the backdrop size. And then we have the backdrop that we send into this style component. If this exists, we're going to show that one as a background. Otherwise, we set the background to be black. All right. Then we're going to set the background dash size. It's going to be cover. And then we have the background dash position. That one is going to be center. And I'm going to set a little bit of padding on this one. So 40 pixels and 20 pixels. And I have an animation also because I want this one to fade up just as the other ones. Animate movie info camel casing and 1 second. And then I create the keyframes. So add keyframes like this. And then we go from, or if you want to use 0% instead, we set the opacity to 0 and then 2 or 100% if you use that instead. Opacity is going to be 1. Save it and see what we got. Okay, I must have some typos somewhere because we don't see the background. Yeah, and that's because I need to have this single quote here also at the end. Save it and go back. And there you have the backdrop. So that's sweet. I can actually try also to remove those and see if it works without them. Yeah, and it seems to be working. So we don't actually need to have those single quotes. All right, sweet. Okay, that's the wrapper. Move down. And then we're going to style the content itself. We set the display to flex. The max dash width is going to be from a variable max width. Then we set the margin to 0 and auto. The background. I'm going to set a transparent black on this one. So RGB or RGBA. I don't think you need an A actually. 0, 0, 0 and 0.7. And that will make it a little bit transparent. Then we have a border radius of 20 pixels. And we have a media query on this one also. So at media screen and max width is going to be 768 pixels on this one. And then I'm going to display it as a block and set the max height to none. And that's it for the content. Save it, go back to the application, and you can see that we have the content here, but we need to do some more styling here on the text to get it to look exactly as we want. So we have our text style component here. And for this one, we set the width to 100%. I set the padding to 20 pixels and 40 pixels. I set the color from the variables white. And the overflow is going to be hidden on this one. Then I'm going to grab a class that's called rating-director. So that's the one that I created inside of here. Rating-director. So you can grab them just as a regular class in the style component. So that's why you don't need to create a separate style component for each and every element if you don't want to do that. Some elements are really small and maybe it's not justified to have its own style component. So we're going to display it as a flex. And justify content is going to be flex-start. Then we have the score class. This one is also going to be displayed as a flex. Align-items is going to be sender, and justify content is going to be sender. So these three will sender stuff for us, and you could also create a separate class if you don't want to type them in all the time. The width is going to be 35 pixels. The height is also going to be 35 pixels. The background is going to be white, so FFF. And the color is going to be black. And you could also, of course, create variables for these ones if you want to do that and place them in the global style where we have the other CSS variables. The font-weight is going to be 800. The border-radius is going to be 25 pixels. Or you can actually set it to 50% if you want that instead, because this is a circle. And the margin is going to be 0. So that's the score. And then we have our director. So .director. The margin is going to be 0, 0, 0 and 40 pixels on that one. And inside of that one, we have a P tag, and we set the margin to 0 on that. And below we have the last one, that's the H1 tag. And that one is going to have a media screen and max-width 768 pixels. And we set the font-size to variable --font big. All right. Save it. Go back to the application. Yeah, so there's something here that doesn't look right, and I think I know what it is. Yeah, this one is called directors, and probably I misspelled this one. Yeah, rating directors. We should have an S there also on that class. Make sure that you add an S and save it. Go back to the application, and now it should look right. Yeah, and it does. We can see if it looks great on another movie also, and it does. Sweet. So that's the MovieInfo component. In the next video, we're going to check out this little MovieInfo bar that's below here. We can see the running time, the budget, and the revenue. Let's create the MovieInfo bar, and that's the one here with the running time, budget, and revenue. We're going to start, as always, by creating the component first, and then we create the styles in the next video. So we start off in the components folder by creating a new folder that we call MovieInfoBar, capital M, capital I, capital B. And inside of that folder, we're going to create a new file that's called index.js. And then we're going to create another file that's called boring stuff. No, I'm just kidding. Of course not. But it's getting a little bit repetitive here. It's going to be called MovieInfoBar.styles.js, of course. And we start off by scaffolding out those style components. Import styled from styled components. And we export const, and we have our wrapper styled.div, double backticks. And then we're going to have our content, export const, content equals styled.div and double backticks. Save the file and go back to the index.js file. We import React from React. And then we're going to use some helper functions that are provided for us. So if we take a look in the helpers.js file, you can see that I have one function for calculating the time and one for converting the money. So this one, for example, the convert money, JavaScript has something built in that we can use for converting into a currency. And this one, I set this one for converting it into US dollars. So you can change this one if you want to have another currency. And this one is going to give us the time in hours and minutes. So these are the ones that we're going to import in the component. So move back to the index.js file. And I mark it with helpers. Import, calc, time, camel casing, and convert money, also camel casing, from ... and ... again, helpers. Right. Then we have our styles. So we import curly brackets and wrapper and content from ... MovieInfoBar styles. All right. And then we can create our component. So we have our const of MovieInfoBar equals. This one is going to get some props. So I destructure out the time, the budget, and the revenue. And I have an arrow function, and I make an implicit return. And I think I'm also going to export default it before we start creating our JSX. So export default MovieInfoBar. All right. We start off with our wrapper. Then we have our content. And the first div we're going to have is a div. We have a class name of column on that one. So we have a p tag and running time, colon. Then I have a curly bracket, and we invoke the function that's called calcTime that we imported. And we give it the value of time, and we end it with a curly bracket. So that would give us the correct time. And actually the other two divs are going to look almost exactly the same. So I'm going to copy this one and paste them in 2 more times. The class name is going to be column also on these ones, but this one we can change it to budget. And instead of calcTime, we're going to invoke convert money instead, and we're going to give it budget. And the last one is going to be revenue. And we also invoke convert money and give it the revenue. All right, save it. And this is our MovieInfoBar. We just need to make sure that we use it in the movie component. So move back to the movie.js, import it up here. Import MovieInfoBar from ... MovieInfoBar. And then below, just below the MovieInfo, we use that component, MovieInfoBar, and we also have to give it some props. Time is going to equal movie.runtime. Budget is going to equal movie.budget. And the revenue is going to be the movie.revenue. And then we close the component like this. Do some auto formatting, and we get them on each row. So that's much nicer. We can see it here now. So we have these props here now. And this should be it for the MovieInfoBar. If we save this one, go back to the browser, and nothing shows. And that's because we haven't styled it yet. I thought we should see something at least. But I guess it's because the text is white now, so that's why. So you can see down here that we have the running time, we have the budget, but the budget is actually 0, so that's no good. Or is it zeroed out on that particular movie? Yeah, it was. It didn't have any budget. All right. So in the next video, we're going to style it. All right, we're going to create the styles for the MovieInfoBar. So make sure that you're inside the MovieInfoBar.styles file. And we start as always with the wrapper. We display it as flex. Align the items to center. I'm going to set a min height on this one to 100 pixels. And the background is going to be from the variables. And I'm going to grab the dark gray. I set the padding to 0 and 20 pixels. Save it. Go back and see what we've got so far. Yeah, we can see it down here. So go back to the code. Then we're going to style the content. We display it as a flex. I set the max width of a variable from the variable max width. I set the width to 100% and the margin is going to be 0 and auto. Then we have that class that's called column. So dot column. That's the one, if you remember, that we have here, the class name column. And I'm also going to display that one as a flex. Flexbox is a really handy tool in CSS. Align items is going to be sender. And justify content is going to be sender. I set the background from our variable. I'm going to grab med gray. I set the border dash radius to 20 pixels. The margin is going to be 0, 20 pixels. And the flex is going to be set to 1. Then I'm going to style the first child. We have 3 of them, so I want to style the first child a little bit differently. I want to set the margin dash left to 0. And then I also want to style the last child, so colon last dash child. I set the margin dash right to 0. Right. And then we just have a media query left at the bottom here. At media screen and max dash width 768 pixels. I display it as a block below that pixel size. And the column, dot column, is going to have a margin of 20 pixels and 0. All right. This should be it. Save it. Go back to the application. See if it works. Yeah, there you have it. It works on mobile devices also, so that's super great. That's the MovieInfoBar, and now we just have the grid with the actors left to do, and then we've finished the basic stuff with this application. All right, let's create the last component for our application, and that's going to be the actor. So inside the components folder, create a new folder that you name actor. And then you create a new file inside of that folder that we're going to call index.js. And we create another file that's called actor.styles.js. And inside the actor.styles.js, we import styled from style components. And then we export the const that we call wrapper equals styled.div double backticks. And then we're going to have another one, export const. It's going to be called image, capital I, of course, equals styled.img. We're going to style this image tag. Save it, go back to the index.js file, and we can create our actor component. So we import React from React. Then we have our styles, and we import the wrapper and the image from /actor styles. Then we create the component, const actor equals parentheses, and then I'm going to destructure out inside of the curly brackets the name, the character, and the image URL. And we have an arrow function. We make an implicit return. We have the wrapper. Then we're going to display our image. We have the source of image URL. And alt is going to equal actor-thumb. And then we close it.
And then we have an h3 tag that's going to display the name, so curly brackets and name, that's the prop name. And then we have a p tag and we have curly brackets and we're going to grab the character. That's going to be the name of the character. All right. Then we just need to export default actor and our component is good to go. So go back to the movie.js file, import it up here, import actor from ./actor. All right. And then move down to our JSX and just below the MovieInfoBar, we're going to show these actors and we're going to show them inside of our grid. So we first display our grid. The header for this one is going to be actors. If you remember, we have this prop that's called header where we can set a title of our grid. And inside the grid, we're going to map through all the actors. So we have curly brackets, and from the movie.actors, we're going to map through each actor. So we have an actor and an inline arrow function, parenthesis, we make an implicit return. Then we display an actor. It needs to have a key, as always, when we map through stuff in our JSX in React. So the key is going to be from the actor.credit_ID. That's the key. Then we have a prop that's called name. So we're going to give it the actor.name. Going to scroll up a little bit here. And then we have a prop that's called character. And for that one, we give it the actor.character, like so. And then we have the image URL. And it's going to equal, and this one is also going to be that Turner operator that we used before, because we want to display a fallback image if we don't have that one. So we check if we have an actor.profile_path. And then we have a question mark, and we're going to return our nice little URL. So I have double backticks, $, and I have curly brackets, and I grab the image base URL. And then directly after that, I have another $, curly brackets, and I grab my poster size. And then I have a third $, and curly brackets, and I'm going to grab actor.profile_path. Be very careful with the spelling here. It's very easy to get a typo when you do stuff like this. Then we have our colon, and if we don't have a profile path, we give it a no image. And then below here, we need to close that component also, do some auto formatting. So this should be it, my friend. We have hopefully finished the base of the application, and then I'm going to teach you some other stuff that's useful in React. So this should be it, I hope. Save it and go back to the browser. You can see that we have the actors here, but it doesn't look good because we haven't styled them yet. But at least it's working. And these are in white. There you can see the character they play in the movie. So we're going to style them in the next video, and then we have this nice actors grid. All right, let's give those actors some styling. So inside our code, in the actor.styles.js file, we have two style components. So let's start with the wrapper as usual. I'm going to set the color from our variables. We have white. I set the background, and also from our variables, we have the dark gray. I set the border dash radius to 20 pixels. The padding is going to be 5 pixels, and the text align is going to be center. Then I'm going to have an h3 tag nested here. I set the margin to 10 pixels, 0, 0, 0 on that one. And then we have the p tag. It's going to have a margin of 5 pixels and 0. All right, so that's everything for the wrapper. Then we have the image, just a few lines of code left. We display it as a block. The width is going to be 100%. The height is going to be 200 pixels. And object-fit is going to be cover. And the border radius is going to be 15 pixels. And this should be it. save it, go back to the application, and hopefully we have a nice grid. Yeah, almost. There's something wrong here with the background. Yeah, and that's because I have a typo. It should say border radius, like that, not radius. Save it, go back, and there you have it. Let's make sure that it works on all devices, and it does. Sweet, sweet, sweet. And that concludes the basic stuff for this application. In the next video, we're going to talk about prop types and how you can type check the props that you send in to your components. I'm going to talk about something that's called prop types. And prop types is something you can use on your components in React to type check the props that you send into your component. So you have this special property on your components you create that's called prop types. I'm on the official React page now, React.js.org. And just as they say here, React has some built-in type checking abilities. I'm going to show you how to convert this application into TypeScript later in a chapter. So if you don't use TypeScript, you should use prop types instead. That way you can at least type check your props that you send in. So they tell you here to run type checking on the props for a component. You can assign the special prop types property. And they give you an example here. So they import the prop types. That's from the library that we installed earlier. Prop types up here. Then they have the component name and then assign to this property that's called prop types. So this one has a lowercase letter to start with, and this one has an uppercase letter. So this one is the actual property on the component itself, and this one is the one that you import from the library that's called prop types. So it can be a little bit confusing, but we're going to practice this in our components. So hopefully you'll get a grasp of it quite quickly. You have this special property on your component that's called prop types, and that is an object, and there you can specify your props. And from the prop types that we import up here, you have different types you can check against. So this one will get a warning if the prop isn't a string that this component receives. And if we scroll down here, they show you everything you can do here. And we are actually just going to do those simple checks if it's a string, a number, or a Boolean. But you can also check against an object. For example, you can check all the properties in an object, and then you use something that's called shape, and then you specify your object shape inside of that one. So you can do some more advanced prop type validation here. Instead of just check that it's an object, you can check all the properties on the object by using the .shape. So I highly suggest that you read this one on react.js.org if you want to know more about prop types. I think a lot of people now are starting to use TypeScript with React. And with TypeScript, we don't have to do this. We have it for free in TypeScript. So prop types is only good if you don't use TypeScript. And that's why I won't go into super detail about it either, because I think TypeScript is actually great to use in combination with React. But you should know at least that you can do some deeper prop type validation by using some of these syntaxes here. And you can also check an object with warnings on extra properties. Then you can do an exact check here if you want to do that. And you can also check if you send in an array that should have only numbers. You can check that also so that you make sure that the array doesn't contain strings, for example. And you can do the same with an object here. So there's some really useful stuff inside of here that you can learn if you want to get more advanced into prop types. But we are going to use the most simple use cases, and we're going to check for strings, numbers, and booleans, and also for functions, I think. So in the next video, we're going to learn about the most simple forms on how you can use prop types on your components. Okay, let's start doing some prop type validation. So we're going to do that with the prop types library that we installed in the beginning of this course. So let's begin at the top here with the actor in the components folder, and then we're going to move our way down and go through all of our components. So in the actor, make sure that you import prop types, capital P, capital T, from prop dash types. All right. And then just below the component at the bottom here, just above the export default, we have our actor component. So we're going to use the special property that's called prop types on that one. So actor.propTypes. And this one is lowercase p, not capital P as it is up here. Be very careful here. It can be quite confusing actually. So prop types is going to equal, and we have an object. And then we can specify our different props that we have here. So we have the name prop, and the name prop, we know that this one is a string. So from the prop types that we import, that's capital P, prop types with capital P, prop types. We have something that's called string. So we're going to check against if it's a string. All right. Then we have the character. And from prop types with capital P, we're also going to check if that one is a string. And we have the third one, image URL, prop types dot string. All of these are going to be strings. So we save this one, go back to our application. And we can see here, we're going to need to be on an individual movie here. So we have this movie here, nothing shows up here. But if we go inside our, I'm just going to close this here. So if we go inside our movie.js component, we have our actor here, and we know that this name, for example, is a string. So if we change this one to a number, for example, 10, save it, go back to our application, you can see that we instantly get a warning here, failed prop type, invalid prop name of type number supplied to actor, expected string. So this is a very handy way when you develop your application to know that you send in the correct props to your components. And this is only available in development mode. It will not be in production. So it's kind of a tool when you develop this application to actually validate your props that you send in to your components. So we're going to change this back now and hopefully get an idea on how it works now. So that was our actor. Then we have our breadcrumb. So just as before, we import prop types, capital P, capital T from prop-types. And below the component, we have the component name, breadcrumb, dot prop types with a lowercase p. It's going to equal an object. And for this one, we have a prop that's called movie title. And from the prop types with a capital P, we're going to check if it's a string. All right. So that's the breadcrumb. Then we have the button. For that one, we have two props. So we import prop types, capital P, from prop-types. And below the component, we have the button dot prop types, lowercase p equals an object. We have our text prop. That one, we're going to check prop types, capital P, getting a little bit repetitive here. And we check if it's a string. And then we have a comma and we have our callback. And from the prop types, capital P, this one is going to be a function. So we have that one also on the prop types object. Func. We can check if it's a function. Save it. Go back to our application and check. Yeah, it seems to be right. So that's our button. Then we have our grid. Import prop types, capital P, from prop-types. Below the component, grid.proptypes, lowercase p. Then we have two props for this one. Header, proptypes.string. We check if it's a string. And we actually don't need to check the children because that is a built-in prop, so we don't need to verify that one. So that's the grid. Then we have the header, and the header don't have any props. We can skip that one. We have the hero image, and this one have 3 of them. So we import prop types, capital P, from prop-types. Below the component, we type in HeroImage.PropTypes, lowercase p. We have our object, and we have the image. We check against the prop types with capital P dot string. All of these are going to be strings also. We have the title, prop types dot string, and we have the text, prop types dot string. All right. Image, title, and text. Save the component. We move inside the MovieInfo component. And for that one, we have one prop. Import PropTypes from prop-types. And below the component, MovieInfo.PropTypes equals an object. And we call it movie, I think. Yeah, movie. And this one is an object. So PropTypes dot object. And this is what I talked about before in the last video. If we go back here, you can see if we want, we can shape this object with dot shape. But I think there's too many properties in this object now to actually do this. I don't think it's worth it. So I just check if it's an object. But if you use dot shape, you can shape the complete object here and check every property on the object. All right, let's move on. We have the MovieInfoBar, and for that one, we have 3 of them. So import PropTypes from prop-types. Below the component, MovieInfoBar equals an object. And we have the time and PropTypes dot. This is going to be a number. So we have the number property to check against. That's the time. Then we have the budget. PropTypes dot number. It's also going to be a number. We have the revenue. PropTypes dot number. All 3 of them are numbers. MovieInfoBar. Yeah. Of course, I also have to have dot PropTypes like this. All right. Just check the application. Everything seems to be working. MovieInfo is defined. Is it because I typed in? Yeah. This one is auto-generated when I typed in MovieInfo below. Okay, just remove it, save it. Then we have the search bar. So import PropTypes from prop-types. All right, below the component, we have the search bar dot PropTypes equal an object. So we have the callback function. So PropTypes dot func. We check if it's a function. Save it. The spinner, we not have any props for that one. We have the thumb, and we have 3 of them there. So import PropTypes from PropTypes. And below the component, we have thumb.PropTypes, lowercase p equals an object. And we have the image, I think, image, movie ID, and clickable. So the image, PropTypes, capital P, dot, string, that's the URL for the image. So it's a string. Then we have the movie ID, PropTypes, dot number. The ID is a number. And then clickable, PropTypes, dot. And this is a Boolean. So we have something that's called bool. And this will check against a Boolean. All right. And that's actually our last component. I think we don't have anything in home and movie and not found. That's the last one. And I saved this for last, actually, because we built the whole application. So you should do this from start when you build a component. I didn't want to confuse you too much before we have learned more about React. So that's why I saved it to last. But you should have as a habit to always do this when you create a component that receives some props. So that's why I saved it for last. I think that sums it up about prop types. I'm not going to go all crazy about prop types. Hopefully you learned something here to get you started with prop types. And actually, I don't think in this application we don't need to do any deeper checks here, actually. Okay, in the next section, we're going to see how we can persist our state in the session storage. We have almost finished our application. There are some things we can do to optimize it because now, yeah, it works. But for example, here, those movies here, we always reload those movies when we visit each site here. And also when we go back to the start page,
we always fetch from the API. And that's what we're going to talk about here, because in your browser, you have something that's called local storage and session storage. And we're going to utilize the session storage to store the data that we already retrieved. So if you open up the panel and you have something that's called application, and inside application, you have the storage. And there you can see the local storage and the session storage. And these here are all the movies that are stored from the application. So you can see it's the movie ID here. And here we have the data for the movie. So that's stored here. And we also have the home state. So this is from the other application that is finished, not ours. I just wanted to keep them here to show you how it's going to look when we store this stuff in the session storage. Local storage and session storage are quite similar. The big difference is that the local storage persists until you decide to remove it. The session storage only persists over a session. So every time you create a new session, the session storage will get wiped out. And you may wonder, wouldn't it be better to have the local storage for our application? Yeah, it would probably, but this page here is based on all the popular movies, so it changes a lot. So that means if we store it in the local storage and never remove it, we always get the same list of movies here, and that's no good. So that's why it's better to store it in the session storage. And also, each individual movie here also changes because we have a rating. Yeah, that one has 0 in rating. Okay. Let's select another one. That one has 7.6. So the rating will change depending on the voting. So there is stuff that can change in each movie also. So that's why I choose the session storage for both of them. But if you want, you can use the local storage instead. The code is going to be the same, except that you swap out session storage for local storage when we write the code. In the next video, we're going to learn how to persist the state in the session storage for the home page. Okay, we're going to learn how to persist the state in the session storage. And we're going to start by creating a little function that we can use to read from the session storage. So go back inside of the code editor, and in the file that's called helpers.js, that's the one I provided for you in the starter files, we're going to add in a little function at the bottom here in this file. So we export the const is persisted state, like this, equals. Then we have a param that's called state name or name. You can name it whatever you want. Then I have an arrow function. And then we create a const that we call session state equals. And from the session storage, we have a method that's called getItem. And this is what I talked about before. If you want to use the local storage instead, you can just change this one to local storage and it will work. You just swap this one out to local storage. All right, so we invoke the method that's called getItem. We give it the state name, and this will return the state from the session storage if there's a state. Otherwise, it will return null. So it will get the item from the session storage with the name that we provide. Then we need to return something from this function that we create. So return, and I'm going to do a short circuit here. I check if session state. If we have something in this one here, then I have double ampersand, and it will return what's to the right of the ampersands. Otherwise, it will return this one, and this will be null if it couldn't find this one in the session storage. Let's say that we have something in the session state. It will run what's to the right of the double ampersand, so we can return that state. But we can't just return it as it is, because you can only write to the session storage and to the local storage as a string. So we have to parse it back from a string into JSON. So that's also what we're going to do when we write to the session storage. We're going to first convert it to a string, but now we have to parse it back. And we can do that with JSON, capital letters, parse, and then we give it the session state like this. And this will parse it back to a JSON object, and we return it. Save the file, and this is it for this little function. So let's move inside of the use home fetch hook. So down below here are search and initial use effect hook. In this one, we can check if we have a session state before we retrieve anything from the API. So there are a couple of things we have to consider here, because we want to check the session storage on the initial render before we fetch anything from the API. If we have something in the session storage, we retrieve that one instead. And later we're going to create a hook that also writes to the session storage. And we're not going to write to the session storage if we're in a search. And that means that we also don't want to retrieve anything if we're in a search. So that's why we're going to create an if statement here, just at the top in this use effect, if, and we have an exclamation mark and search term. So this means if not search term, then we're going to check the session storage. So we create a new const, call it session state equals, and then we also have to import our function that we created in the helpers file. So up here at the top, we can mark it with helpers and import is persisted state from ... helpers. So that's our function that we're going to use here. To the right of the equal sign, we call that function is persisted state. And for a home page, we're going to create a state that is called home state. So we are hard coding in a string here for this one. You can make it a little bit more elegant if you want to do that. But I have a string here that I call home state. So that's the property that we're going to write to the session storage. And this one should actually be called state, like this. Then I'm going to nest in another if statement here. You could do this in multiple ways, but I think this one is more readable for this course. So that's why I have a nested if statement here also. So if session state, we check if we have something here. Then we're going to set the state and give it the session state. And it's also important that we return, because we don't want to do anything else here, because otherwise it will fetch it from the API also. And this is all that we need to retrieve something from the session state. We make sure that we don't check the session storage if we're in a search. But if we're not in a search, we check if we have something here. And if we have something in the session storage, we set the state with that one that we retrieved here. And then we return. We return early from this use effect. Otherwise, it will work as before here. We set the state first with the initial state to wipe it out. And then we fetch the movies from the API. All right, save it. Just make sure that everything works, and it does. So that's great. I'm also going to wipe out the old session storage here. This one is from React DevTools. So when you delete it, it will create a new one. All right. But we don't actually have something to retrieve yet. We also need to write something to the session storage. So if we go down here below our load more use effect, we're going to create another use effect. And I mark it with write to session storage. And then I have my use effect like this. This one is going to have a dependency array, and it's going to write to the session storage when the search term changes and also when the state changes. And yet again, I check if not search term, because if we're in a search, we don't want to write that one to the session storage. And this is, of course, optional also. If you want to save the search, you can do that also. But I don't think that's a great way of doing it, to have your last active search on the home page. So that's why. So if not in a search term, we can set on the session storage. And this is the same as before. If you want to store it in local storage, you change this one to local storage instead. Dot, we have a method that's called setItem, just as we had the one that's called getItem. In this case, we're going to set it. The first argument is going to be the name that we wanted to have in the session storage. And for this one, I choose the name homestate, just as the one as I grabbed up here. Really important to have the same name. It's a hard-coded string there. Then the second argument is going to be what we want to write to the state. And if you remember, I mentioned that we can only write a string to the session storage and to the local storage. So we have to stringify it, and we can do that with JSON, capital letters, .stringify. And we give it the state, like this. And even if we didn't specify these ones first, you can see that it complains that it wants the search term and the state now. So this is the linting rules for hooks that is included in Create React App. So it's really great to have that one. All right. So that's how we write to the session storage. Save the file, go back to the browser, and you can already see when I save the file that it wrote the home state here for us. So we have the results here, and we can actually go back to the code and do some console logging. So up here in the search and initial, inside the if statement where we grab from the session storage, we can console log grabbing from session storage like this. And down below here, we can console log grabbing from API and save the file. And then if we go back to the console, you can see grabbing from session storage. And if we reload the page, it works. It grabs from the session storage all the time. And then go back to the application here, and we delete the home state in the session storage, go back to the console, reload it. And now you can see that we grab from the API. So if we load some more movies here, a few of them, and then we reload the page, you can see that we have them here instantly. And that's because we saved it to the session storage. In the next video, we're going to persist the state in the session storage for each individual movie. Okay, one more thing to do with the session storage, and that is to store each individual movie in the session storage. That's what we're going to do. Back in the code editor, and we're going to be in the use movie fetch, and we only have one use effect in this one. So down at the bottom of that one, we run that fetch movie function. And before we do that, we're going to check if we have something in the session storage. Just above that one, just as before, we create a const that we call session state equals. But of course, first we also have to import that function up here. So we mark it with helpers, and import is persisted state from ... helpers. Yeah, don't know why it did like this. Okay. To the right of the equal sign here, we're going to run is persisted state, and we're going to check for the movie ID, because each movie is going to be stored in the session state with its own ID. So that will give us null or the actual state. So if session state, if we have a session state, we're going to set the state and give it the session state. And then we're also going to set the loading to false for this one, because we're setting it to true up here when we start. That's why we have to set it to false also. Otherwise, it will keep on showing the spinner. Okay. And then we make an early return just as we did before. Otherwise, it will run this function here that fetches the movies from the API. All right. Auto format it and save it. But we're going to create the use effect also for writing to the session storage. Write to session storage. Then we create our use effect with an inline arrow function. It's going to have a dependency array, and it's going to change on the movie ID change and the state change. And these actually won't change because we're just grabbing data one time for each movie. But as I told you many times before, you should specify all the dependencies for each use effect. If there's something that won't work because you specify them here, you should handle it inside of the use effect, and that will make sure that you have less errors in your application. For this one, we don't need an if statement, so we can write to the session storage dot set item, and we're going to give it a name of the movie ID. Each movie is going to be stored in the session story with its own ID. That's how we separate them out. Then we have a comma, and we give it a state. But just as before, we have to run JSON stringify state, because we can only write a string to the session storage. All right. Save this one and go back to the application. And here you can see that it already saved the movie here. So here's the movie for that one. So if we check this one out, I think it's down below here. You can see that it will instantly grab that movie. And if we choose another one here, you can see that it writes to the session storage. And next time, it will instantly grab it. Because this one here, you can see we have the loading spinner on these ones. But next time, we don't have to reload it. That's how you utilize the session storage to persist the state in your application. In the next section, I'm going to show you how to deploy this application. It's time to deploy the application. And for this course, I'm going to show you how to deploy it to Netlify I think Netlify is a great and very easy way to deploy your React application. So that's why I'm not sponsored in any way by Netlify. I just like it, and I know that there's a lot of people that likes it also. So I think Netlify is a good choice for this. So the first thing you have to do is to create an account at Netlify. It's free, so make sure that you create an account, and that will show you kind of a dashboard here. I have a lot of sites here now, so yours will be empty if you don't have an account already. So make sure to create an account at Netlify. We will need it in the next video. So in this video, I'm going to show you how to create a production build of the application that we're going to deploy to Netlify. So back into the terminal and create React app is really simple to use. It has a built-in command that we can use to build our site. So make sure that you're inside your application folder, and then you run npm run build like this, and this will build the application for us. As it says here, it will create an optimized production build for us. So that's great. And it will place it in a folder that's called build. If we move inside our code editor again, we can see that we now have this folder that's called build. And this is our complete site in here. It's the production build of our site. We have to do one small thing here when we're deploying to Netlify if we want our routing to work correctly. Because, for example, I can show you here, this is the site here. If I go to this site and choose a movie, I grab this URL, that's the direct URL to the movie, and then I paste it in here. You can see that it works now. And that is because I created that little file that we're going to do now. Otherwise, it won't work. It will show an error here. And that's because we're using with React Router. So that's why we have to have that little file. So back inside of the code editor, and inside the build folder at the root, create a new file. The name is going to be _ redirects, like this. It's very important that you name it exactly like this, _ redirects. And then inside of that one, we're going to type in / index.html space and 200. And this will make sure that the routing will work in our application. So save the file. And now we're ready to deploy it on Netlify. So that's what we're going to do in the next video. I'm going to show you 2 ways in this video how to deploy your site to Netlify. And the first one is going to be really easy actually, because if you log into your account at Netlify and you're at this dashboard side, down below at the bottom, you will have this little zone here where you can drop your site. Want to deploy a new site without connecting to Git? Drag and drop your site folder here. And this is really sweet with Netlify actually. So if we grab our folder, that's the folder here where the complete application is, your working folder with the application. You have the folder inside of that one that's called build. So make sure that you grab the build folder that we built in the last video and just drag and drop it here. And you can see that Netlify starts to build your site. And I actually didn't have time to finish that sentence before it published my site. So you have the link here. It will create a randomly generated name. You can change that if you want to do that. So click this link. And you can see that your application is up and running. So that's how easy it is to deploy with Netlify. That's one way of doing it. Another way is to use something that's called the Netlify CLI. And that's what we're going to do next. So make sure to be inside of your terminal. So of course, you're going to be in the folder where your application is. We've already built our application. Otherwise, you have to build it. So npm run build, and also add in that little file that I showed you in the last video for the routing to work in Netlify. Then we're going to install the Netlify CLI. I have already installed it, but I can show you again, of course. npm install netlify-cli-g. So that means that I install it globally. All right, that installed correctly. I'm going to clear my console. And then we can run Netlify deploy like this. And then you're faced with different questions here. So in this case, we're going to create and configure a new site. So make sure that you navigate down to that one. And it's Weibenfalk's team in this case. You will probably also just have one team to choose from. So select that one. And then you can create a site name if you want to do that. I won't do that now, but you can also change it later. So I will use the default. I just pressed enter here. And then it asks for the publish directory down here. And if you remember, the publish directory is the build folder. So we type in ./build and press enter. And there you have it. But the site isn't actually live yet because we now have the opportunity to see if our site works. So you have a website draft URL. We can click that one. And here we can try our application to see that it works before we actually go live with it. All right, it seems to be working. Back to the terminal. And if we read here, we can add the -- prod flag if we want to go live with it. So we run Netlify deploy -- prod, and this will make it go live. Yeah, of course, I shouldn't have a space. It should be -- prod like this. And the publish directory is just as before, ./build. And you are provided with a couple of URLs here. So this is the unique deploy URL for this deploy. This isn't actually the live site. So this is the live site here. On this link, you can click that one and open it up. But I want to go inside of Netlify and check that it's actually here. You can see that it's here. So we can click this one and see if it works. And it works, and that's sweet. So that is actually also quite simple to do it in the terminal like this. So if you change something in your application, you can deploy it very easily without logging into Netlify from the browser. So you just type in Netlify deploy. And if you know that it works, you can flag it with prod like this. And you can do this every time you change something on your site. All right, in the next video, I'm going to show you how to deploy with continuous deployment. That means when you change something and push it to GitHub, I'm going to use GitHub for that one, it's going to deploy it automatically. Okay, we're going to talk about continuous deployment on Netlify now. And that means that we can have, for example, in this case, I have a repository on GitHub that I'm going to use for this one. I published my site here to GitHub, and I'm going to use this one for continuous deployment. And that means that when I push something to this repository here, Netlify will automatically build my site and publish it. So that's really, really neat, actually. Just make sure that you add to your gitignore file to not upload the .env file. And also there's one other thing you have to do, and that is the file that we created in the build folder. You have to move that one inside of the public folder instead. You can see that I have the underscore redirects in the public folder, and this will make sure that this one is included when Netlify builds the site. So that's all you have to do, and push it to your repository. I'm using GitHub. You could use Bitbucket or some other service if you want to do that. So this is the complete site. Then I'm going to move inside of Netlify, and I'm at my dashboard. You have something that's called new site from Git. I'm choosing GitHub because that's what I'm using. So it authorized me here. So you have to log in. Then I can search for, my name is RMDB version 3. So I select that repository. And we're going to build from the master. That's correct. The command is going to be npm run build. And the publish directory is the build folder. So that is correct. But we have one more thing to do because we have an environmental variable for our site. So we have to set that one up also. Show advanced. And here we can create a variable, new variable. So you can set the name here, and the name is going to be React_app_API_key, just as the one that we had in our application in the .env file. All right, then we need to give it some value, and here we can give it the API key to the movie database API. So I'm obviously not going to show that for you. So I'm going to paste that one in, and then I'm going to click deploy site. So make sure that you also paste in your key here, and then click deploy site. And now we just wait for it. It's going to build a site, so it will take a little bit longer now, and hopefully this will work. And if we want to see the build log, we can also do that by clicking here, deploying your site, and it will show us the log. And there you have it. The site is live, it says here. So we're going to try that out. Go back to our dashboard, and here's the site. Click the link. We make sure that it works. And it does, and that is great. Just going to make sure also that these unique links work if we paste that one in. Yeah, and it works. Sweet, sweet, sweet. This is how you publish on Netlify. And this also concludes the main part of this course. I hope you enjoyed it. There are some bonus parts. In the next part, I'm going to show you how to use class components instead of hooks. And then I'm going to show you how to convert this application into TypeScript. And lastly, I'm going to show you how to use the login and vote system for the movie database API. We're going to refactor our application into using class components instead of React hooks. I actually don't use class components anymore, and I think a lot of people don't do it. But the chances are that if you get a job as a React developer, you will work with a code base that at least has some class components. So there's a lot of applications out there that still has class components in it. And it's actually not even deprecated from the React library. So it's a legit way of creating components in React. So in some sense, it's a matter of preference. I don't think I ever will use them again, actually, because I love hooks and I always use functional components with hooks. But I want to show you how to do it with class components also. And there's 3 components that we have to refactor because we have 3 components with state in them. And that's the search bar, the home, and the movie. And we're going to start with the search bar. So make sure that you're inside the index.js file in the search bar folder. And there will be a lot of errors and warnings here when we remove stuff here now. But we'll fix that as we go along in this video. So first of all, this one is a functional component. We want it to be a class component. And then up here, instead of importing useState, useEffect, and useRef, we can import something that's called component, like this. And instead of the const here, we delete all of this here. And we create a class that we call SearchBar, just as before, the same name, and it extends component. So if we didn't import that one up here, we had to specify extend React.component. So this is a little shortcut you can do here. So we can remove these ones here. In a class component, you have one class property that's called state. And that's the only state holder you have. So that's one downside with classes. If you use useState and React hooks, you can have as many states as you want and separate them out. Here we only have one. So we have the class property that's called state. And now you can see that I'm not using the constructor like this because we don't need to do that. Babel and Webpack will make sure that it will be transpiled down correctly. So we have this class property here that's called state and it equals an object. We're going to have a property that's called value and it's an empty string. So that's the value for our input field in the search bar. And then we're also going to have a class property that's called timeout. And we set that one to null. All right. The use effect, we can't use that one anymore. But we can reuse this logic here for the timer. So I'll remove these ones for now. And in a class component in React, you have something that's called lifecycle methods. And there's 3 of them that you should know. That's probably the most used ones. You have one that's called component did mount, and that's the one that's going to trigger initially in the component. And then you have another one that's called component did update, and that's the one that we're going to use now. And then you have the last one that's called component will unmount. And that one is triggered just before the component will unmount. And in that one, you can do some cleanups and stuff like that. But we're going to use the one that's called component did update. And you could do this in several ways. You don't actually have to use this lifecycle method to get this to work. But I want to use it here to show you how this lifecycle method works. So component did update like this. This one is going to give us the previous props and the previous state. So I make an underscore prev props. We're not going to use the props because we don't need to check against the previous props. So I mark it with an underscore just to tell that we won't use that one. And then we have the prev state. The prev state we will use. All right, so that's the component did update lifecycle method. And this one will trigger on each update on the component. So what do we want to do here now? The state here with the value is going to be the text that the user types in the input field, because this is a control component. So we keep it in the state. So we want to check if this .state.value, it's the value here. And as this is a class, we have to use this. So this .state.value, if that one isn't equal to the prevState.value, we want to do something. Otherwise, we will go into an infinity loop here, and that's no good. We check here if the value in the state isn't the same as the previous one. Then we know that we should do something. All right. And then we have one prop that's sent into this component, and we can destructure that one out. So const, it's called set search term equals this.props. So we destructure this one out from the props because we send in this function here that's going to trigger when we do a search. Then we have our timeout. It's the one here. So copy this one, move it inside of there. Instead of const timer, we're going to set this one to this timeout that we created up here. So this dot timeout is going to equal this one here. And the first thing we also have to do is to clear this timer. So clear timeout, this dot timeout. And this is why I have this up here so that we can access it here and clear it before we do something else. All right. And inside of this timeout here, we're going to grab our state value. And we can also destructure that one out. So const value equals this.state. So we grab that property from our state. And instead of the state here, we give it the value like this. So every time we type something in, we're going to set the state, and that will update the component, and it will trigger this one. We clear the current timeout, and then we set a new one. And at every 500 milliseconds, we will trigger this search function, just as we did before. Then, in the class component, we have a render method. And inside the render method, we can return. So this logic here, we can grab this one, cut it out, and paste it inside the render method. Like this. And this one, we have to change this one to this.state value. And also when we set the state, this one isn't correct here. We should specify this.setState. And our state will look like this. We have an object like this. And we have a property that's called value. And the value here is going to be the same. And now you can see we don't have any errors in this component, and that's great. If you want, you can also destructure this value out up here. Just before the return statement, const value equals this.state, like this. And then we can use the value like this instead. Save the component, go back to our application, make sure that you're running the application. Then we can try if it works. And it's working. So it works exactly as before. We're just using a class instead now. So this is how you refactor the search bar to a class component instead. In the next video, we're going to refactor the home page. We refactor the search bar into a class component, and now we're going to refactor the home component. So make sure that you're inside the home.js file. And first we can remove this hook here, like this. And up here, we're going to import the component. And the home function, we create a class called home that extends component, like this. And the use home fetch, we're not going to use that one. We're going to copy that logic and use it inside of this component instead. So we have our state equals an object. And I'm going to have a property for this one that's called movies that's going to hold the array with all the movies. And I'm going to give it the initial state. And this one, we have that one inside of our hook that's called use home fetch. So copy this one. And we can paste it in maybe here. Initial state. Initial state. Yeah, it shouldn't be a semicolon because this is an object. So we have a comma. And then we're going to have the search term because now we have everything in the same state. We can't separate them out. Then we have is loading more is going to be set to false initially. And we have loading. It's also going to be set to false. And we have the error false. So this is how the structure of a state is going to be. Yeah, I said that this one is going to be an array, but it's going to be an object. And then we have the results. That's going to be an array that holds all the movies. So you can structure it however you want. This is the way I choose to structure it. The movies is the data that we get back from the API, and the other ones are the ones that we create ourselves. All right. Then we're going to make some room here and go back to the use home fetch hook. We have our fetch movies function here. So grab that function, everything, copy it, go back to the home.js file and paste it in here below the state. We have to remove const. Fetch movies, it's the same here. Here we have to do something else because we don't have this state as separate states now. So we remove these ones and this dot set state. We have our object. We set the error to false and we set loading to true like this. And here you can see we're only changing the properties that we want to change. React will merge the other ones automatically. And this is actually different from how the state works in a functional component with useState. With the useState hook, it won't merge the old state in. So you also have to make sure that you also provide that one if you want to keep it. But in this case, we're changing the error and the loading here, and the other ones will stay the same. So this is how it works in class components. All right, we have our movies. This one is going to be the same. The set state is going to be quite different now. First, I'm going to spread out the previous state. And then I'm going to have my movies property. Because inside of this movies property that we created up here, we're going to place everything that's returned from the movie database API. And that's the stuff that we have here. I'm actually going to remove the sidebar also. So move this one up inside of the movies object here. So we spread out the previous movies and then we have the results. And then we check if the page is greater than 1, just as before. But here we have to change this one because from the previous state, we also have to go inside the movies property like this. So prev.movies.results. The movies.results is going to be the same here because this is the new data that we grabbed from the API. So we merged that one in. And this one is also going to be the same. So this is our set state for the movies. And then below we have a comma and then we set loading to false. And then inside of the catch, we don't have the set error. So this set state, we set the error to true. And we also set the loading to false, like this. We can remove this set loading here. So this is our fetch movies method. That's called a method now because we're in a class. Then we don't have the use effect here to trigger. So we're going to have a few functions here. We're going to have one that's called handle search equals. We have the search term. So I create an arrow function for this one. And when we search for something, we're going to call this set state parentheses, and we have our state object, movies. We're going to set the movies to the initial state just to reset it, just as before. And then we also give the state the search term. And as this is ES6 syntax, we don't have to specify it like this. It's enough to just specify search term when the name is the same. Okay, so we set this state, and when we have set the search term and also reset the movies to the initial state, we want to do something when that state has updated. And in a React class on the set state, we have a callback function that we can use that will trigger when the new state is set. So we have a comma, and I create an inline arrow function here. And go on another row here. So then we want to fetch the movies, this dot fetch movies, and we give it the one because we're fetching from page 1, this dot stayed, and we give it the search term like that. And we can actually remove those curly brackets. I don't think we need them if we don't want to have them. It's up to you to decide. All right, so that's the search. Then we have the handle load more function. And it's also going to be an arrow function like this. And I'm going to type it in on another row. This dot fetch movies. And from this dot stay dot movies, we have the page. And we're going to add 1 to the page because now we're grabbing the next page. And then we give it this dot stay the search term. So we also provide the search term if we're in a search. All right. We can't actually auto format it yet because there's some arrows down below here. So we're going to create our render method. And then we're going to move this logic here inside of the render method like this. And then we have a few things to correct here. So first, I wanted to structure out some stuff from the state. So up here, as the first line in the render method, I have a const. I destructure out the search term, movies, loading, and error equals this.state. All right. So that will fix a few things. Here we have to change state because it's going to be from the movies.results. And I do that on all 3 of these movies. And instead of set search term on the search bar here for that prop, we're going to give it this.handle search. And here, instead of state, we're also going to map through the movies.results. Down below here, we change state to movies. And this callback here is going to be this.handle load more instead. And now we can auto format it. And hopefully we won't have any errors. But there's one more thing that we have to do. Because it won't fetch anything. Yeah, of course, I have to have it this.setState. And I haven't imported the API either. So go back to the use home fetch. Grab this one up here, copy, and go to the home. And we can paste it in here. And this will get rid of all the errors. But we're not actually fetching anything now. So if we save this one, go back to the application, you can see that it's empty here because we don't trigger anything. We need to have a lifecycle method to trigger when this component mount. And we have a lifecycle method built in for that. It's called component did mount. So we call that one, and inside we're simply going to invoke this.fetch movies, and we give it a 1 because we want to grab the first page. Auto format it and save it. Go back to the application, and now you can see we have our data and our movies here. And hopefully everything works as it should. Yeah, it works. So that's how you do it. And yet again, the app will look exactly the same here. We have the same functionality in the application itself, but we have refactored the homepage to use a class component instead. And as you can see, I think there's a lot more code here, and I think it's actually not that easy to separate out things. So that's why I prefer to use functional component and the use state hook and use effect instead. I don't really like this way of doing it anymore, especially with the state, because you have to nest a lot of stuff here as you only have one state. It's much easier when you can separate them out into different states, as you can with the use state hook. All right, just one more thing to do in this section, and that is to refactor the movie component to use a class component instead. And that's exactly what we're going to do in the next video. We're almost finished with the refactoring into class components. We only have the movie page left to do. And we're going to do that right now. So go back inside of the code editor and inside the movie.js file. And for this one, we're actually going to do a little special thing here. And that's because we are using this hook here, use params. That's from React Router version 6. And there's actually no good way of grabbing the params in a class component with React Router. They have completely removed that functionality and they do not support that for class components. That's why I'm going to do a little trick down below here at the bottom, just above where we export this one here. We're going to create a functional component for this one, const movie with params, like this. And then it's going to take in some props. We have an arrow function. I'm actually going to remove the sidebar again. And then we have our movie component that we have up here. So this one is going to spread all the props that this component receives. That way we can have more props if we want to do that. So we just pass them along to the movie component. Then I'm going to create a prop that's called params. And inside here, I invoke use params, like this. And then instead of exporting the movie itself, I'm going to export movie with params. So what I'm doing here is creating a wrapper component that will show the movie class component and also provide it with the params for us. So that's the best way I found of doing this, actually. There may be some other solutions also, but I think this is actually kind of neat because you can do it on one row like this. Before you had something that's called with router that you can wrap your component with, but that's actually not provided in the React Router DOM or in the React Router library anymore. So that's why I had to do it like this. All right. So let's refactor this one. We're going to remove this hook here. And we can also grab from the use movie fetch hook, we can grab the API import. And I'm going to paste that in the movie up here somewhere, maybe there. And we're not going to use that hook anymore. And of course, we have to rename this one also. And up here, we're going to import component just as before. And we rename this one. We create a class movie extends component. And this one, we can remove that one also. And we can actually create a random method right now and move this logic inside of that one. Something like this. All right, and now we have some serious refactoring to do here. So first, we're going to create our state. So we have our class property state. It's an object, movie. I'm going to set that one to an empty object to start with. Then we set loading to true and error to false, like this. All right. I did some auto formatting there also. Then from the use movie fetch hook, I'm going to copy this fetch movie function like this. And for this one, I'm not going to implement the session storage. So I'm just copying this one here. And I didn't do that in the home component either. All right, paste it in here in the movie component. We remove the const from fetch movie. Just as before, we have to refactor this one. So this one becomes this set state parenthesis, and we have our object. Error is going to be false, and loading is going to be true, like this. And then we can also destructure out our prop, because we're sending that in with that special little component that I created down here. So now we have access to a prop that's called params. So I destructor that one out because we're going to need the movie ID, like this, equals this.props.params. And that will grab that one for us. All right, these ones are going to be the same. And this one also, set state, we have to change this one also, this.setState. And the state is going to be movie. We have that property, it's an object.
So we move these ones up inside of that object. And then we have a comma, and we set the loading property to false, like that. And that should be it for that one. We're going to remove the set loading, and here change the set error to this dot set state, parenthesis, and the object error true, and loading to false. All right. And I think that's it for that function. And then we're going to have a lifecycle method also for this one. The component did mount. We're going to do something when the component mount. And the only thing we're going to do is to invoke this dot fetch movie. And then down below in the render function, we can destructure out from our state, const. We have our movie. We have the loading. We have the error. Yeah, and that's it. Then we grab them from this dot state. And hopefully it will work here now. Yeah, I think that's fine. Do some auto formatting. And let's see if it works. We save the file, go back to the application. Yeah, it's grabbing from the session storage now, I think. Yeah, it works. So that's sweet. We have successfully refactored this application into something that what I think is a worse application because we're using classes now. I wouldn't do it like this. I would keep the functional components and the state with hooks and the use effect and the use state stuff that we use in the application. But it's up to you to decide that. But hopefully this gave you an idea on how class components works in React and to keep state in class components and the lifecycle methods. There's more lifecycle methods, but I won't go into them here because I'm not using them in this application. So that's why. All right, in the next bonus section, I'm going to talk about TypeScript, and we're going to refactor our application into TypeScript. Welcome to this bonus section where we're going to refactor the application into using TypeScript. And TypeScript itself is quite a large topic, so we will only scratch the surface actually, but hopefully that's going to be enough to give you a basic understanding of how TypeScript works, and especially with React. So TypeScript is an extension of JavaScript, and it adds types to JavaScript. So that's great because JavaScript is actually quite a loose language where you can do whatever you want and it still works. So it can be a little bit messy if you're in a large application. So TypeScript will transpile down to JavaScript in the end. So that's why, as they say here, all valid JavaScript code is also TypeScript code. So you can decide how much you want to type stuff and how strict you want to be with TypeScript. And TypeScript is gaining a lot more ground, and it's almost a standard today when you create something from scratch. A lot of applications, of course, don't use TypeScript as they're old, and there's a lot of code base out there that hasn't been refactored, and you probably shouldn't do it for all of the applications either. But TypeScript is great if you have quite a large application and you want to keep track on types. And it's really great also because it's kind of like I have a second coder beside you that tells you what you do wrong meanwhile you code. So it's a great way to write a lot more errorless code. I think that's one of the great things with TypeScript because you have a really powerful IntelliSense with TypeScript and it will tell you if you do something wrong. All right, that was a really short introduction to TypeScript. In the next video, we're going to set up our project and start refactoring our application into using TypeScript. All right, let's start refactoring our application into using TypeScript. And I'm actually going to create a complete new application with Create React App. And that's because you can also create an application with TypeScript support, and it gives you some defaults and setup that we can use so we don't have to do that ourselves. If we look here with Create React App, we can flag it with template and TypeScript, and that will create our application with TypeScript support. So that's what we're going to do first. So make sure that you're inside a folder where you can create a new project, and then go inside your terminal. I'm just going to show you this also. And then we type in npx create-react-app, and then we name our application React-RMDB-TS. And I think you also must have only lowercase letters in your naming. Then we flag it with template, and
TypeScript like this. And we press enter and we wait for it. All right, that's the bootstrapping of the application itself. So let's navigate inside of that folder, cd react-rmdb-ts, and you can see that we have some different files here. So that's great. We have one more thing that we need to do before we can start coding, and that is to install our dependencies in this TypeScript application also. So we have the style components and we also have the React router. So let's start with the style components, npm I style-components. And as this is a TypeScript project, we also need the types for style components. And if a library won't provide you with types by default, you can usually find the types in @types/ and then you can type in the name of the library that you're installing. So in this case, it's going to be @types/ style-components. And we press enter. All right, so that installed correctly. And then we also need to install the React router, the next version, the version 6, and the types for that one. So npm I. If you remember, we also install a library that's called history. That one is used for React router. So history, space, and then we have the react-router-dom @next. Just as before, we're grabbing the next version, and that is the version 6. Then we have a space, and we're going to grab the types for this one also. So @types/ react-router-dom, and we press enter. All right, so that's the dependencies we need for this project. But there's one more thing we have to do, because now we have bootstrapped this new TypeScript application, but we want our old files inside of that one. So if we look here, here's the file for this project. I'm also showing the hidden files here. So we have the git and git ignore. So now inside of this src folder here, we have all the TypeScript files, but we want our files instead. And therefore, we can actually remove some of those files here. We don't need the setup tests. We don't need a service worker. We don't need a logo, index, CSS app. We can still keep the index actually, because that one is already set up for us. The other ones we can delete. So just keep the index, tsx, and the React app md.ts. And remove the other files like this. And then from our finished application, I'm using the hook version now. So not the class-based one, use the hook-based one. And we're going to grab from the src folder the API app components, config, global style, helpers, hooks, images, everything except the index.js file. Copy these ones and go inside the src folder of the newly bootstrapped TypeScript project and paste them in. And the application won't work now because we have to do a lot of stuff here to get it to work, but that's fine. There's one more thing we have to do also, and that is to copy your .env file. Like this. Or if it says that you can't copy it because it's hidden, you can create a new .env file and set up your environmental variable for the movie database API there again. So just copy that code from your other env file and create a new one and paste it in, because it's really important, because we need that one to be able to fetch data from the movie database API. We have copied all the files that we need for our TypeScript project, and that means that we can close the other project, and we're going to be in the new project from here on. In the next video, we're going to convert these base files here, the API app, config, global style, helpers, and stuff like that into TypeScript. And then we'll move on with the components and the home and the movie page. Okay, before we do anything, I have to correct the mistake I did in the last video, and that is the .env file. It shouldn't be in the src folder, it should be in the root folder. So move this one out to the root folder of your project and make sure that it's outside the src folder, otherwise it won't work. We can go inside of our terminal and try to start the project up. We will get an error, or probably a lot of them, as you can see, because we haven't actually converted anything into TypeScript yet, so that's why. So first, in the index.tsx file, we have to do some cleanup. We're going to remove the index.css. We're going to remove the service worker, like this, and save the file. And then we have something that's called react-app-env.ts. And this is
the references for the types for React scripts. So we leave this alone. And also we have something here that you can see that's called tsconfig.json. And this is the config you can set up for TypeScript. So this is why I wanted the bootstrapped application with Create React App, because they already set this one up for us. So they have a lot of great defaults here that's set up for us. And if there's something special you want to configure for TypeScript, you can do it in this file. So you can add them here. There's actually a lot you can do to set it up just as you like it. But we're not going to do that. We're going to use the defaults that Create React App provides for us. So we cleaned up the index.tsx file, and we're going to refactor all of the other files here in this video. So we can start with the api.js file. We have to rename it. So we're actually going to rename all of these files because they should be called .ts, so that it indicates that it's a TypeScript file. So we rename them to .ts instead. All of these files is going to be .ts. The app is actually going to be .tsx, and that's because we're using JSX inside of that one. Otherwise, it won't work. So every time you use JSX, make sure that you have the file extension .tsx. Otherwise, TypeScript will fail. All right? So that's the renaming of the files. And then we can start in the api.ts file. And for this one, we're actually going to create some types because we're returning data from the API and we need to type that data. But first, we can start to actually type the functions themselves. So here you can see that it complains now, parameter search term implicitly has an any type, and that's because we haven't set any type. This one, if we want to specify a type on this parameter, we use a colon, and then we specify it as a string. And you can see that it stops complaining now, and that's great. And the page, this one is actually going to be a number, so we specify it as a number. So that's how you specify parameters. You have a lot of types you can specify for them. And then if you want to specify the return type on the function, you can see that TypeScript actually won't complain now because the default setup don't force us to specify a return type. But I want to show you how we can do that. And in this case, it's a promise that we return because we're fetching from the API and we get back a promise. So if we want to type the return type to be a promise, we have a colon here. And then we specify it as a promise. But the promise needs something else. You can see here, represents the completion of another, blah, blah, blah. Generic type promise requires one type argument. And when you send in a type argument to a type like this, you do it inside of angle brackets. And we're going to specify that this is going to be the type of a new type that we're going to create that's called movies. We haven't created this one yet, so of course it complains. So we're going to do that in a second. We're only going to specify this const here also. The endpoint that we create here, we have a colon, and then I type it as a string. So that's how we type this function. And now we're going to create a type that's called movies. And the actual data that we get back from the API, it has a lot of properties. So I'm only going to type the properties that I'm actually using inside of the application. So we can mark it with types here. And then I'm going to export this type because I'm going to use it in another file. So that's great. You can also export the types. You don't have to specify them all over the place. You can specify them in one file and you can export them and import them wherever you need them. So export type movies like this. And from the API, we get the page. And that one is going to be a number. You could also create something that's called an interface. And then you do like this. They are almost the same today in the new versions of TypeScript. Before, there was some major differences, actually. The recommendation is to use type in a React application. So we're going to do that. So export type movies and then equals and the object. Then we have the results. And the results is actually going to be all the movies. We're going to specify another type that's called a movie. That's a singular movie. And this one is going to be an array. So it's going to be an array of the movie type. So this is how you specify that array. So if you had an array, for example, with only numbers, you could specify it like this. But we are going to create another type object that's called movie. And we're going to do that in a second. But first, we're also going to type the total pages. It's going to be a number. And then we have the total results. That one is also going to be a number. Do some order formatting. And you can see in the type object here that it uses semicolon and not comma as in a regular JavaScript object. I actually think it will work with comma also. But the formatting is set up so that it uses semicolon, but you can see that it seems to be working. But when I auto format it, yeah, it will return to the semicolons. Okay. All right. So we need to specify each specific movie here. So we create another type that I export type movie equals an object. And here we have a few more of the different properties. So we have the backdrop underscore path. It's going to be a string. The ID is going to be a number. The original underscore title is going to be a string. The overview is going to be a string. It's easy to have a typo here, so be careful. Popularity is going to be a number. Poster underscore path is going to be a string. The title is going to be a string. The vote underscore average is going to be a number. And the vote underscore count is going to be a number. The budget is also going to be a number. And then we have the runtime. It's a number also. And the last one is the revenue. And it's also going to be a number. So that's the type object for a singular movie. And now you can see that it won't complain here because we're using that one and telling that the results is an array of the type movie. So each element in the array is going to be an object of this type. So that's how we specified it now. All right. And you can see that it won't complain here now because we're using this type here, the movies. So that's fine. Then we move on to the fetch movie, the singular fetch for each movie. We have this param here. So we have to use parentheses when we type this. The movie ID is going to be a number. And the return type is going to be a promise again. And this time it's the movie. We already created this one because it's a single movie. So we have this object here. So that's great. And we can also specify the endpoint. You can see that it won't complain because the default setup won't force us to specify everything. But it's always a great idea to specify what type you return in the const. All right. So that's the fetch movie. And you can see here also bonus material for login. We're not going to type this once. I'm going to stop here for the basic fetch functions here. So fetch credits. We have the movie ID. That one is going to be a number like so. And it will also return a promise. And we create a type that's called credits. But before we do that, we can also specify the credits endpoint as a string. All right, then we go up here again, just below the type movies. We're going to export the type that's called credits. It's always a great idea to export the types because you never know when you need them. That way you make sure that you can access them from anywhere in your application. The ID is going to be a number. The cast, we're actually going to create a new cast object for that one. So it's going to be an array with an object that we specify as a cast. And we're going to do that in a second. We have the crew, and it's also going to be a new type object. So an array of crew, like this. So up here, we export the type cast equals. We have the character. It's going to be a string. The credit underscore ID is going to be a string. The name is going to be a string. And the profile underscore path is also going to be a string. If you want to type this in one row instead of typing them out when all of them are going to be a string, you can do it like this. You have a square bracket, and then you have the property. The property is going to be a string, and then the type is going to be a string like this. And this will also work. But I think it's better to be more explicit and type all of them like this. Then we have the crew. So export type crew equals an object. Job is going to be a string. Name is also going to be a string. And the credit underscore ID is going to be a number. Auto format it and save it. And hopefully this will work. You can see that it will give us some errors here now because I won't type this one here. Or is it only, yeah, I can actually just type this one so we don't have an error. The request token is going to be a string. The username is also going to be a string. And the password is also going to be a string, some auto formatting, and then we have them on their own row. So that will get rid of the errors. But we won't focus on these below the bonus material. Only these ones here. So that's what we're doing. All right, save the file. So that's the api.ts. Then we have our app.tsx file. And you can see here now that it complains because we don't have the types for this one, and that's because we're using the next version. So in this case, I'm just going to ignore it because I know it will work. So when you ignore something with Typescript, you can do that by comment and then @ts-ignore. And that will get rid of that error. So we have to do this for now before it is officially released. Then they will provide the types for it, and then we don't have to do it like this. And the only thing we have to do more is to specify our React component. So this is a functional component. And if we do a colon and React.fc, we have that built into React. So we have that type for a functional component. So this is everything we have to do to specify this as a React functional component. All right, save the file. Then we have the config.ts file. The only thing we have to do here, if we want, is to specify those as strings, because all of them is strings. This one can be undefined also. So yeah, well, we can do it. API URL colon string. This one colon string. And if it can have more than one value, we can have this pipe, and we specify it as undefined also, because you can see if I remove this one here, it complains because it tells us that type string undefined is not assignable to type string, because we're saying that it can only be a string, but it can actually also be undefined. So TypeScript tells us that, yeah, you're doing something wrong here. So this one could also be undefined. So you should do something about it. So that's what we're doing here. Pipe undefined like this, and it will be happy. And all of the other ones will be strings here. So I'm just going to do it quite fast. String, 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 and this one here, string, and this string, and the last one, a string. Right? Save the file. That's the config. And then we have the global style. We don't need to do anything inside of here. This is a style component, so it's fine like it is now. The helpers.ts here, we're going to type this ones up also. So here we have this time param. So we create parentheses. And this one is going to be a number. But the return type of the function itself is going to be a string. So we type it like this. And hours is going to be a number. And the mins is also going to be a number. So that's it for that function. Then we have the convert money. Parenthesis. It's going to be a number, and it's also going to return a string. And this one is a special one. So you can see that this formatter here, the type is actually this one here, into intel.number format, international number format. So copy this one, and we can actually specify this as a type also for it. Like so. Then the last one inside of this file is the state name. This one is going to be a string. JSON.parse has an any type as a return type. We can specify any. It shouldn't actually complain here. Yeah, and that's because this is named the wrong way here. It should be session stayed. So that's why. So JSON.parse has an any type, so that's why we have to specify it as any. You should avoid specify anything as any because you remove all the type checking here when you specify it as any, because you're saying that it can be of any type. So always make it a habit to not use any if you can. Only use it in specific case like this one, because this one will return any. So that's why we have to specify it as any. And that's it for these files here. We can start up our application to see that it works. npm start. And it seems to be working, so that's sweet. In the next video, we're going to refactor the homepage to use TypeScript and also the components that we use on the homepage itself. All right, let's continue to refactor the application into TypeScript and move inside of the component home.js. We're going to rename this file to TS. And also I can tell you, as if we look here in the terminal, I don't run my dev environment because when you change the file names, it will break. So you have to restart it again. So that's why I'm going to start it up later. But if some stuff don't work because you have changed some file name or things like that, try to break it and start up your dev environment again. All right, so I renamed the home TS like this. And then inside of that file, the only thing we have to do here is to specify this as a React.functional component, React.fc. And you can see that I actually made a mistake here. This one shouldn't be TS. Then it won't work because we have JSX here. So this one should be .tsx. So change that one to home.tsx and then it will work, hopefully. Here we have some stuff that it complains about. And that is because we haven't typed anything yet in our hook that fetches that data. So if we move inside of the hooks and use home fetch, first we rename this file to .ts. Here we're not using any JSX, so we can name it to .ts. Okay, the first thing we have to do here is to import the type movie. And we do this inside of curly brackets because this is not the default export. And then it complains here on the page. This one is going to be a number. And the search term, it actually interprets this one as a string because we set it as a default string here. So we don't have to specify anything more here. But it complains about the state, and that is because if we hover over this use state, you can see that results is set to never. It doesn't know what type this will be. That's why we can specify it as movie and an array. So we're telling it that we're setting this to an empty array, but it should interpret it as a movie array. So that's why we imported it up here, and that's why we also get the types on the state correctly here. So in the home, you can see that the warnings has disappeared because now it knows all these types because it interprets it from this hook here as we're telling it that this state is going to be of this type. And then it follows along inside of this file. So that's super great. So save the home also. Then we're going to refactor the components that we're using for the home component. So we have the button. So in the index.js file, that one is going to be renamed to index.tsx. And the style file is going to be renamed to .ts because we're not using any JSX inside of that one. And for the style file, we don't need to do anything there. But in the index.tsx file, we have to do some stuff because now we have some props here. And we're also going to remove PropTypes. We don't need that one when we're in TypeScript. So remove everything that has to do with the PropTypes. Then here I'm going to specify types. And I create a type that I call props. You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't need to be called props. So we have the text prop here, text. That's going to be a string. And then we have the callback. And I'm going to type this very loosely. It's going to be a function that returns nothing. So then we specify it to void because void means that it won't return anything. So this is a click callback. All right, but it still complains we have created a prop object. So we have to specify the button as a React.functional component, React.fc. And if we want to specify our props, we can do that inside of angle brackets. And then we use our props object. And then you can see that it works. It knows the types now of these props. You can see if we hover over them, you can see the types. All right, so that's it for the button. Then we have the grid styles. We're going to rename that one to gridstyles.ts. And the index is going to be renamed to .tsx. Yet again, for the styles, we don't have to do anything here because we're not sending in any props to the style components. In the index.tsx file, we have to do some stuff though. So we remove the prop types and also make sure to remove them at the bottom here, like this. Then I specify types and I create a type props, an object, and we have the header. We set that one as a string. The children, we don't need to type that one because that's built into React. So we specify the grid to react.fc. We have angle brackets and we give it the props object. And this is it for the grid. Move on to the header. Header styles is going to be .ts like this. And index is going to be .tsx. Nothing to do in the styles file, but in the index.tsx, we can do some stuff. And we only have to specify this as a react.fc. So that's everything for the header. All right. Then we have the hero image. Hero image.styles is going to be renamed to .ts. And this index.js is going to be renamed to .tsx instead. In this style component, we actually have to do something because we have this prop here and we haven't typed that one. So up here, I mark it as types and I create a type props equals. We have the image and this is going to be the URL, so it's a string. And when you type a style component, you do it here. Just after the component you choose to create, we have the angle brackets again and we send in the props like this. And there you have it. That's the styles. Then we have the index.tsx, remove the prop types. Just as before, we specify our types. Type props equals an object. Image is going to be a string. Title is going to be a string. And the text is also going to be a string. And we specify it as a react.fc. We have the angle brackets and send in the props. And this should be it for this component. Save it, move on. MovieInfoBar, these are for the movie page. We have the search bar. The index.js is going to be renamed to index.tsx. The search bar styles is going to be .ts. We don't have to do anything in the styles file, but in the index.tsx, we remove the prop types. Everything that has to do with prop types. Then we have the types. I create a type props equals an object. And then we have the set search term. And this one is going to be a callback. And how do we type this one? Well, this has implicitly an any type, but if we go back to the home and see where we have the search bar, you can see here, and here we actually get that type. So when you hover over stuff, we get that type, and that's really good because we can actually just copy this one, copy, and move back to the index.tsx file in the search bar, and then we paste it in here. So this is a react.dispatch. And inside here, we have the react.setState actions. So this is the type for the setup for the use state. And it's a string in this case. If it was a Boolean, it would have said Boolean here instead or something. First, we have a react.dispatch, and we specify the type that it is a state action. And we specify that one, that it's a string that we're going to set this state with. So the search bar is going to be a react.fc component. We have the angle brackets, and we give it the props. And that's it for the search bar. Move on to the spinner. The spinner styles is going to be renamed .ts. And the index is going to be renamed to .tsx. The spinner, we don't have any props for that one. And this one is actually nothing to do because it just exports the style component. And the last one is going to be the thumb. So we rename the index to .tsx. And the thumb styles is going to be .ts. So nothing to do with the styles, but in the index.tsx, remove the prop types. Like this, and then we specify types, type props equals. The image is going to be a string because it's the URL to the image. Then we have the movie ID. That one is going to be a number. And the clickable is going to be a Boolean. And then we specify this as React.fc. And we give it the props. And this should be it. Save the component. And I think we should be able to start up our application. So we run npm start. Let's see if we have any errors. It actually seems to be working. All right. That's great. I didn't have any typos or stuff like that. That always makes me happy when it works the first time. Okay, so that's the home component. In the next video, we're going to convert the movie page and all the components for that page into Typescript. So we're going to refactor the movie component and also actually the not found component. So we're going to start with the not found. This one is a small component. So we just specify this as a React.fc, and that will be it for that one. And we also have to rename it to .tsx and save the file. And now if you look in the console, you can see that it gives an error. That's because we renamed that one. And that's what I meant before. Break it and you have to restart it. Otherwise it won't work, usually. Okay, so let's move inside of the movie.js file. Rename it to movie.tsx. And then we're going to refactor some stuff here. So we specify it as a react.fc. We don't have any props for this one. And you can see that it complains now because it can't interpret the types here. So we're going to fix that in the hook. So go inside the hooks and use movie fetch. We rename this one to .ts. And we also need to import some stuff here. We need the movie type object. We need the cast and the crew. That's the one that we created earlier. So we import them here also. Then I'm going to specify some types. Export type movie state. And the movie state is going to be the movie. But as I'm also creating these properties myself, the actors and the directors, I have to add these one-ins. So we can actually merge them together to one type. So we use the ampersand, and then we have the object. The actors is going to be an array of cast, like this. And the directors is going to be an array of crew. And that will create a type object with the movie, and then we merge in the actors and type them as an array of cast, and then we have the directors, and we type them as an array of crew. All right. The movie ID, it complains here. We have to specify the types. And we specify it as a number. And the use state here, it doesn't know what state this is actually. So we're going to specify the state. We have the angle brackets, and then we can give it the movie state. And then it will know that this state will have this type, but it complains now, and that is because we're setting it to an empty object, and it doesn't like that because we say that it can only be a movie state. So we could do it like this if we want. We tell it that it can also be an empty object, or we can do as we did before. We say as movie state, like so, and it won't complain anymore. So that's everything we have to do, I think. The movie ID, okay. Yeah, we also have to make this a string, because this persisted state function is taking in a string, and this is actually a number now. So you can see how great it is with TypeScript, because it's telling us when we're doing something wrong. So we convert this one to a string with a built-in function like this. And then I bet it's the same here, yeah. Dot to string. Like so. And this will hopefully be it. We're back inside the movie.tsx file. Yeah, and this is because we get a string back from the API, and now it wants a number, so we can convert this to a number. And there are smoother ways of doing this, so you don't have to convert it like this, but I think it's a great practice in TypeScript, so that's why I did it this way, so we can convert it, because TypeScript will complain if we send in the wrong type. But of course, we could be more consistent and refactor some stuff in the use movie fetch and also in the API file to specify the correct type from the beginning. Of course, in the API here, you can see that the movie ID is a number. We could specify this as a string instead. We can actually do that. So we make this a string, and we specify this as a number. This one should be a string. And we save it, go back to the movie, and now it should work. Yeah. So that's probably the way to do it instead, so you don't have to do all this converting. And now we have to refactor the components that we use for the movie page also. So let's begin with actors. So actor.styles is going to be actor.styles.ts, and index is going to be .tsx. We don't have any props in the styles, so we're only going to be in the index.tsx. Remove the prop types just as before. And then we have the types. Types. I create a type, props equals an object. We have the name, it's going to be a string. The character is going to be a string. The image URL is going to be a string also. And we specify this as a React.fc. And I give it to props, just as before. Save the file. Then we're going to be in the breadcrumb, so rename this one also to .ts. And the index is going to be .tsx. Same goes with the styles. We don't have to do anything, but in the index.tsx, remove the prop types. A lot of repetitive stuff here, but that's great when you learn things. As I told you before, I specify the types. Type props equals an object. We have the movie, that's the URL, so it's a string. And then this one is going to be a react.fc. And we have the angle brackets and give it the props. Yeah, I actually name it movie title. That's what it should say. Right, that's the breadcrumb. Then we have the movie info, rename the index.js to index.tsx. And the movie info styles is going to be renamed to .ts. And let's start in the styles, because this one we're sending in some props to. Up here, I mark it with types, create a type, props equals. We have the backdrop, and it's going to be a string. Just as before, we have the angle brackets here on the component that we create, and we send in the props. Don't know why it's still red. Yeah, that's because this one should be named animated movie info, like this. So yet again, you see, TypeScript is great because it will warn us if we don't do stuff the right way. It will warn us. Save it. Because I didn't see this actually when I created it before in the course. I forgot to name this one and I didn't see a warning, but now TypeScript warns me about this. Save the file and go inside the index.tsx file like this. We remove the prop types. And we're going to have some types for this one. And for this one, I'm going to import the movie state from //hooks and use movie fetch. like so. And then I'm also going to specify a type, props equal an object, and we have the movie, and the movie is going to be the movie state type. So you can see here I import the types. I don't have to specify them again. I mean, if you really love structure, you can create specific files for your types and have them inside of those files. All right, movie info, it's going to be a react.fc. I'm going to give it the props, like so. All right, then it complains here. This one shouldn't be here. And it complains again. I did a mistake here. And you see TypeScript, it's great. It's telling me that I did this mistake. Yeah, and that's because I'm not providing a movie ID for this one because we shouldn't be able to click it. So go back inside of the thumb. And this one, movie ID, should be set to optional. And you can set an optional prop with a question mark like this. Save the file, go back, and you can see that the warning disappeared from the movie info. All right, save that file, and we only have one more component to go. That's the MovieInfoBar. Rename this to .tsx and the styles to .ts. We don't have to do anything with the styles. And inside the index, we remove the prop types like this. And then we specify the types. So I have a type, props, an object, time is going to be a number. The budget is also going to be a number, and the revenue is going to be a number. And then we specify this as a React FC. We have the angle brackets and give it the props. We auto format it, and it should hopefully work. Save the file. And this, my friend, should be it, actually. We have successfully, hopefully, refactored this one into TypeScript. So let's make sure that it works. Go inside the terminal and run npm start. And it works. Super great. Here you have it. You have a TypeScript application now. And everything works as it should. No errors anywhere. Sweet. That is the TypeScript part. And in the next part, I'm going to show you some extra stuff that the movie database can do. And that is a neat little login system. And then you can vote on the movies. We've reached the last section of this course. So first, congrats to you because you come a long way in this course. And I hope you've learned something about React. In this part of the course, I'm going to show you how to create a login for the movie database API from our application, and you will be able to vote on the different movies. So first, I just want to show you on developers.themoviedb.org what we're going to use to make the login work. So down here where it says movies, I clicked on this one. You can see the complete API for the movies. And they have one here that's a post that's called Rate Movies. So this is the one that I clicked on here. And by posting to this URL here, we can rate the movies. And we have to provide our API key, and we also have to provide a session ID. So that's where we do the login. And the login is, I think, somewhere, people search. Where do they have it? Authentication. They have a lot of stuff here. And first you have to create a request token. And then we create a session. So we get a session ID. So there's 2 steps you have to do to be able to log in. And they also recommend you to actually reroute to the movie database for making the login. But they also provide you with a solution here that they don't actually recommend, where you can log in from your own site without leaving that application or the site. So that's the one I'm going to use here. And the reason for this bonus chapter in the course is actually that I want to show you how to create a global context and store the user, the logged in user, in that global context. That's the main part that I want to show you. And also I got a lot of requests to show how to make a login form and be able to vote on the movies. There is one thing though that's not going to work with this solution because it's not a full solution really. In this case, you have to use your login from the movie database to be able to log in. So we won't be able to create any new users and stuff like that. And the best thing would probably be to build your own API, your own backend somehow, to have your users log in there and save data so that you can save all the stuff about the user. So there's a lot of different approaches, and this is absolutely not
a fully login system and voting system. I just want to show you some small tips and tricks here to get you started if you want to create your own fully functional login system and stuff like that. Okay, so let's get to it. I'm just going to show you the code shortly here before we move on. In the api.js file, I have created these functions for us here. Down below this comment here, bonus material below for login. I have a function that's called getRequestToken, so that will obviously get the request token from the API. And then I have this one that's called authenticate. And I did some comments here also. So first we have to authenticate the request token that we get from this one. And then we have to get the session ID with the request token. So there's actually 3 steps and not 2 of them, because we have to get the request token first, and then we authenticate that request token, and then we get the session ID, and then we are logged in. And then I have this function down below here that's called rateMovie, and this one will send our rating score to the movie database API and hopefully return an object that says that we were successful. So that's what we're going to be using in this part of the tutorial. So let's get started. In the next video, we're going to create a global context and a global state that we can use to store the user in. All right, let's start by creating a context for our application. And we are touching on kind of advanced stuff now in React. So don't feel bad if you don't understand all of this stuff the first time. All right, inside the src folder, we're going to create a new file that we call context.js, all lowercase letters. So it should be in the root of the src, not in the components or anything like that. In the root of the src, I can close this once here. So we have the context.js file, and inside of that one, we're going to import React, comma, and the useState, and we import it from React. Then I'm going to create something that's called a context in React. And when we create a context, we are creating something that will make it possible for us to provide our application with something in this context that we want to use down in the component tree in the application. In this case, it's going to be a state value and a setter that we're going to use. So the context can be any value that you want to provide down to your application, but it's really, really handy if we want to have a state and a setter that we want to be able to access from anywhere in the application. So I'm going to export this one because we have to import the context in the component where we want to use it. So export const, I call it context with capital C. You can call it whatever you want. It doesn't need to be named context. And from React dot, we have something that's called create context, and I call this one. You could also, of course, import it up here like this. We can do that instead if you feel that that is better. I don't know really. All right. Then I'm going to create something that's called a provider. The provider is going to wrap our application and make sure that we provide this value to our application. So we can decide where we want to wrap this provider in our application. In our case, we're going to wrap it in the app component later so that we give the value to our complete application. So we wrap it high up in the hierarchy so that the complete application and all the components will have access to this value. So I create a const. I call this component user provider. I destructure out the children's because we're going to use this component to wrap our application. So that means that the children is going to be the app in this case. I have a fat arrow. And then I'm going to create a state, const, state, set state, just as we did before. I call the useState hook, and I can give it a value of undefined as initial value. Right, that's our state. So we're creating this one in the user provider. Then we want to provide this one to our application. So I'm going to return from the context we created up here. Context, that's a component. We have something that's called a provider. So context.provider, capital C, capital P. And then we have a prop that's called value. And inside the value prop, we can provide this value that we want our application to have access to. So I have curly brackets, and I want to provide an array with a state and a set state. That will make sure that we get the exact same structure as we do here with the state. We have the state itself, and then we have the setter in an array.
So that's what I'm doing here. I'm giving it the exact same structured array. All right. So inside this one, we're going to return the children. And this makes sure that we can use this provider to wrap any component in our React application, and it will provide it with these values. Then we have to export default user provider like this. Save this file. We're finished here. This is how you set up a global context and a state that you want your application to be able to access globally. Now we're going to move inside of the app.js file, and inside this file up here somewhere, we can mark it with context, and we import user provider. That's the one we created from ./context. All right, so that's our provider component. And we want to place it high up in the hierarchy. So we can just place it here inside of the router, user provider, like this. And I'm going to take this one here and move it down. And I do some auto formatting. So we're wrapping our complete application inside of the user provider. And this makes sure that our complete application will have access to this state that we created. So we're going to use this one later, but first we're going to create our login page. So that's what we're going to start doing in the next video. We're going to start creating our login component. And I didn't say that. I'm using the version of the application without TypeScript. So you shouldn't use the one with TypeScript. Use the original one that we finished before we did anything with TypeScript, and also before we refactor it to classes, because I'm using the functional component version. Just to be super clear so that you know what project you're using for this one. All right, let's move on. Inside of the components folder, we're going to create a new component that's called login.js, capital L. And we import React, and we're also going to need useState and use context. That's the new hook that we're going to use to grab our context. I'm going to show you that in a second. And we import these ones from React. Then we're going to import something that's called useNavigate from React-router-DOM. And this one is used if you want to navigate programmatically in your application. Then we're going to need the functions that I showed you in the API file. So import API from ../API. And for this one, we're going to reuse the button component. So I mark it with components, import button from ./button. All right. And then we're also going to create some styles for this one. So we can actually do that now and scaffold them out first. So we create a new file in the components folder that's called login.styles.js. We're going to create the actual styles in the next video. But for now, we import styled from style components. And we export const wrapper, and it equals a styled.div and double backticks. Save the file, go back to the login.js. We mark it with styles and import wrapper from ./login styles, login.styles. Like this. And then we need our context. So I mark it with context, and we import context from ./context. And that's of course the one that we created before. All right. Then we can create our component, const login equals, we don't have any props for this one. We make an explicit return, and we have a return statement, and we can create the JSX first. I'm just going to export default it first also, so I don't forget that one. Export default login. In the return statement, we're first going to return our wrapper. And inside the wrapper, I'm going to create a label. I'm going to type in username : and then below that one, I create an input field, input. The type is going to be text. The value, we're going to grab the value later from the state. So I just mark it with state value for now. And the name is going to be username. The onChange is going to be handle input. And that's a function that we're going to create. So we can scaffold this one out here first. Const handle input equals an arrow function. We're going to take in the event. So I can skip the parentheses as it's only one parameter. And we just create an empty function from now like this. Then we're also going to have a function that's called handle submit. And we leave it empty for now also. All right, so let's continue here with the input. So we can close this one here. And then we create another input field. The type for this one is going to be password. We don't want to show the characters that the user type in this one because it's the password input box. The value is also going to be a state value that we're going to add. The name for this one is password. And the onChange is also going to be handle input. So we have the same function to both of these input fields, and we close it here. Then we're going to have a submit button, and we use our component, the button component. The text is going to be login. And also, we don't have to provide this with a prop that's called text, and we send in the text. We could also wrap the text with this component if we want to do that instead. And then we grab the text with a children prop. We have a callback, and that's going to be the handle submit for this one. Do some auto formatting, save it. So that's the basic structure of our component. We want to be able to use this component, so we have to create a new route for it. And we can do that in the app.js file. So first up here where we have the components, we're going to import login from .components/login. There we have the component. And then we can create it somewhere here. We create a new route with a path. This one is going to be shown when we go to the path login. The /login, and the element is going to be our component login. And then we close the route component. Do some auto formatting, save it, go back to our application, make sure that it's running. I'm actually not running mine. So I'm going to type in npm start. Whoa, I had it really zoomed in here. And I'm going to bring up the console for later. So if we go up here in the route and type in /login, you can see that we show our component here. So that is working. Great. Go back to the application and the login component. We're going to create a few states for this one. So at the top of the login component, we create a state that we call user name and set username equals use state. I'm going to create an empty string as initial state for this one. We create another state that's called password, and the setter is called set password equals a use state with an empty string as initial value also for this one. Something like that. And then I also want another state that's called error and set error. And we have a use state call, and we set it to false initially. So these are the three states that we have. You could also have one combined states for the input fields if you want to have that. I choose to create them separately like this. Then we're going to grab our context. We're importing it up here, and we can grab the context with a hook that's called use context. And our context is going to be the state that we created. So we create a new const, and we can destructure it out just as before. We have the state. This state is actually going to be the user, so we can be more specific. We call it the user and the set user. And it equals, we call the use context hook. And this works as simple as we just give it the context. And this one is going to bring in the context for us. And the user, we're not going to use this one. We're only going to use the set user. So we can mark it with an underscore if we want to do that. This is also very subjective on how you like to do stuff like this. Then we have a hook that we also imported for our navigation. So we create a const that we call navigate, and we call that hook use navigate, and this will make it possible for us to use this navigate const to navigate programmatically in our application. All right, so first we're going to make these input fields controlled by this component. So we have to hook them up with state, just as we did with the search bar. And we have this handle input here, where we get the event from the input fields. So the input fields, the value for this one, we can change this one now. It's going to be the state that's called username. No, not a capital N, all lowercase letters. And this one is going to have the value from the password state. All right. So this will make sure that it is connected to the state. So now when these input fields change, we can make that change in the handle input because we have an onChange handler on them, and we can set the different states in the handle input. And you can see here that I give them a name. So first we want to grab the name. So I create a const name equals e.currentTarget.name. And this one is going to grab the name that I set here on the name prop. And then we have another const with the value. And we get that one from e.currentTarget.value. So we need the name and the value. And actually, you could do this in a one-liner. If we use just one state for our input fields, we could set the name of the properties in an object dynamically with the name that we get from the input field. And then we set the value. So that will create new values in the object depending on how many input fields we add to our application. But in this case, I have a separate state for each input field. So I do it like this instead. In a small application like this, I think this is more readable, actually. But this means that we have to check now what input box that we type in. So we have an if statement, if name equals username. Then we're going to set the username state with the set username state setter, and we have the value. So we check the name of the input box, and then we get the value. If the name is username, we know that we should set the state for the username. So that's what we're doing here. And if the name equals password, we're going to set the password state. And we give this one the value also. This one maybe should have a lowercase n instead, not an uppercase. So we change this one just to be consistent. Auto format it, save it, and we can see if it works. Go back to the application and we can type something in here. And yeah, it works. So we know that we have our control components. So that's great. So our input fields are working. Then we have to submit something and actually grab something from the API to make the login. And we do that in the handle submit function. The first thing we're going to do is to set the error to false, just when we fetched our movies. And then I have a try block and then a catch block. And we have the error. And for this catch, we can set the error to true. That's the only thing we're going to do inside of the catch block. So we're going to be in the try block now. And first we need to get the request token. So I create a new const. I actually noticed now also that I forgot to bump up the font size. So I'm going to do that now. And from now on, it's going to be bigger. Okay, so I have a const with the request token. We're going to wait from the API. I have this function, get request token. And of course, this one has to be an async function because we are awaiting here. So mark this one with async. So that will hopefully get us the request token. If something goes wrong here, the catch block will set the error to true, and we're going to handle that just in a second down in the JSX. The const, we're going to grab the session ID. We await again from the API. I have a function that's called authenticate. And for this one, we're going to give it the request token first. And then we give it the username and then the password. All right. So that will hopefully get us our session ID. And then we can set the user And this one, the set user, is actually the context that we created because we are grabbing the context here and the setter for the user. So we're setting this one in the context. I'm going to set it with an object. First, I want to set the session ID. So I give it from the session ID. That's the one that we get back from the API. We have a property that's called session_ID, all lowercase letters. And then I'm going to set the username. And as this is also ES6 syntax, I don't have to type out this twice because it will interpret this automatically. All right, and then we just have one more thing to do, and that is we have to navigate somewhere when we successfully logged in. So we can navigate programmatically with React Router. We use the navigate that we got here from that hook, use navigate, replace that one. We place what we get back here in the navigate const. So navigate, parentheses, and we just specify the URL. And in this case, we want to go to the home page. So we specify it like this. And I want to do some console logging here. Console log the session ID just to see that we get something here. Save the file, go back to our application. And now we haven't styled this one. We're going to do that in the next video, but we can use the input fields here anyways. So my login is Weben. Then I have my password that I'm not going to tell you, something like this. And I try to log in. And you can see that we get this object back from the API. We get the session ID and the success is telling us true. So that's really, really neat. We know that our login system is working and it redirected us to the home page. So go back to the login page. I want to do one more thing here before we finished with the logic for this component. Down below here, just above the first label, I have a curly bracket and I'm going to create a short circuit. I'm going to check if the error is true. Double ampersand, if the error is true, I'm going to have a div with a class name of error. And then I'm just going to say, there was an error. Something like this. And then I auto format it. And then I'm going to save this file. So you can, of course, type in whatever you want to. Save the file, go back to the application. So just try to type something in here and click login. And you can see that we show this one here instead. There was an error. And we also get an error in our console. So we know that the try and catch block is working. So this is our login component and the logic. And in the next video, we're going to create the styles for this component. We have our login component and the functionality for that one. And now we're going to create the styles for it. So go back inside of the code editor and the login.styles.js file. We have our wrapper. That's the only style component that we're using for this one. First, we're going to display it as a flex. We align dash items to sender. And we justify the content to sender also, just the sender stuff. Then we set the flex direction on this one. It's going to be column. And we can save it to see what we've got so far. You can see that we're centering it here in the middle of the screen. So that's great. Go back to the code. I'm going to set a max width to 320 pixels. The padding is going to be 20 pixels. And the color is going to be from the variables. We have a color that's named dark gray. So double dash dark gray. Save it, go back just to see what we've got. All right. When I set the max width to 320 pixels, it's showing it to the left. But if we set the margin to 0 and auto and save it, that will place it in the center again. So that's great. All right. So that's everything for the wrapper. Then we have the input. We nest this one inside of the wrapper component. We set the width to 100% on the input fields. The height is going to be 30 pixels. The border is going to be 1 pixel solid. And we have a variable for the color. And we also use dark gray for that one. Then we set the border dash radius to 20 pixels. The margin is going to be 10 pixels and 0. And the padding is going to be 10 pixels. So save the file, go back to the application, and you can see that we created these nice little input fields here. Sweet. with rounded corners, and it matched the overall look of the application. Then we just want to style our arrow class also, .arrow. And for that one, I'm just going to set the color to red. You can style this a little bit better if you want to do that. So if we type something in here and click login, you can see that this is the arrow. All right, and that's actually it for this login component. I'm not going to do any heavy styling, as this is the bonus section of this course. So if you want to do it nicer, you can do that yourself. In the next video, we're going to be in the header and show the logged in user and also have a login button. Okay, let's create the login system from the header. We're going to show a button to log in, and I'm just going to place it in the middle actually here. It maybe should be to the right, but yeah, as I told you, I'm not doing any heavy styling for this section, so you can style it to your own likings later. So let's go back inside of the application and inside the header component, so the header folder and the index.js file. The one thing we need to add to the imports here is to actually import the context. So we import context from .. and .. again. We have the context file like this. And this one is making an implicit return now. We need to have some functionality inside of it. So we have to change this one into an explicit return like this. And we add the return statement here. Auto format it just to make it a little bit nicer. Some people also have the formatting to activate when you save the file. I actually don't like that, because sometimes when I save it and I'm not finished, it starts to format stuff, and I don't like that. So that's why I do it manually instead. All right, const user. We're going to grab the user from the context. We don't need to set anything here. We just need the user. And we call the use context hook. We actually need to import that one also up here. So import React, comma, curly brackets, use context. So we give this use context hook the context, and this will bring us the user. So we don't need to destructure out the setter for this state. We just need the user. So that's why we're not destructuring out that one. And we can do a console log user like this. Save the file, go back to our application. I'm going to try to log in again. I click login, and you can see that we get this console log here. So we have the session ID and the username of Weben, and that's of course for Weben Falk. All right, so we know that our context is working great, and that's sweet. So go back to the index.js file in the header folder, and now we can use this one here. So just between the two logos here, I'm going to create curly brackets. And the first thing I'm going to do is to check if we have a user. And then I create a Turner operator. So I have a question mark, parenthesis. And the first thing I'm going to do, if we have a user, I'm going to show a span with a class name of logged in, like this. And I'm going to type out logged in as colon. And then I have new curly brackets, and I grab the user.username. And that's from the object that we get back from the context, of course. So when we are logged in, we're going to show the text logged in as, and we're also showing the username. Otherwise, if we're not logged in, we have a colon here, and we have a new pair of parentheses. I'm going to use the link component, and it's going to link to, if you remember this one, the link component is the one that we use from React Router to navigate inside of our application. This one is going to link to the login page like this. And inside the link, I'm going to have a span that has a class name of login. And it says login. And then do some nice auto formatting. And I'm going to move this one up and save the file and see if it works. Go back to the application. We can't hardly see it here. We're going to style this in a second. But we have a login button. So it takes us to the login page. So yet again, I'm going to log in. And this is something that you also can do if you want. You can store the user information in the session storage or in the local storage. There's a lot of discussion going on what is the best practices to use. In this case, we have a session ID, so we have to request a new session ID on each session from the movie database API. So I'm just storing it in the application itself. So that means that it will get wiped out every time you reload the application and you have to log in again. If this was in the real world, we probably would have a login system that will also save this token somewhere so you don't have to log in every time. And I actually have a YouTube video where I show how to create a backend and set up JSON web tokens and how to create a login system in a React application. So this is a very simple use case on how you can create a login system here. All right, that was a side note. I'm going to click the login button. And hopefully up here, yeah, you can see that we're showing logged in as Weben. So it's working. We have to give it some styling also. And this is just going to be a couple of rows, so I'll do it in this video. So inside the header.styles.js, inside here, we actually don't need the class names that are set. We can just set the color to a variable of white, like this. And then we have the A tag. I set the color to the same var double dash white. And the text dash decoration is going to be set to none. Auto format it, save it, and also if we want, we can remove these classes. We don't need them. We can just have a span on these ones. Something like this. Save the file, go back to the application. You can see that now we see it. And yeah, this is probably not the most beautiful way. It doesn't look that good because I'm just placing it in the middle now. We would have some dedicated space for a login button and stuff like that. But this is just to show the functionality, so I'm not going to style it any better than this. So I click the login, and I log in again. Click the login button. Whoops, something. I guess I typed the password wrong here. I log in again, and that works. And now you can see that we have this white text instead, and it tells us that I'm logged in, so that's great. In the next video, we're going to create the rate component that we're going to show somewhere here, I think. We're almost finished with the voting system, but we need a rating component that we can place here in the MovieInfo component. So we're going to create that one now. Move back inside of the code editor, and inside the components, create a new folder that we call rate, capital R. And inside of that folder, we create a new file that's called index.js. And I'm actually not going to have any styling for this one. I'm going to use the components as they are. So first I'm going to import React, and I'm also going to need the use state for this one because it is going to be a control component. I import it from React. Then I create my component rate equals, and I'm going to destructure out the callback for this one because when we vote, we need to have a callback function that will do something. And in this case, it's going to send a request to the API. That's our component. I'm also going to export default rate like this. And the first thing we do in this component is to create a state with a value and the set value equals use state. And we're going to start with the value 5. The rating is going to be between 1 and 10. And then we have the return statement, and we return our JSX. So I'm going to make it simple here. I create a wrapping div. And then I create an input. And the type is going to be range. So we create a range slider. The min value is going to be 1. The max is going to be 10. And the value is going to be our state value. And then on change, we have to change this state value. So I want to show you also that you can create an inline function instead of creating a function up here. So we have the event E, and I create an inline arrow function. And then we set the value e.currentTarget.value, and this is enough. And we close this component. All right, so that's our range slider. After the range slider, we want to show of our value like this. And then I create a p tag just to get it on a new row. And I create a button. I have an on-click handler on this button. And in this case, we have an inline arrow function because we are going to call our callback with a value. And we give it the value. If we don't have this inline arrow function here and we just type it out like this, then it's going to instantly run this and it won't work. So we have to have an inline function here as we're providing an argument to this callback function. All right, close it, and inside of the button, we type out rate. Do some auto formatting, save it. We're going to move inside the MovieInfo component in the index.js file. And up here where we import the thumb, we're also going to import our rate component, /rate. And then we're going to show the rate component somewhere below. I think we're going to place it, maybe here, just above the end tag for the text. So I create a new div, and inside that div, I have a p tag, rate movie. And below that one, we use our rate component. And for now, we don't have the function that we're going to send into this one, the callback function. So we're just showing the component just to see that it works and shows up. Save the file, go back to the application, and you can see that we have the rate slider here, and we have our rate button. It doesn't work now, as you can see, because we're not sending in the callback function to it. But this one will work in the next video because we're going to tie all this together and make it work so that when we press this rate button, we will send along this rating number to the API and we will rate this movie. All right, we're almost finished, and this is actually the last video in this course, so hope you enjoy the course. We're going to tie this together, so let's move inside of the code and inside the MovieInfo component in the index.js file. The first thing we have to do is to grab the context. So context, I import context from ... and ... again, and context. So we're going to use the context, and that means that we also need to import from up here the use context hook. Right? And now you hopefully can see how handy it is to have this global state, because we can access it from any component in the application. And in this case, we're going to grab the user and the session ID, so we can send along the session ID to the API when the user rates the movie. And now we're making this implicit return. We're going to change this one to an explicit return. So return, and I create a curly bracket, and then we need to have one below also. There, do some auto formatting and go back up. Give it some space. And first we're going to grab the user from our context, just as we did before. So const user, use context, and we're giving it the context. So this will give us the user here. And then we are going to send in a callback function to our rate component here. So we're creating this function here in this component and send it along to the rate component. We're going to call this function const handle rating. This is going to be an async function because we're making an API call. We have the value. And then we can do some stuff inside of here. So this value is going to be the value from the range slider. So I create a new const rate equals. Then I wait, and from the API dot, didn't I import it up here? No, I also need to import the API. We do that up here, import API from ... API, like this. Then I go back down here and change this one, API dot. I'm going to grab the function that's called rate movie. And if you want to know more about these functions, you can always check them out in the api.js file. Because I told you probably too many times now that I pre-made these functions for you, so you don't have to do that in this course. All right, move back to the MovieInfo and the index.js file. So the rate movie function is going to take in 3 arguments. So we have the user.sessionID, and we have the movie.id because we need to know the movie ID of the movie that we want to rate. And we also want to give it the value. So that's the rating value. All right, and that's actually everything we need to do. In this case, I just want to console log out the rate to see that we get something back and that the rating was working. So we can use this handle rating now down below here. We can give it to the rate component. We have a prop that's called callback. And we give it the handle rating. And save the file. And hopefully this should be it. Go back to the application. Yeah, we have one more thing to do because I don't want to show this rate slider when we're not logged in. So we can do that also. So just here when we have the rating, outside of the wrapping div, I'm going to create a turner operator. I'm going to check if user, then I have double ampersand, and I move my end curly bracket down here, auto format it, and it will also auto generate this parenthesis. So if the user exists, if we're logged in, we're going to show the rating. Otherwise, we don't show anything. Save the file, go back to our application. You can see that we're not showing the rate slider now. We have to log in. So we click the login button and I log in. And now we're logged in. We're going to go to a movie here. And now you can see that we see the rating slider. So I don't actually know if this movie is any good, but I'm going to give it a rating of 8. And I click the rate button. And here you can see in the console that we got a success of true and status code 1 and status message success. And if we click rate again, you can see that we get another message because it says that the item record was updated successfully. So you can update your rating score if you want to do that. There's also a resource in the endpoint if you want to remove the score also. So there are some neat stuff that you can do with the movie database API. And I hope this inspired you to actually build more stuff into this application because now you have a good foundation. And for example, the next step you can do is to create a logout button for the user. And the way I would do it in this case is that I can just wipe out the global context, the state here, and remove the user from the global state. And that will log out the user. We don't have to do anything else with the movie database API or something like that. All right, that's it for this course. I hope you enjoy this. I sure enjoy this. This is the third iteration of the course. So this is the third time that I actually update it and re-record it from scratch. And if you want free tutorials, you can always visit my YouTube channel, search for Weibenfalk, or you can go to weibenfalk.com if you want more courses from me.